I don't know how I lost that much weight.
Yeah,
I did cut like all carbs out of my diet, so that kind of helps.
Mr. Pasta.
Yeah, but why got pasta? Shut the fuck up, sheepdog. Don't mention that.
Pasta Alfredo with garlic bread and cheese.
I don't even need all that. I could just boil some pasta, a whole box, dude, and whoop it with nothing on it. Just salt, just boil that shit in salt water. That's all I need.
Just butter and pasta, right?
Yeah, but butter, pasta, frickin' Parmesan cheese. My God. Salt, pepper. But pasta sauce, I'll do that. But pasta itself just tastes so good to me. Just, I don't know. Like, you know how alcohol tastes good to alcoholic and most other people, it doesn't actually taste good, but they drink it for the effect. Pasta tastes good to me,
sure.
man. It just tastes so good.
I'm a sucker for chocolate chip cookies, man. Chocolate chip cookies and nasty American Chinese food, like sweet and sour chicken with fried rice.
Oh, my God.
I put sriracha on my sweet and sour chicken. It's fucking delicious.
I was at the airport a month ago, and I freaking went to a Chinese food place they had in the airport, man. It was so freaking gross, man. It was so gross. Oh, my God. I ate it anyway. But it was just like, yeah, there's bad Chinese food and there's bad Chinese food. That, like, I don't know if you ever had airport Chinese food. Don't do it.
Oh, no, you can tell a lot from how the rice looks. If it's the yellow rice, don't even bother eating it, dude.
I used to get General Tso's chicken, General Tso's chicken, whatever they call it. Depends on where you are, what they name it. It's like spicy.
It depends on if a Korean, Mexican, or a Chinese person is making it.
I also like egg rolls, man. I love freaking egg rolls.
Crab rangoons.
Yeah, those too. Yeah, well, I go to the
actual crab ones, though, not the cream cheese.
Supposed to be crab and cream cheese, but what they end up doing is they put way more cream cheese than crab. I don't even. It's not even supposed to be cream cheese. I think they use cream cheese because what it's supposed to be is different. It's some sort of like. I don't think like they sell it in America, but I don't know.
And then as far as soups go, whenever I'm sick, I love egg drop soup.
Oh, egg drop. I like egg drop soup, hot and sour soup. Teriyaki fucking beef sticks. Like all that crap. Fuck sheepdog, you're making me hungry.
That's funny, man.
It's funny that you're making me hungry. No, it's not. Freaking starving right now. And I'm gonna be by a Chinese food place later, and I'm gonna be like, no, don't do it. And like, I'm not gonna be able to resist now.
Dude, it's so funny that you guys are talking about Chinese. Usually I'd be drooling, dreaming of Chinese, but right now I was just cooking Chinese food right while you were talking about that. I mean,
nice.
It's so good, man. I shaved some pork leg, like super thin, like paper, and then soaked it in some bicarb for 10 minutes, some salt, pepper, some eggs, some flour, just frying it up now. It's like crispy, super crispy, little bits of pork.
Nice.
Yeah. Gonna chuck it into a stir fry.
Oh, so you came in to make me even hungrier. That's what you did.
Yes, I did. I need to rub in my Chinese food.
Gotta rub it in.
You know what the Asian version of pasta is?
No.
Lo mein.
They also got rice
just trying to
noodles
make
though. You
India
ever have the
hungry.
rice noodles? Like the angel hair. It's like the angel hair thing.
Yeah,
But like, dude, there's a dish. They don't make
they're
it
long.
everywhere. It's called Singapore rice noodles. I don't know if you ever had it. It's so goddamn
Those are
good.
great, man. They're so good. Yep.
But not every place in America makes them. You literally just like, it might or may not be on the menu. Sometimes you can ask and the cook will know how to make them. But oh my god, it's so good. And there's a place around here that makes it. I fucking drive me crazy, man. One DoorDash away from eating Singapore and rice noodles.
That was probably the thing that saved my weight was canceling my DoorDash. I still use it, but for pickup only.
Yeah, I mean, in the city, man, people are out of control with that, man. Especially here because there's a lot of college kids and they don't want to cook nothing. And probably don't even know how to cook anything.
Something that I've been a sucker to recently is Hawaiian food.
I never really had Hawaiian food other than pineapples and sugar.
It's just like fried chicken and rice with a potato salad. Basically luau food. Yeah, I just want to say this to Indiosis before we leave the subject. Anybody that's listening, you're dealing with an injury. Just remember that stretching is a process, right? Like you're not going to get the full stretch in the first week. So, you know, don't overstretch because that can cause injury also. Just stretch it until you feel the release. And then once the release is gone, take a break. And then if you're sore 5 minutes later, it's okay. Like eventually 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, you're going to notice a difference when you feel the stretch. What's up, Wild Bill? Glad you're enjoying the show, man.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to be here.
I can't believe it's 2026 and people still believe that the Earth is a globe.
It's hard to believe.
Capote, is the Earth flat or round? Capote, do you still think the Earth is a ball? It's 2026, man. You got to get on board. The globe is archaic. Athos, is the Earth flat or round? Abo, flat or round? Is the Earth flat or round?
There's two that can't handle it.
Yeah, trigger warning.
Yep, it's hard to handle. My favorite's to see it in their eyes when they're presented with the irrefutable evidence. There's no curvature or motion, and you just see them going through every possible escape, finding a way that can't be true, but they know it is. I saw it last Tuesday firsthand.
Yeah, in person is way better than online.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. But who knows? Maybe that guy I was talking to, well, he showed up at a presentation I was given in my community, and at least he showed up, you know, and he was very polite, asked very interesting questions, intelligent. I could see the disdain in his face, but you know, maybe he'll go home and think about it. Where's the geometric horizon? Why can we see it past where it's supposed to be? But of his 7 friends that showed up with him, he was the only one that wasn't struck by the evidence. So that was a net win.
Oh man, can't believe people still believe the Earth is a globe. Demi Sola, welcome. Gojo, welcome. Hey, Gojo, do you think the Earth is flat or round?
Hey guys,
What's up, man?
how are
Kamal?
you?
Camille?
Kamel.
Camel. All right. Like the cigarette, huh?
How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Fine.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
So you found the flat Earth room where all the flat Earthers are.
What?
I said you found the room where all the flat Earthers are. Do you think the Earth is flat or round?
Actually, I can't understand you because I'm beginner in the English language. So I
Is the Earth a ball or flat? Do you know what the Earth is?
no. Please step by step.
It's okay. So you look in the sky and you see the sun, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
And you see the moon.
Yes. Now, actually, not. I'm in the home. I can now. I don't look to the sky and the moon.
Yeah, no, the Earth is not like the sun and the moon. The
Yes.
Earth is flat, and the sun and the moon, they move across the Earth. They move in the sky. But it's okay, man. I'm glad you're learning English, and keep it up. Don't get discouraged, okay?
Okay. Do you have any advice to improve my English?
I'm sorry, you sound muffled. What did you say?
I said, do you have advice to improve my English?
Does he sound muffled to y'all? Or is it me?
You hear me?
You said your microphone doesn't sound good.
Wait a second.
Good now? Can you hear me?
Oh, that's better. That's better. Yes.
I said you have any advice for me to improve my English? Any advice?
Yeah. Just keep it simple. Focus on everyday things first, right? Like learn learn the things in the kitchen, like a plate, fork, a cooking pot, stove, refrigerator. Learn the household names first, right? And then learn the verbs that go with all the things that you do regularly: run, walk, clean, help.
Okay.
And once you get good at those, then you'll start to understand the other stuff. But it's just practice, man. You got to keep practicing, little by
Yes.
little.
Now I'm focusing on practice and speak enough to make my mind to speak and to translate the from Arabic because I'm from Egypt. My
Okay.
mother language is Arabic. I force my brain to not to translate from Arabic to English to say because this make me slow, very slow in speaking.
Yeah, that's pretty much all is like you're doing now. The more you practice, and then you don't have to translate from English to Arabic. You can just hear English and respond in English.
Yes, yes. I came to the Discord application to speak to foreigners to practice English.
Yeah, no. Do you play video games?
Say it again.
I said, do you play video games? PlayStation, Xbox.
Uh, Video games. Actually, I playing peace footballer.
PC?
Peace.
You play computer?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you play online and you're using a headset to talk to your teammates, practice English there too.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm try.
But you're doing good.
Yes. Till now, I don't know what's your name.
On here, my name is Shut 'em Down.
Say it again, please.
Shut 'em down.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. What's up, Triggering Triangles?
Just popping in.
Popping in like the curvature? Just popping in when you want to?
Yep. I'll be right back.
Settle down. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Where are you from?
What's that?
Where are you from?
America.
Nah, man. I want to go to America. I love it.
Right on. Here, I got something for you. Do you see the voice chat? The chat bubble? I'll tag you, okay? Do you see where I tagged you at?
Yes.
You see what I wrote in English? Camel, can you hear me?
Yes, with you?
Yeah, you see what I wrote in English?
With the chat?
You see what I wrote in English on the side?
Yes, yes. I see it. Yeah, yes, yes, yes.
Copy that and translate that into Arabic.
I copy it and translate to the Arabic.
Translate it to Arabic so that way you know what I said.
Okay.
What's up, Osman?
Wait a minute. So can you explain the sentence? Because I want to understand the English language, not to translate it to Arabic. Can you understand me?
A little bit. Your microphone sounds bad, but I can hear you.
I say can you explain it more because I want to understand in English, not translate it to Arabic and read it.
You want me to read it to you in English?
I read it. I understand a little bit from it, but some words is strange. I can't know it.
Yeah, no, that's why I wrote it in English so you could see it and then understand what we do in this room. Here, I'll write this.
I can know the word sphere. The Earth can't be a sphere. What's
Mhm.
in English?
It's not a ball.
Yes, yes, I understand. And
Hello,
Hello,
how you doing?
how you doing, Ron?
I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
We're good, man. We're in here just talking about how the people who still believe the Earth is a globe believe in like an old fairy tale that was long forgotten. Did he run? What's up, Hussam?
Oh, what's up, guys? How are you?
We're good, man.
I'm really good.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
just wondering what's that?
yes? What is
I
that?
was just wondering. I was just wondering why people still believe the Earth is a globe when it's 2026.
Oh, for me, I don't believe it. But I
You
don't
don't
have
believe it's a globe?
detail. I don't have details to explain it. This is the point.
Okay. What do you think it is?
It's not. It's not played.
It's not what?
It's not played. The Earth. It's not played.
Oh, it's not flat?
Yes.
How do you know?
That's what I say. The point is that I don't have many details to discuss about this point. That I said. Like I keep
Okay.
my opinion for myself.
Okay. Well, you know that the surface of water is flat, right?
Yes. But they're like gravity. Don't forget about gravity. Without
Right,
that
right.
gravity,
No.
the water will It's fly.
Right, right. So if the surface of water is flat, right, and then
Yes.
70% of the surface of the earth is
Mm.
water,
Mm.
70%,
Yes.
right? So then that means the earth can't be a ball because of all the water being flat.
Mm. But don't forget, this ocean in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So like someone said, all of what's called okay, like America and we are like one part, all of the world. We are
Mm-hmm.
one part. And they'll like earthquake or something happen, divides us into many. Like they're like Africa, they're like Europe, they're like America, different things like that.
See, I don't believe that story.
Oh, give me detail. Why you don't believe this story?
Because it's just a story.
But it's based on the history.
Who saw the entire world get divided into the continents? Who saw that?
There's nobody solve it, but they're like people solve
Yeah.
it and die. So let me give you
But
example. Let me
but
give
nobody
you
ever wrote it. Nobody ever wrote that story until recently.
let me give you example like such as before you're born, they're like people tell you a story. So and you believe him, and they're like many science come before you're born in this world. So you believe him. It's like history.
Okay, but who was the person that saw the continents move apart?
Yeah, I don't know, but I hear it.
It's just it's not
I don't
even a
have
theory.
evidence.
It's not a theory. It's a hypothesis, right? It was just a question: did the continents move
Mhm.
apart? But no one ever proved that story. They just told you that that was the story.
So you have to research about that story and your judgment based on your evidence. The evidence that you collected. I research
What
about
evidence?
it. Mhm.
What evidence?
The evidence that you research about it, because I just give you example such as before you born, so like many things happen in history. How did you believe it?
No. Just because there's a story doesn't mean it's evidence.
So if you see like evidence about that events that happened in the past, you will believe it.
What if I told you that one time I went to the ocean and
Mm.
while I was swimming in the water,
Mm.
a giant whale came up and swallowed me, and I lived in the belly of a whale for 3 days.
So it's just a story. You didn't give me evidence.
But
You give me
I'm
evidence, I
telling
will
you that it
believe you.
happened.
Yeah,
I'm
that
telling you that
happened.
it happened. That's the
But
evidence.
they're like chance of 5% it's not happening.
Right.
You get
So
it?
if I'm telling you a story and my story is not good enough evidence for you, then why would you take somebody else's story about how the land moved away from each other when there's no evidence for that?
Research about it and get more evidence about it. Make sure 100% is right.
But there's no evidence. So now we're back to a story.
I don't know, but they're like evidence. If let's take example like the thief come to your house and stole something, 100% they're like evidence. They will forget about it and you'll find it. Just like that. Search about evidence. You will find it.
I know, but if they don't find any evidence, then what? Then what happens to the story?
Having the story, you will forget it. Easy. But the like chance is that story is 100% right. Like 1%.
No, I say 0%.
Why?
Because there's no evidence. Just because you read the story when you were in elementary school and all the kids in the classroom had the same book doesn't mean that that's evidence.
So there are like weaker evidence and stronger evidence. So in my story, I will just give my opinion based on that evidence. So I will start by collect that weaker evidence because based on that weaker evidence, I will make them stronger. And that is it. I think my viewpoint is weaker.
Well, the evidence that the earth is flat is that all the water is flat. So the earth can't be a ball if all the water is flat.
Mm. So tell me, why you believe it? Give me like strong evidence.
Well, when I go to the beach,
Mm.
I look out over the water and I see that the water is flat. And then when I'm about 184, 186 centimeters tall.
Mm.
So when I look out to the water, the horizon, right, is about 4.8 kilometers, 5 kilometers away, right?
Mm.
But the problem is, I see boats that are 20 kilometers away, and then the horizon is behind that. So the Earth can't be a ball.
So based on what you see it in the page, you see it by your eyes. They're like limited when you see with your eyes. It's based on your eyes of human. You don't give me, dude. You don't give me like a strong evidence. They're like something like limited, have a limited base of the sense and the human being. This is not
If you,
strong evidence. It's weaker.
if you,
That's why I
yeah,
tell you. They're like weaker
if you
evidence.
see a boat, if you go out to the ocean and you see a boat, is there a boat there, or are your eyes lying to you?
No, you are right. I said you are right, but it's weaker evidence. I said like the evidence based on the science and something, some research that people do it. That's why I do it is strong evidence. It's weaker. I can just get you about like 5%. It's true, but you are right.
I would rather be 5% right than 0% right. Here, I
Yeah,
have a video for you to watch. It might be difficult for you to understand,
I will
but I think
understand
it's a
it.
good video.
I got you. Don't worry.
I put it in the side chat for you. It's the video with the black swan. It says Dr. John D.
Okay, let's proceed.
He talks about how we see things when we look out to the horizon. But
Let's proceed.
if anybody wants to take over, I have to hop in the shower, y'all. I'll be back.
Yes. So let me give you the chance to our friend to talk.
But your English is pretty good, man. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you please just tell us why the Earth is flat? Like, why do you think that?
Because how flat it is. What do you mean?
Yeah,
Okay,
it measures
I'll
that way.
just break it down for you really quickly. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. That water's flat, not curving. So if that water's flat and not curving, the Earth is flat and not
I
a
know
ball.
the gravity's holding
That's
it
it.
down.
Hold on. Even if your hypothesis was true, you'd have to measure that you'd have to go out and get the empirical data that says that is actually happening, right?
Have you ever heard of Isaac Newton and calculus?
Yeah. Did Isaac Newton measure the curvature of the Earth?
He measured gravity.
He didn't do any such thing. Okay.
I think this is a problem of education. To be honest.
No, I have a science degree. That shtick ain't gonna work, bro.
It doesn't.
Dandelion here is a science teacher.
Okay, well,
You don't understand gravity, so want me to give you the breakdown of gravity and how Newton came up with it? Newton came up with gravity because the universal law of gravitation as a geometric law, because he noticed from Kepler's second law of planetary motion that the elliptical orbits, if there was a force that pointed to one of the foci ellipses, that force would fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. And because he noticed this geometrical relationship, this is where the inverse square law comes from. It doesn't come from experiment. It comes from the mind of Isaac Newton noticing a geometry. And he proved it with conic sections. And if you don't believe me, you can watch Richard Feynman, who's a Nobel Prize winner, give a talk. It's called Feynman's Law of Structure. It's on YouTube, and you can listen to the whole damn thing.
Now,
so you're not the smartest person in the room, and you're not even close to it, okay?
What's the lunar eclipse?
Now, you skated past the problem of, you said, hey, gravity curves the water. Do you have any evidence that that's actually true and not theory? Because if you have a hypothesis that's true, because science is based upon empirical evidence, that means observation, data, measurement, those things. That's the foundation of science. If you don't have any of those, then you just have a hypothesis. So your hypothesis is gravity forms the Earth into a ball. Do you have any evidence of that?
That Earth is a ball.
No, that gravity forms Earth into a ball.
Yeah, do you have any evidence of that? Curving the water around the Earth.
Gravity doesn't form the shape of the Earth.
Okay, good. That's a good concession. Appreciate that.
But
so the Earth is flat, and we still have gravity.
Let's switch it up a little bit. What's the thing with lunar eclipse?
What about them? What about them?
Show me a picture of a lunar eclipse. I want to see it. I want to know exactly what lunar eclipse you're talking about.
It's when
No. I want a picture. Send it to me.
Okay.
Google it and show me the picture.
Can you not Google it yourself?
No, I want you to Google it because I don't think you know what it is.
Hold on, sheepdog. So this is the. You just said because Earth is spherical, it casts a round shadow on the moon, right?
Well, it's spherical.
I got $20, Indio.
If the Earth is spherical, it'll. Well, yeah, I'm sure he thinks it's. Yeah,
I think he's going to send us a picture of a lunar phase and not a lunar eclipse. That's what
probably.
I think he's going to do.
Probably. Okay. First of all,
send us a waning present.
Yeah, well, listen. Let me just stay focused with this shit. First of all, what you don't know is that they don't use the gold model to predict when lunar eclipses even happen in the first place. They've been using something called the Saros cycle since 2000 BC. And in fact, the first known eclipse prediction is by a flat earther. Has nothing to do with a globe. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. The supposed round shadow on the moon would be a problem for you because if the moon's a sphere can't cast a round shadow on another sphere. because it has a curved surface. And when a shadow is cast on a surface, it conforms to that surface. If a shadow is cast onto a set of stairs, that shadow is going to look jagged. So if a shadow is cast on a round surface, it's going to be distorted from the curvature of that surface. So there's no way the Earth, if it was a ball, could maintain its circular shape. Transiting the moon, it would actually form an S curve when it crossed the meridian, which is the center line of the moon. Now, if you or anybody else had actually just taken two spheres and a light source and tested this, you would see that you can't create, there it is in the chat, you would see that you can't create a perfectly round shadow being cast on a sphere by another sphere. So eclipses actually falsify the globe. Well, at least they falsify the moon. That would prove a flat moon or something if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah. So how about the footage from space where it clearly shows Earth?
How do you know it's from space? How do you know where it's from?
It's NASA footage. I mean,
Yeah,
are you
so?
going to try to debunk that? You're going to say it's artificial
What's the
intelligence?
Yeah, wanna know how I'm going to debunk NASA's footage? Because I'm going to go to the ocean and measure that it's not curving.
I just...
Well, let me ask you this. If NASA shows, hold on, if NASA shows a picture like the 1972 Blue Marble, and it shows a curving ocean, and it says that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, and then I, as an individual, go to the ocean, and that curvature that they show in the image doesn't actually exist at the ocean, can the image possibly be real?
Well, I don't know if you would do it correctly. I mean, I don't know if you know what you're doing.
I don't know if you would do it correctly. What does that mean?
I mean, you can claim that you can do this, but I don't know if that's true.
That you can measure curvature from the surface of the Earth? You don't think it can be done?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
How much do you think the Earth curves?
Well, I don't know the math.
Do you think it's a little or a lot? Off the top of your head. Like
Well,
if I was like if I was 10,
quite a bit.
like, yeah, so like 10 miles away, if I'm standing on the ocean, number one, if I'm 6 feet tall standing in the ocean, how far do you think the horizon should be away? Just off your experience of what you've seen in your life, how far do you estimate the horizon was away from you?
Maybe like 20 football fields.
20 football fields? That would be.
What does that even mean?
Well, I mean, that would be
feet or 2,000 yards.
That's 2,000 yards.
6,000 feet.
I guess. Yeah.
20 football fields.
That's very rough, though.
5,280 feet in a mile. Yeah, that would be about 3 miles. How much drop do you think there'd be? How much the curvature of the Earth do you think there would be in 10 miles?
Quite a bit.
In 10 miles. Well, it's supposed to be 66 feet. So that means from 10 miles away, you shouldn't see a 6-story building. From 30 miles away, it's 420 feet. So you shouldn't see a 42-story building. From like 250 miles, which we do have observations from, the drop is something like 4 miles.
Okay.
So there's supposed to be a lot of curvature. But the fact is, it's never been measured. No one's ever measured it.
You sure?
I'm 100% positive.
No.
In fact, we had Josh in here. Josh works for Amazon. He thinks he's providing internet to the world through satellite. And he says that when we try to bring it up that the surface of the Earth isn't curving, you know what he says? He says that you can't measure curvature from the surface of the Earth. He says it's immeasurable.
Well,
which the math
And he-
says it is measurable, easily
And he
measurable.
also says, I'm trying to figure out why it's not measurable. That doesn't make any sense. That's what he says.
Really, he said that?
Okay.
Oh man, you should have been in here earlier, man, because I was
Oh,
beating him on the
bro.
two-word theory.
okay.
Yeah, I'm convinced,
Well-
Nikki, that you don't even know what a lunar eclipse shadow looks like.
Well, it's the Earth's shadow covering the moon.
How
Show
do you
me.
know that?
Like that's what we've seen one.
Show me.
Yeah.
I want to see what the moon looks like.
The moon? Well, it's the gray ball in space.
Yeah, I want to see what the shadow looks like during the lunar eclipse that you're claiming.
Dude, I have to ask him. If nobody told you that the moon was a gray ball in space, would you have thought of that yourself?
What do you mean?
If nobody
me.
told you that,
I can just look in the sky, dude.
yeah, no, you can just look in the sky and see the moon, but to reach the conclusion that that's a gray ball in space, how did you
Well, that
reach
would
that
be-
conclusion other than being told?
No one told me that. It's mainly
No one
just
told you
using my
that.
eyes.
So, like, when the first, how old were you when you first saw the moon?
I don't know. Probably
Probably
a
5 or
baby.
6, maybe. Think 5 or 6.
Yeah. Maybe.
Did you think it was a gray ball in space when you had no idea what the concept of space is? Yeah,
And
so
space is
it falls
zero.
apart instantly. You had no idea what the concept of outer space even was. You just saw light in the sky.
What does that have to do with the moon? About
It
being a
has-
gray ball.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a gray ball.
I mean, that's like the simplest way you can describe it. But I can go.
No,
more
a
detail.
circle. They actually call it in the scientific literature the disk of the moon.
But like, a sphere is like a ball, right? So
Yeah, a sphere is like a ball, but the moon, according to them, is so far away, you don't have any 3D information called parallax. So the moon just looks like it's a flat disk very far away. You don't see
You
it from
think it's
different
flat?
angles. No, I don't think. I said looks like.
I mean,
Looks like a
you
flat
can
disk.
see it-
That's how it looks
you can
because
see-
it's so far away.
yeah, but you could see different sides of the moon depending on the time.
Well, that's crazy because the globe says the moon is totally locked so that the moon faces the earth at all times. You can't see the sides of the moon.
But you see whatever is presented to you.
You only
On
see
that
the same face every night.
Yeah, the man on the moon, dude. The man in the moon, rather. See, that's an indication that the moon's not a sphere. So I will grant it to you. There are indications that the moon looks like a sphere, but there's also indications that it's not a sphere. So spheres have things like specular reflections. The moon doesn't have these. Spheres
So-
have what was I just mentioning? If it's a ball, it should be rotating, but it doesn't appear to be rotating. We don't see the other sides of the moon. We don't have any parallax,
you
meaning
can-
we don't.
You can't see Earth rotating. I mean, it's like we move so
It
fast.
says it's not
so we-
rotating.
Yes, it is, bro.
Okay, what's
You know
your
how
evidence the
fast
Earth is
it moves, bro.
rotating? Yeah, what's your evidence the Earth is rotating?
Well, basic science. From
That's
the
not an
textbook?
answer. That's not basic science. Is not evidence. I can't go into the lab and go basic science.
Look, okay, the average person like me learns that these basic things from a textbook, and then we don't
Okay.
actually go outside and try to measure it. So maybe I'm not like you where I try to measure these things because I don't have to. That's a waste of time. I already know.
Why is
it's
it a
true.
waste of time?
What's your goal in proving the Earth is flat? Like, what are you going to?
It's already proven that the Earth is flat. I'm not trying to prove the Earth is flat. I'm trying to enlighten you to the fact that what you've been told in the textbook is actually not the case, and that we
You
also
Okay.
read the same textbook and read the same claims And then we're like, we're not like you. We went out into the real world and checked. And now we're telling you, hey, bro, we checked. That shit in the textbook is bullshit. And you're here defending the textbook against us, even though you have no idea what the evidence is for what's in the textbook. We do know what the evidence is, okay? And based upon the evidence that we've seen, which is a lot, because I've been doing this for almost a decade now, there's no evidence the Earth is a globe. It's only a bunch of cartoons on fucking TV. And I know that's hard to your mind to fathom, that it's just a bunch of bullshit. But the Earth, if you go check, you'll see, if you go try to measure the Earth and you check it against the dimensions they say it is, it cannot possibly be that. And you could just say, well, maybe it's just larger Earth. Maybe it's just larger Earth and it just looks flatter than it really is because it's just larger. Well, then the moon would be farther away and it would be larger and the sun would be larger and the sun would be farther away and all the planets would be larger. Like everything falls apart if the size of the Earth is not correct.
But how about when you go up in an airplane and then you can actually see the curvature?
No, you can't.
I've never seen it from an
airplane on Thursday. Literally on Thursday, I was in an airplane. Okay. There's no curvature there from an airplane.
That's the thing.
47 or 37,000 feet. Look, you can't see curve from an airplane. It's nowhere near high enough. How much, like, let me ask you this. The International Space Station, from the height they say it is, how much of the Earth as a percentage would it see? It's 250 miles up. Airplanes fly at 10 miles.
I mean, I'm already looking at images, and I can see people taking pictures of the Earth's curvature, bro.
From where?
Google, and they're not fake.
From Google? Where's that? I've never been there. From where are they taking the pictures, dude?
From an airplane window.
From an airplane window.
Mm-hmm.
So the ISS would see 3% of the Earth. So you think 25 times lower, they're going to see curvature.
I mean, is that not curved? Like, that's just totally... I mean, look, let me send you this one. This is like... I don't know if you're going to say this is a fake image, but just look.
A fake image. Let's see it. Are you DMing it to me?
Oh, I mean, I guess I have to. Let's see. Download it real quick.
I'm sad for you because I know what you're gonna send me. I'm gonna have to cook you on it.
Okay, cook me. I mean, I don't know.
I don't want to, but listen. Even admitted in mainstream science, they say that even 128,000 feet, which no airplane can even fly at, is not high enough. That's mainstream says that.
And what are these pictures from?
Think about it for a second. 10 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter. Just think about it for a second.
What do you think about
8,000 miles in diameter? You're 1/800th above the surface.
What do you think about like Neil deGrasse Tyson trying to debunk?
He said from 128,000 feet that stuff is flat.
Where do you think we got that from?
I'm just saying in general, because I've seen
Did you
some of
post
this
the
stuff.
plane image?
Well, I don't need to. I mean, if you're gonna try to disprove it, then just go ahead. But I don't think it's possible.
I mean, the geometry disproves it. Okay, the geometry of the Earth disproves it. It's not. It would not be possible.
I would think a flat Earth person, and a person that believes the Earth is round.
I don't believe, dude. You believe.
Thinks that like there's different geometry. So like a spherical Earth geometry does not match, obviously, the flat Earth geometry. And so,
There is
like,
no
what would
spherical
you?
Earth.
Okay.
What are you talking about? There is
I
no
was-
spherical Earth, brother.
If I was an 8-year-old child and didn't know any better, how would you tell me the Earth is flat?
Say go outside and look.
Look at what?
The Earth. Climb a mountain,
The Earth.
climb a hill, find an airplane, go to the ocean.
And what are they going to look
You know-
for, though?
You know, when I was
Whether
8 years old,
the Earth is curving or not. I mean, geez, man.
when I was 8 years
what are we
old,
talking about here?
my
Yeah,
teacher
we're
told
on
me the
Earth.
Earth was a globe, and I looked at her and said, "But it doesn't look like it's curving." She said, "That's because it's too big and you're too small."
Yeah, don't forget, you gotta climb a tree.
The Earth is too big for you to notice a curvature if you're just standing on land.
So you know it's flat.
Yeah, just
That's
climb
what
a
you
tree,
said.
bro.
That's
Well,
just
why would
not-
you think? Hold on. Why would you think, even though you observe a flat Earth, it's actually not that?
From a human perspective?
Yeah,
on
you can
Earth,
rationalize why you're hallucinating a flat Earth. Yeah, we can rationalize. Maybe it's a giant freaking porcupine. The porcupine's big enough it looks flat. Yeah, that's great. You can imagine all sorts of things, situations where it would still look flat. But why are we doing mental contortions? Maybe it's flat because it just is flat. You know what's flat? Flat things.
unlike Earth.
You're just chanting now. You're like, I'm sorry, but we also know the properties of water. We level things with water. Why? Because we want to make them flat. So I'll give you another example. I'll give you a perfect one. Okay. And
ahead.
I already know what your response is going to be. Earth too biggie. That's what you guys all say, but it's actually not too biggie. You know what the Bolivian salt flats are?
No.
Okay, the Bolivian salt flats are a salt flat, and every once in a while it rains and it fills up with 1 to 3 inches of water, and it forms a gigantic mirror across its surface. I mean, a gigantic mirror, a mirror. There it is in the chat. A mirror that's 30 miles freaking long.
Okay.
Now you've been to the fun house, right? Or you've been to a store where they have a convex mirror in the corner.
Sure.
What does that do? It distorts the reflection, right? Now, if the Earth is a convex surface like a ball, it would distort this reflection because there's something called the law of reflection. So the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. If a ray of light hits it at 45 degrees, it bounces off at 45 degrees. So if you have a flat surface that's reflecting things, the reflection will be perfectly symmetrical with the thing being reflected. If it's a curved surface, it will not be. Now, you could say the Earth too biggie, but in fact, it's actually not too biggie. And you would actually notice within 700 feet, according to the mathematics, the distortion of the reflection. And in fact, if you were at like 70 meters above the surface and you saw a sunset on the horizon here, you would not see the reflection of the sunset because there's actually no optical path for the sun to reflect off the water from which you would see it.
Okay.
So we know just from this reflecting surface that the Earth can't be a globe. Unless this is freaking a flat spot.
Yeah. I'm not going to disregard what you said. But I'm just going to ask a question.
Yeah,
What
go
if you went to space
Oh,
and then
God.
you actually saw Earth as a round
Yeah,
globe?
well, if that happened, that means when I'm done going to space and saw Earth as a ball, I could come back and measure curvature.
I'm just saying, like, would you be surprised?
Yeah, would I be surprised? I'd be surprised to get me into a fucking rocket in the first place. That would surprise me.
Well, yeah, of
But
course.
the point is like you're asking, hey, if I see the Earth as a ball from out in space, would I accept that? No, I deny my own eyes. Listen, every day, what you're asking me to do is go to space and look at the Earth and see it as a ball and accept it. While every day you see the Earth as flat and you don't accept it.
Because it's not true.
Because every day of your life you've seen the Earth as flat and motionless and you don't accept it.
You know why
Hey, Indio, can I ask
Let me
my
tell you
question?
why. Let me come up with a convoluted excuse on why I'd go onto a rocket and see the Earth as a ball and not accept it. Would you accept that from me? Why am I supposed to accept that shit from you? You see how you
We're
have a
all
double
moving.
standard? Your bias is showing, dude, that
We're
you
all
want me to
moving.
do something that you won't do yourself.
I mean, I would if I could. You know,
Do what?
go to space.
First of all, that in and of itself is a belief system. That the idea that you can even go to space and see the Earth in its entirety, that is a belief.
I mean, it
A
could
story
happen,
told to you by other people that you have no way of verifying, that you have to just trust what they say, that you can go to a magic place where things float around and I can look at the Earth in its entirety. That's a belief. But that missed the point. What I asked you is, what I said was, you observe the Earth is flat every day and you don't accept it. But you want me to go to space and observe the Earth from there and accept that. You don't accept what you're doing now. Why should I accept your hypothetical when you won't even accept reality?
I mean, you know, when we're spinning around
Ugh.
so fast,
No, we're not spinning. There's no evidence we're spinning,
we're
bro.
moving. We're moving at a constant speed, and gravity's
No, you're not.
pushing us
Spinning is
down.
an acceleration.
And so that's why you can't.
Spinning
feel
is an
rotation.
acceleration, brother. If you're on the surface of a ball, spinning, right? You are accelerating, because how else would you change direction?
I mean, is the Earth not accelerating? I mean,
The Earth's not moving at all. The Earth is motionless.
why does the Earth spin? Let's see.
Okay,
It's
listen,
inherited
brother.
angular
Let me give you
What
the
made it
evidence.
spin to begin with?
rotating.
Hold on. Let me give you the evidence that the Earth is motionless.
Yes.
The Michelson-Morley experiment detected no motion to the Earth. The Aries failure experiment detected no motion to the Earth. The Rebbe-Compound experiment detected no motion to the Earth. These are all experiments that were done that detected no motion to the Earth. This is why general relativity was invented, because they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. Do you understand? General relativity was a patch for the fact they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. They don't tell you this in the textbooks. See, there was a guy named George Biddle Airy. He tried to detect something called stellar aberration. So he looked to his telescope, and because a telescope has a different refractive index with water versus air, he looked at a star through air, and then he looked at it through water. And if the Earth was in motion, there's something called the Foucault effect. The Foucault effect, because they have a higher refractive medium, would have moved the star in the optic of the telescope if the Earth was in motion, because the Earth will be the star light will be deflected into the direction of the motion because of this effect. Now, they didn't observe it. The frickin' same star was dead in the crosshair. So they're confused about this. So they tried to measure the motion of the Earth through the ether, Michelson-Morley, and they did it interferometer. And they got a very low result, a low enough result where they called it a null, where they measured no motion to the Earth. The Rebbe-Compound experiment dropped a frickin', I think they did a vertical version of the Michelson-Morley experiment, and also detected no motion. We're not saying there's no motion because we're just making it up. The experimental evidence says that there's no motion.
Did we lose him again?
Oh, he bounced.
Yeah,
He might come back. He was having connection problems. He
That was a
has,
good
like,
rant,
left it.
man.
I know,
Wow.
it was great. I heard you. Yeah, I mean, that was yeah, that was a great explanation of those. I haven't heard you talk about. If I have heard you talk about those, it's been a long time. So
Let's
yeah,
save
that
that
was
for
some
X.
good.
Yes.
It was good.
But if you went to space and you saw the Earth move, would you believe it?
You know,
I love that. How you, yeah.
I should have brought this up. He said, well, then I'll have two data points. I'll have a flat-looking Earth and a globe-looking Earth, and I'll be with my two Earth theory like Josh.
Well, that's a good point. 2 points. There only is 2 points. Because he basically said the only people who know the Earth's a globe are the people that have left the Earth and have seen it as a globe. And that's only 2 people that are alive, supposedly. Only 2. That's it.
And one of those people
That would be,
lost the debate really badly.
Yeah, but isn't that Buzz and Neil, right? They're still alive. So probably within a decade, there'll be nobody alive that knows the Earth's a globe. Nobody.
No, they're sending up their
Better hurry up,
replacements on the 8th or something,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, they gotta tag your it.
Well, I've been thinking about, like, I mean, I think you were in here or in one of the chats when we were talking about this, is like the people that came up with the moon hoax, they're all dying off. Like, how are they going to keep it going? No one has any motivation to keep the lie going. So I guess they must have had a plan to, like, as soon as, like, the last guy dies off, like, you know, I bet you that one of the last two dies off on the day they go back, and they make a big hullabaloo. That'll be something that'll, like, really drill the propaganda into people's brains.
But I gotta like
Stunning
take a sip.
coincidence.
Take a sip
The
of
last
whiskey.
Apollo astronaut died on the day we finally went back to the moon.
Yeah, and then they'll take a sip of whiskey on the moon and then drop one for the homie.
Oh yeah. In honor of astronaut so and so, we are gonna play one round of golf.
So the vertical axis is going to be the thing that you're measuring, changing over that axis. But you're going to have a hard time finding the vertical axis on a sphere because there is no vertical axis on a sphere.
Y'all can read the chat because this guy's professor's talking over me. So
Oh, don't get your feelings all
no,
hurt and everything.
I'm not gonna be screamed at about something I never said. So
Screamed at? Who screamed at you?
Professor,
He didn't scream at you.
he did. He said he started screaming, "I've got stuff to do." I never.
Yeah, he's got.
asked him
That wasn't screaming. Do you know what screaming means?
I can't go walk lines, and I can't donate equipment or money or anything. I can tell you, I'll get you a parts list. How's that? I'll help you out with
Never
that.
asked you to. I just
I'll help you out with that, so you can. I'll help you get your idea going.
That's all I asked for.
There you go.
It's that simple. You don't have to talk over me and just let me finish my point.
Start a GoFundMe.
Anyway,
you'll have to like excuse Mr. Professor Triangle because like this is his normal voice. It's not screaming. If maybe you just fragile and you can't handle people that speak loud because their microphone or their room, whatever.
Right.
I mean, it's not screaming.
No, it's just he's
Get Matrix in here. Get him in there.
Yeah.
He's just answering something I did not ask.
You said you want to go in a straight line.
Probably exhausting how ridiculous it is.
Yeah, I'd have liked to have been done with this conversation a long time ago because it really won't.
I couldn't go in a straight line.
The point is that if you were to walk on the globe projection that we were talking about earlier on the equator, not only
it'd be a big circle.
Right. So the compass would spin, but also you would spin with it because you would be turning.
On a globe projection?
No, on the kind of like a flat circle map that we have. But as for a globe, if you were to walk on the equator, you and the outside of the plastic compass would differ from the arrow inside the compass. If you were to walk.
Well, it wouldn't work on a globe anyways because you have to hold a compass flat. If you're hanging off the side of a ball, it won't work.
I'm saying is on a globe project. If you're actually on a globe, if we're actually on a globe,
the compass wouldn't work. You have to hold compasses horizontal. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're hanging off the side of a ball, compass won't work.
That's absurd. No matter way, it doesn't matter.
Really? I'll tell you what. So right now, if you had a compass, you'd be holding it to make it work, right? Turn it 90 degrees and see if it still works. Meaning now the compass is going to be in a vertical orientation. Tell me how well the compass works in a vertical orientation.
Well, then you have gravity affecting the side of the compass differently than.
Oh, sorry, there's no gravity. Gravity doesn't exist.
Oh, yeah, I need proof of that.
Well, I can't show you the lack of something. I had this conversation with somebody earlier. Positive claim is gravity does exist. You would have to show it to me. I can't show you non-existence of anything. That would be a fallacy. So show me gravity and what it is and its existence, please.
But you can prove the equator's in the air?
No, that's just the claim about the equator. It's the celestial sphere. It's actually in the sky. You guys should really research more.
Can you direct me to where you're researching so I can find the information?
Yeah, any celestial navigation manual. They're, a few hundred pages big, but I'm sure you'll find it.
I don't think so. I don't know what that's kind of a vague term. Celestial manual.
You don't think we have a force on Earth that's pulling us to the ground?
Well, you'd have to show it to me to prove it.
Well, Michio Kaku doesn't think there's one. He said there's no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, theoretical physicists don't even think that there's a force pulling on you.
So I agree with him. Yeah, I don't think so. There's nothing pulling me down. In fact, I feel good. Nothing's bringing me down.
So why do we have wrinkles?
Because you're sad and you worry about shit.
It's kind of like what everybody does here, too.
No, we don't have to worry about it. No meteor's going to hit my house, dude.
Global conspiracy.
Nope, I'm not going to Mars. The planet's not going to blow up. Sun's not going to blow up. Moon's not going to crash into the planet.
They're lying to us.
You're still mad?
Still mad.
Who's lying to this guy anyway? Who's lying to this guy anyway? Is he just watching entertainment on TV and thinks that's real?
Sounds like it.
And somehow that's our fault. Do you guys hear how this sounds? You guys watch shit on TV and social media and then come here and yell at us because you believe them. That's not our fault.
Yeah. Apparently somebody told them that gravity, whatever the hell that is, causes wrinkles. What is gravity?
Wrinkles? Stop worrying about gravity and you won't get wrinkles.
So how do you explain wrinkles? How do you explain stuff falling?
Nobody's here making any claims about wrinkles. You need to show us what gravity, just give us the definition of gravity and then show it to us. Is gravity, is it an independent variable in any experiment ever?
An independent
variable.
I'll help both of you guys out. No, it's not.
Oh, damn.
A variable would be the thing that you're manipulating within a scientific experiment setup in order to establish that it does or doesn't cause a natural phenomenon.
Well, you can't distinguish gravity from friction. So
friction?
I guess you could in a vacuum, though.
Holy cow! What?
I guess you couldn't in a vacuum, but
So what's
All right,
friction?
so you want to
I don't
talk
think he knows
about
what friction
vacuums?
is.
Yeah, he wants to talk about vacuums now.
well, anything that moves has friction.
All right, so what do you know about vacuum chambers?
I love me a good vacuum chamber.
I guess nothing then.
Well, the hard part is to assume that there is nothing in a vacuum chamber, right?
No.
Oh my god, Professor Triangle, you use Home Assistant? Dude, I've never seen another person that uses Home Assistant.
I design industrial automation systems.
Whoa. Is your home set up with Home Assistant?
I run a couple of different things.
Wow. Crazy.
Which is kind of scary.
Why? Because he's a flat earther?
Well, if gravity doesn't exist, how do you
Absolutely.
explain?
How do I
gravity
explain
is?
computers?
No, gravity.
If gravity doesn't exist, how do I explain gravity?
Holy
Darty,
cow.
darty, 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 dart.
How
Oh
does
my
concrete settle
gosh.
on a foundation? How does concrete settle on a foundation without gravity?
I tell you what, there's a great experiment. Do you think that you could put gravity in an experiment and show it is causing concrete to settle?
Well, no, LeBron James causes the concrete to settle. That's why his legacy is so great.
Actually, yeah, I support
one went
that
down.
theory. That's a pretty good
One,
theory.
one guy went down.
We should make our own movement. We should make our own movement.
Mute that guy, and then we can move on. There you go.
What do you mean by what is concrete settling?
I don't know.
Well, somebody brought up the fact that gravity causes concrete to settle. So I want to see the experiment.
The concrete settles. It's like colonialism. Like they
No,
just
I mean,
settle and take over.
I get what you're saying, but what is causing it then?
No, I need you to go ahead and show me the experiment where you use gravity as the independent variable causing the concrete to settle. You're asking me the question. I don't know the answer. You say maybe it's gravity. Show it to me in experiment.
You'll have to identify and isolate it first.
It's not gravity. I'm saying it's not gravity. Let's figure out what it is then.
Why?
How do you propose we do that?
Because what's gravity?
No, you're the one that came up with gravity. You're the one. You're asking me. You're asking me what's your imagination mean? I don't know, dude. What your imagination means?
It's your imagination, right?
Oh, I don't imagine that.
We don't know.
No,
what
I
gravity
don't
is.
imagine
Gravity doesn't
things.
exist.
I don't imagine things like you do.
Okay, well, I don't believe gravity exists. So I'm trying to figure out.
Why'd you bring it up then?
No, you're almost there now.
I'm trying to figure
So
out
far,
how
the Earth is flat. You don't think gravity exists anymore. You're just rolling right along. What's next, guys?
I just want to
no movement, and we're contained. Air pressure. Yeah, you're done. That's it. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy. All you need is 2 out of the 3.
It's strange that you would bring gravity up if you don't believe in it. You don't know what it is?
Oh, that is weird.
No,
what's gravity? I don't believe in it.
If I don't know what gravity is, I'm just trying to figure out what the effects are that are happening, right? And like what's causing it.
This is just an echo chamber.
No. The echo chamber guy finally got frustrated, so I'll just help him out.
Is it an eco chamber or an echo chamber? I thought he meant eco like we're green. No, we're not. We don't give a shit about that either.
So you guys are not interested in the phenomenon of the fact we're not flying around?
Why would we be flying around?
Why would you be flying around?
Well, why do you jump?
Wait, do you think something not happening is a phenomenon?
No, I think me jumping. I should just keep moving.
Hey, you guys want to hear something crazy? Check this out. I don't even know if I can say it without laughing my face off. Check this out. I can't even do it. Who's spazzing out?
Echo chamber guy, I think.
This is great.
So
you guys have been good all day.
You guys don't have maps. You guys don't have explanations for anything. You guys.
Hey, Dak, what's bringing you down?
We're not proposing any, bro.
Dak, what's bringing you down?
Yeah, you're claiming that the Earth is not a globe.
Then that makes you sad?
Yeah. Did you ask us why?
Yes.
And what did we say?
What did we say?
We don't know.
No, I did not say I don't know why it's not a globe. You don't know. It sounds like we told you, and what you heard was
a single question.
Not you, Professor.
We answered him, and he heard. And then we asked, "So did you hear it?" No, I don't know what you said.
For the Earth to be a globe or a sphere, it would have to have curvature. Well, there is none.
Right, but the claim is that we cannot see the curvature.
Oh, okay, so you can't see it, therefore not there. So not a ball. I mean, that makes sense.
You have to spend an immense amount of money to be able to see the curvature.
Oh, how would you do it then? How much? What's the money for? Tell me how you would do it.
To go out of the atmosphere.
The atmosphere.
Further than that.
Atmosphere is air, sphere-shaped air. Is air like a sphere?
So, I mean, I would suggest that we all just band together, get enough money to do it, and then bam, it's done.
Do what? Go outside the atmosphere? How far away is the atmosphere?
Way further than the atmosphere.
How far?
Like these pictures you guys keep posting of Earth from space. That far. Let's go that far. I mean, if these videos are
pictures of Earth from space.
You guys, a professor has posted like 30 of them.
Where? I don't see any pictures of Earth from space.
They're in the chat.
Give me the timestamp. Give me the timestamp.
8:30 p.m.
8:30. That's not a picture of the Earth from space. What in the heck are you talking about?
No, that's the claim, right?
No, that's that's a GIF where the horizon goes from concave to convex. At what point is the Earth accurately depicted in that GIF?
That's not what we're arguing here. Don't change the subject.
It's not. So why did you bring it up?
Because you asked for a certain height, and I said, let's go to that height.
Well, I don't know what that height is. It's not documented in there. But if it's going to be a height, that would be above a flat Earth, because you can't have height on a ball.
That's absurd. So there's no distance away from a basketball?
No, distance away from a ball is a thing. Height is in reference to a horizontal. So you can't have height on a ball.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
God,
show it to me.
I walk away for 1 second, and now he thinks you can make height. No. Well, so what diameter did you jump today?
Well, for example, you're assuming that the Earth is a ball, which it's not.
No, you just assumed that. Yes, we have to change all of our measurements now, because the Empire State Building is now a certain diameter.
It's good to see Stone in here. I only seen the very beginning of the Gold Busters, like basically the map. That's all I saw, the very, very beginning. I'm gonna go back and watch that.
Oh yeah, it's a hoot. I pretty much nailed it.
Is it IFR one?
ILS, yes.
Yeah.
It is indeed. And hi, everybody.
Did you
Post
guys
a link if you
do it,
can.
or is it the presentation? Or are you
What's that?
presenting how to do it, or did you guys actually do it?
Well, it's actually a 3-part story about the data that I have collected.
Oh.
And the
I'm
data that
surprised
we're
that's
seeking
now.
to collect now. Oh yeah, no, it's a well-rounded recap as well as an official response to the objections that the Globies pretended to make at the quote summit last month. I'm sure you guys are aware of that. Yeah, well, I don't know. The Globies.
Flames? Or like what's the status of that? Did the summit go down in flames? Like,
well, not in their opinion. I think they plan to meet again in a couple of weeks for the solstice to take an observation of the sun at that point in time and see if their math still holds up or something. I really don't know what their plan is right there. But yeah, it's pretty sad. No, the what I did yesterday has more to do with the direction that I'm going. Oh, the stupid bug here. It's one thing to show it to these guys, but really, I guess the real net effect for me was wider exposure. On another social platform, because I really don't spend a lot of time on Twitter for fairly obvious reasons. I think most of the time, I'm there Friday night, but that's about it. Yeah, so the first part is, of course, is the data that I've already collected over the past couple of years. I mean, this concept is not new for those who are in the loop. I started all this in 2021. And then part 2 came out in 2023 in September, and we're actually witnessing, or part 2 rather did, and we're witnessing part 3 now in 2025, starting in January with Dave Weiss and Shiva. So by the time we get to the summit here, we're looking at a modified experiment actually, because it's not the same method as where I started out 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it was about appealing solely to commercial jet pilots, because they have constant opportunity where they're intercepting the glide path every day. They're on the plane.
Yeah, 1,000 times a day.
And I wanted to meet those guys at their level of need. So typically, ATC will vector a plane in to intercept the glide path at 10 nautical miles away, roughly. So I wanted to make use of that data point. And over a 2-year span of time, there were 2 pilots in particular who responded to me and started to send me videos straight from the cockpit, their own iPhones and stuff, shooting the primary flight display. And I put together a small body of data based on an intercept at 10 nautical miles away. And if you haven't seen that, get over to the Rumble channel, Flat Earth Man of Stone. Just type in FEMA, and by the time you get that far, the autocomplete will show you that it's right there. And grab the ones about that I took Eric Dubé. I deconstructed him, I tore him apart and reformulated him 4 years ago. And then there's the one that's 2 years ago titled that the Earth is not convex. And then you're catching up to now, where you got to check both the beginning videos listed chronologically on that channel and the most recent ones chronological on that channel, because in between that point of time, when I opened that channel just in September of this year, I put a couple of videos up relative to the summit, and then I migrated the vast majority of the videos that I've produced and put up on BitChute, and that's nearly 50 videos. Relative to Flat Earth. And I did that because, ironically, it's a UK corporation, but nobody in the UK is allowed to visit their site to watch videos on BitChute, unless you got a VPN or, you get up to some other skullduggery. So fuck them. We're done with BitChute for a number of reasons, that just being one. We're over to Rumble with the rest of the content. So you'll find it, bookending the current collection of what I have on that channel. When you do, you're going to see some really entertaining stuff about Shiva and MC Goon, our favorite anti-hero, in prep for the summit, to which you guys know quite well now that I was uninvited purposefully, so that they weren't going to let me anywhere near that thing. So yeah, that's what yesterday was about, was following up to everything they threw at Kevin and exposing some of what they said as bullshit and giving real figure to the figures that they, some of which they asserted in complete error, grievous error. And we came to the conclusion in
they're
the end.
Showing the error on the screen while they're saying it.
Like, pardon?
Like in the first one, right? It's literally on the screen while that guy was talking. Whatever, not McToon, the other anti-flat earther.
Dan.
Right? Yeah, they're showing a screenshot of that. It doesn't match the spec on the screen, and he's saying, "Well, the spec says," but the words say that it doesn't match the spec, and that it's way better. Like, you can't make that stuff up, man. They're utter clowns.
They really are, and that again is what I spent a little bit of time yesterday exposing. Is that there was a point in day 2 of the summit on the 15th where Goon came back to the table with his assessment, trying to produce this, quote, equation, this mathematical model that she was demanding. And in the middle of his calculations for margin of error, he starts to talk about the glide slope emitter angle precision.
Yeah.
And as he does so, he pulls up from the FAA instrument flight manual the page which details the error margins or the beam spread for the localizer, not the glide slope emitter. The localizer is a single beam instead of a pair like the glide slope is, and it's got totally different figures. It's horizontal instead of vertical. You know what I mean? And Goon is just too stupid to even see that.
He makes so many mistakes. It's almost
he takes
scary.
that margin of error and then applies it to subsequent additions and, trying to get the final figure of what the total margin of error might be like. And of course, he's way off, he's just completely out to lunch. So yeah, yesterday I pulled up all the relevant FAA standards, specifications docs where they list minimum tolerances or maximum tolerances for error, like how tight things need to be, both in the glide slope situation as well as the distance measuring equipment. The DME is the thing that works in tandem with this tower to tell you your slant angle distance from the tower while you're trying to figure out whether or not you're on that 3-degree path. So we put that together with the other incorrect assertion that Goon made about altimeter error. And we threw all those together with a 4-part set of trigonometric calculations to show what the total error would be with those 3 actually relevant margins of error combined. And then I put it out graphically in an overlap layout where you see, okay, according to the flat Earth scenario, here's what the error margins represent. This is the total range of expected values, minimum possible, maximum possible values for the scenario, and then the globy ones next to it. And you see that the overlap between them is only 0.93 nautical miles, and that the medians for both of them are outside of the overlap, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And finally, I end with a comparison in terms of the expectation of the data we might be getting from these pilots. And I show 4 case scenario, or 4 scenarios, I guess, 2 being inclusive, or Jesus, get my brain straight, 2 being what it would look like to receive inconclusive data. You know, if it was just all over the fucking place, it would be inconclusive. And if it was all just within the overlap, then it would be inconclusive. And you know, if it's hanging over the other each side, it's obvious what the data represents. And I kind of left it there. And I spent some time also dealing with their bizarre objection about cost. I mean, seriously, anybody from the mainstream who has a problem with the cost of renting a civilian airplane for a couple of hours on a single day to get a data point, or 8 in a single flight, is out of their fucking mind, you know, when it comes to, hey, look, what if you were going to take into account mainstream physics and the average cost of their budgets to perform experiments? What do you think that figure would be? Like, into the hundreds of thousands, right? Like they blow money like oxygen. And so at the end of it, actually, I put together another vector where both pilots who want to do this experiment but might not have the funds, and groups of people who pool their money, you know what I mean, and are prepared to send it to a pilot, that they could just, all of them could just email me and I'll put them in touch with each other. You know what I mean? And completely blew that objection out of the water as well. So it was a good session. You know, we wrapped it up pretty tight.
You do realize these are not actual objections they have. They're doing
of course not
tactics, right? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They're just trying to just do FUD. It's nonsense.
Oh yeah, no, that's
everyone. All of us see right through it. It's like, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, all the flat earther guys could see it instantly, but I mean, that's why I went to this amount of effort to produce graphics that are fully quantified in terms of the expectation of what the data might look like as well in the end. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, you say it's going to be inconclusive. Well, here's the 2 cases where it might be, and what do you think the chances are that that's actually what's really going to happen? I mean, really, especially based on my previous data that I've collected at 10 nautical miles. Because we're working at 20 now, and that's where they all just fall off the cliff, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, are there any outlier like airports that would where they pick up the glide slope from even further away? Because there might be the typical practice, but there might be like weird airports where they have to do it from like farther.
Oh, well, I also present 2 still frames from the second pilot who contacted me over that length of time. The guy from Vietnam, who, as a part of his job, trains other pilots too, right? Like, he's the right guy for this job. After he sent me data from Hanoi and 3 approaches going into Ho Chi Minh City, all that excellent data, and I present all that in the video, he also sent me some still frames of yet another approach where he first picked up, I think, possibly just the DME signal from 130 nautical miles away when he's up at 30,000 feet. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And then he sent me a second frame where he's at 59 nautical miles away, and he is indeed picking up glide slope signal as well, because you could see the ID in the lower left of the flight display. The tower ID and its distance, you know what I mean? And then a third frame from 35 nautical miles away when he's right on the path. And I do the math out for that and say, okay, well, if we were just going to do the trig and reverse engineer that figure, how far are we off on that altimeter to the figure that it should be if we were right on the path at 35 nautical miles away? And the answer is 1%. That we were like, what was it, 110 feet out of 11,020 feet he is up in the air, that he should have been at 1,130 feet or something like that, you know what I mean? Or 11,150 or whatever the hell it came out. You can check out the numbers. It's all right on the screen. When I present it, the point is that, you know, he was 1% away from the expected target figure, but of course, still descending at a few hundred feet per minute at that moment in time, right? Still going pretty fast. So that may cause some, and obviously does cause some altimeter lag in a barometric altimeter. So if he had leveled off and then hit that, it probably would have been exactly right. Like bang on at 35 nautical miles away. So, you know, when we're doing it at 20, I don't think margin of error is an issue at all.
Radar altimeters, though.
They do.
Yeah.
No, yeah, like, well, no, the smaller planes don't, but the big commercial jets definitely have a radio altimeter. But again, this is something I discussed with that very same pilot 2 years ago. And it's straight in the manual. It says, look, you don't actually turn that thing on until you're down to 2,500 feet above. They just don't use it that far up.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not a useful piece of...
Probably not strong enough transmit, right? They're too far away to get a...
Well, you get fuzzy bounces.
Signal. Yeah.
When there's topography below you, it's also a doubtful reading. And it's not... They don't need that kind of precision when you're still that far up in the air. They don't use it. So it's a waste. So, yeah.
That's why the horizon dip thing, that thing kills me. They're not like... The horizon dip in an airplane, they're like... Look, the horizon's above, or the horizon's below their artificial horizon. Yeah, because if they pointed the plane, they lined them up together, they'd smash into the ground. They're like, what are you talking about?
The whole dipping the nose thing as you fly is actually one of two original premises around which I designed the opening of the first, like the part 1 video 4 years ago. That it was a story about Eric Dubé and Derek Marbles and the things that they say. You know what I mean? Like, this was me keeping flat earthers honest. Yeah, that was my original intent, and I'm utterly dismayed at the Globies. Although, of course, I expect it from the anti-flat earthers. Look, I started this out by smacking down 2 prominent flat earthers. You know what I mean? I'm interested in the data, not the dumbass things that these people say. And I went to my typical level of detail to explain one that, you know, you level in the plane. Like, let me back it up again. Derek had the big idea that he was going to grab his spirit level, jump on a jet flight, and put it on his tray table.
Oh, you're talking about D-Marble. Oh, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, man. Right? Yeah. And he's like, oh, man, 15 minutes have gone by at cruising altitude, and this thing still shows level. It must be flat. Blah, blah, blah. No. That you're doing it wrong is the expression that I used at the time, and I took a piece out of Mr. Mom to highlight that. And then, of course, a nice shiny graphic, which I also present yesterday, of what is called a moving reference. You know what I mean? That vertical moves with the craft.
Oh, of course. It was silly. He just blew up on the algorithm got him, and he blew up and got internet famous for 5 minutes.
For being a dumbass. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Great.
But that was the thing. He made the Globies mad too. So the Globers were posting, "Look how stupid this flat earther is." Like, yeah, we kind of agree.
And that's why I did it. Is because I don't want flat earthers making us all look stupid. You know what I mean? And I will call anybody out when they say something stupid. That if it's just incorrect, it's incorrect. It needs to be corrected. Hey, let's get back to the facts. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter who it is. Even me. If I say something stupid, cut me in half, man. Here's my invitation right now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's my
your MO?
My methodology, and I would rather say something and be corrected and then learn where I was wrong than keep silent and not learned that I was wrong this entire time.
Exactly. So like 4.5 years ago or whatever, when I first started to produce these kinds of videos, one of my very first one was about what I called a gravity test. That we were going to take GMM over R squared into account, and we were going to get some data all over Earth. That was the intent anyway. And I designed an experiment, a drop test, that people could build themselves using a $15 Arduino board. You know what I mean? Some really cheap materials around the house. Just set it up and connect the wires. Here's the programming. I handed people everything on a platter except the actual hardware. You know what I mean? Here's how you do it. Here's the code. Here's a spreadsheet. Go ahead. Just send me the data. I'll play with it. You don't have to do anything except the test. You know what I mean? I was interested in getting the data, and nothing has changed for me. That is still my sole intent, and that's what this current thing is all about. It's about getting the data so we could talk about something real. We don't have to go, oh no man, if this then I bet that. Oh no, you can't possibly be right about this. Well, because it's that. Well, if you don't have the data, why are you even talking about it? Why would you assert something where you don't have the data?
The data is the arbiter. That's what's happening. What you imagine is the cause or whatever, it doesn't matter. The data speaks.
That's right. That is totally right. So that's what yesterday was about. It was a day of reckoning for me.
Because we deal with it all the time with all these Globers, right? They want to come in here and it just becomes story time. Explain this. I have an explanation for that. Yeah, but do you have actual empirical data to back up your explanation? And you know, that's a big no. They don't. Like, they just have a story that they like.
They have appeal. They have nothing but appeal. To authority, to possibility, to incredulity. There's a lot of appeal going on. To credential.
Probability, to begging the question. It's
on and on. On and on. Nothing but appeal. So, yeah, they make it so easy for us to own them. You know what I mean?
But ironically, they think, this is the thing I've noticed with Globers, right? They're like, well, science is on my side. I go, okay, well, science is empirical, right? Right. Okay, so give us the empirical data to back up anything you say, and then it becomes story time.
Yes. Man. But it was a fun romp.
Good story.
It's too bad more people yesterday didn't have more questions for me. That would have been a way to enrich the experience, I think.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch it. I didn't know it was like, I just didn't have time to watch it yesterday.
Oh yeah, it's full on. It's like I did not pull any punches at all. I wrote the thing out. It came to over 6,000 words and 30 pages of images and stuff. I also brought a full-on animation, 94 seconds long, that I put together, showing both scenarios concurrently, where the planes are up in the air. You're looking at the cross-section. There's the path of the planes, there's the curvature of the earth, there's the flatness, here they are flying at 100 knots, and also here's the primary flight display of each craft and what it looks like to fly that in real time at 100 knots, etc. You know what I mean? Like, I took every possible unknown right the hell out of this scenario. And what I find really disturbing is even after I go that far and give those materials to Kevin to present, etc., Shiva either pretends or just doesn't understand what he's looking at, because it's not in the form of a, quote, mathematical model, which is nothing more than an equation. Y equals X plus or minus this, plus or minus that, plus or minus this, plus or minus that. That's all he was prepared to look at. And that's tragic, because I over-delivered. You know what I mean? I didn't just give him that. I gave him the equations for all scenarios and the expected outcomes for all scenarios. I put all the math right up on the page for him, and Kevin presented that. And the guy acted like that never happened. It was tragic.
I would say that he doesn't even know what he's looking for. I don't even think he understands the fundamental claim based upon that interview I saw with him and Dave.
Yeah.
Right? And then they were going over the math, and he seemed genuinely like confused.
He couldn't figure out the geometry of a 100-mile drop.
Yeah, but that's kind of scary.
Yeah.
In a way. Because what he does, if you look at what his field is, right? He's just finding statistical correlations between two phenomenon, which is a totally different thing than like a geometric proposition, right? He's just like out of his element. He has no idea. He's like, well, we'll do some trig. I guarantee that if I showed him a diagram of what a trig function actually is geometrically, he wouldn't even recognize it as that, right? So it's a right-handed triangle inside of a circle. Like, I bet you he wouldn't even know that that's what that actually is.
I find it the height of irony that guy claims to teach mathematics at the post-sec level.
Oh, I know.
You know, and the best that he could come with analogy to the table was F equals MA. When and I think I mentioned this to you before last time I was here, that F equals MA is an incorrectly constructed fucking equation. That it's actually A equals F over M.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we were talking about that last time you were in here. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I was. It's all about putting the independent variables on one side of the function sign and the dependent ones on the other. The known on one side and the unknown on the other. You know what I mean? The one side where you can fill in the variables and you get the other one as a result. That is how you put an equation together, and he can't see that. He's not even that literate. All he does is repeat the curriculum to the students.
Oh, obviously.
He's never thought about the curriculum. Pardon?
He has 4 degrees, dude. Of course.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, there's no way you're getting 4 degrees unless you're a parrot.
I would concur. I would definitely concur. I paid for one of them. You know, I got a degree, and frankly, I want my money back.
Hey, I got 3 degrees.
My condolences.
Let me prove it right now. Hold on, I'll prove
it. So entertaining.
Yeah, look in the chat. You proved it.
Do you guys have any
I'm
questions?
working outside.
Any of you guys currently in the room that you have seen yesterday in its entirety yet?
I go to rewatch like the first 30 seconds.
Okay.
I didn't have the time because I know I need to like watch it and think about it. It isn't something like I can skim through.
That's
you know
true.
I mean?
Yeah, it's detail intensive. That's for sure. Now you got to have eyes on screen. Yeah, and even then, there's no guarantee.
Yeah, especially when I knew about their objections, right? So, like, I knew what they whined about the last time. So, you know, I gotta pay attention.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I just look forward to looking at it. That's what I said.
Good thing. Yeah.
And what's the status of Globebusters? Has Shane and Alan taken that over for good? Is that theirs? Or is it...
I don't know if that's the proper verb to have taken it over.
Okay, let's put it this way. I watched Globebusters. They turned the shit, and I stopped watching them. But now Shane and Alan are doing it, and I watched the presentation Shane gave, and I watched a couple other ones. So I'm like, I'm non-committal because I don't know if am I going to go back on there. Then I see some freaking woo-woo shit. So like, but you know what I mean? Because I get the notification, Globebusters is streaming live. I'm like, should I even look? Like I'm scared still.
Well, yeah. I mean, you just don't know which member of the team is up unless you memorize the schedule. We're doing Sunday afternoons. That's when you're going to find the 3 of us doing our thing, and we're just rotating around, and we're bringing some other people in here and there.
Well, that's when they did it. It was a regular Sunday show, and I just stopped watching it just because they started going off the frickin' rails on speculation, and that's not my thing, really.
We did one in August with Cammie and Karen together with us as kind of a handoff.
Yeah.
And so in that way, I mean, you could use the verb take over, but I think it's more like they just handed us access to their platform. And from what I saw in the comments yesterday, and I haven't even looked at the Globebusters channel as a whole, but I'm pretty sure that guys like Kevin and Cammie are still also putting out stuff under the same channel at different times in the week.
Okay.
Right? So it's just the team got larger, I would say.
Oh, cool. I mean, what Karen does is useful. I'm not saying that, like, the sociological parts of this flat Earth versus globe are important, but, you know, I mean, I don't have to watch that. I live it every day in here. The mental disorders that I come across. So.
Yeah, I guess there are other people out there who are interested in the different angle, but frankly, the only thing that matters to me is the physics of it, the reality of it. You know what I mean? That
you're a nerd. It's like me.
Totally. I prefer the word geek, but that's it.
Oh, geek. So you bite the heads off of chickens? No, just kidding.
No, I'm the electronics geek type. I don't know how much of my history you know about Indio, but I've done a lot of prototyping. Yeah, like I'm the in the lab guy building shit, 3D printing, designing shit, and designing electric circuitry to replicate things that are in the papers that we read sometimes. Like, did you see what I did with the Marinov motor, for example?
No.
Okay.
I don't even know what a Marinov motor is.
Well, shit.
Is it
I don't know.
Electric motor?
Maybe I should supply you guys with a list of. Well, you know what's faster? You guys are on Telegram too, right?
Yeah. I think I joined your Telegram channel.
Okay, which one though? The Stone Cold Truth channel or the Stone's Very Own channel? Because one of them's a group that where you can discuss it and talk to people that are there, and the other one is just broadcast of my work. And it's that one where all of the stuff that I'm talking about is on display. I originally started that Telegram broadcast channel as an Urbano Monte map channel. And right up at the beginning of its history, you can still see it. There's 25 tiles of this gigantic digital map of the Earth done by Urbano Monte, or whatever the hell his name was. And it's beautiful. I know a guy who pulled it down and turned it into the top of his coffee table, for example.
Wow.
Like really big, like 12-foot square. And like the tiles are 400 megabyte a piece. They're just gigantic files. Anyways, that time went by, and I uploaded more and more of my own stuff to it. So I just changed the name of the channel to something.
Did you do over Unity stuff? Didn't you?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. We started back with Tesla and Bedini and those guys. We did a little bit of Meyer with resonance mixed in there. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I did that shit for years. And I
that's right.
Back
your
then,
stuff before Eric Murakami and Dollard and
yeah, I posted a bit of that.
Yeah, and you know Ken Wheeler and
I don't touch him too much.
Forum. I made a lot of posts in there. I've probably seen your stuff.
Gotcha.
I'm sure
No, you probably have. Oh yeah.
I had a big freaking beef with Ken Wheeler. He blocked me. He was mad.
Oh really? That's cute.
Yeah, he was quoting some guy about reductionist logic, and then I posted what he actually said, and then he blocked me.
How mature.
Yeah. I wasn't even trying to argue. I'm like, oh, you know, he didn't say that. He said this, and I just went to archive.org, right, and took a screenshot of his book and posted it.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh well.
Ken is yeah, he's a little. He's nice until you kind of say, nah, Ken, I kind of don't agree with you, and then he's not nice.
Pleasant until challenged?
Yes.
Gotcha.
And, like, he had a lot of posts, and I don't know when the last time you were over there. I haven't been over there in a while, but he has a lot of posts.
Never.
It's Eric Murakami's forum. It's called Energetic Forum.
God, that's one place I probably will never go. You know what?
Why? I don't like it.
I know too much about Eric's history.
You can tell he's a snake oil salesman. Just like,
oh yeah, for sure. That's just the beginning of it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure. I've heard some pretty bad stuff about him.
Yeah. For 20 years, man. It's a long sordid trail with that guy, and no, I don't give him any airtime at all. There's so much more to expose myself to out there. I don't need his output.
I don't know what Dollard's problem is. Like, he's just like, he promising stuff for years, dude, and not a goddamn thing has come out of it. That's all I know. Maybe there's something I don't know about. Dude, I'm sure you have your own opinions, though.
Dude, his name is Dullard, not Go Get Him.
Not sure what you mean.
Dollard talks a big game. But, you know.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the game he's talking about at the time. Because when he does lecture on history and stuff,
his history,
you know
yes, exactly.
That shit's great.
His history and theory of electricity and magnetism, that's like freaking phenomenal. It's the best. It's the best on the internet. It's the best I've ever seen by far.
I would
going
agree.
through the history of everything.
Yeah, and it's just, it's not even that. It's the stuff that he was doing back in the 90s with the crew, with Brown and Lindemann.
And Lindman's the other guy. It was Peter Lindman.
Yeah. Well, that's another guy that I'm really not impressed with over the years. I saw a video.
They're stuck like in their era, and they haven't like advanced, right? Like people kept working on the work they started or branching off from it, and they kind of stayed fossilized in like what they were doing at the time, and haven't kind of. That's just the way I see it from the outside.
I saw something that he did at an energy convention a couple of years ago to do with, oh God, I could barely remember it. Some high voltage spark gapping, and I don't even think he was magnetically quenching at the time either. But yeah, it was. He had these other old farts, these gray-haired guys standing around him, who were trying to pick his brain about what he was displaying on the table. And when I'm looking at the setup that he brought, I mean, as somebody who is, quote, skilled in the art, I know exactly what I'm looking at, so to speak.
Oh, yeah.
And it was really deceptive. And you could see that it was purposefully so. Hold on a second here. I got a bug problem to deal with here on the desk here. There we go. Anyways,
funding.
Yeah, he was definitely looking for funding. He was looking for something to finance his next phase of development, quote, of this particular technology that he had on the table. And it was...
That's what irritates me about these guys. I've been watching these guys on YouTube for freaking almost 20 years, and that nothing. You know what I mean? There's two types of people that do the electricity stuff. There's people that are just like pure experimenters. They're not trying to sell you anything. They're not saying, hey, give me some money so I can develop some new gadget, and this time it's really going to freaking give us free energy. Because there's those guys, right? The fundraiser guys. And then there's just like the pure experimentalist guys. You know?
Yeah,
I respect for the pure experimentalist guys, because that shit's hard, dude. Inexpensive.
It is. It's a lot of effort and fairly expensive, but...
So many things can go wrong, as you know.
Well, yeah, but when I talk about myself in that context, for me, the focus is more about I want to know about it, and I'm up for that kind of cost and that kind of effort and that amount of time. Those many years that I'm prepared to spend on a particular technological vector. I'm into that, and I like to share what I find. You know what I mean? That I don't need to be able to sell something at the end in order to call it a success.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, Lindemann in this case was the exact opposite of that. He was bringing something to the table where he says, okay, the message he's delivering here is, look, I've got a mechanism at work here. I'm figuring something out. And here is something representative on this tabletop scale that I'm showing you that I'm intending to build. But I just don't have the funds. Geez, And if I could have your money, then we could do this big. Now, the three guys with the white hair that are standing around, these fat fucks that are looking at it on the table, these guys are trying to pick his brain so that they can just go do it themselves, right? And Lindemann knows that. And that's why he did what he did on the table here. He used completely inappropriate parts to get the job done, such that it just barely... exactly. Because these guys are not, quote, skilled in the art. You know what I mean? That they haven't learned what they need to learn in order to manipulate this technology correctly, and they just kind of want to skip that. So Lindemann pulls out this piece of crap and puts it on the table, although it does demonstrate the science, of what he wants to get across to these guys, but it's a really piss poor contraption, And frankly, I think he shoots his own foot by doing that, because to the person who's not considering the analysis on this level, it appears that that's the best he's capable of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The whole thing is just like... Did you ever see that? I think the channel was called Old Man or something, like Old Man electrician, or he made this like looked like a freaking Buddhist Vajra. It was like a double Tesla freaking. Dude, it's hard to describe, right? So imagine
Sounds like
it's imagine a Tesla coil, right? The upright
Okay.
with the ball at the end. He made a double one of these that was like handheld. Dude, it was freaking retarded.
Oh,
You ever
sounds like
see
you're. It sounds like you're talking more like a Van Rack generator contraption that just happens to be transformered up.
No,
I
it's
mean,
like he connected two Tesla coils like end to end. Right?
So he
you
just
have
up the voltage, and then what?
Yeah, like he was just showing it on a table. I can't remember if it was but this guy made like all these. He was really into like the Tesla coils, so he had a whole bunch
Okay.
of versions of it. But that's all he did was like experiments. The dude never asked for money. He was just like experimenting with different pancake coils.
That's what I was about to bring up.
Yeah.
When you mentioned Tesla coils and he had one end to end and he was doing that and this, you know what I mean? That when I look at the lay people,
Bifilar coils, I think that were. I can't remember how he wired them. I can't remember. This is a long time ago. This is over 10 years ago.
that's something that I wish the audience would take the time to, avert their gaze from the standard cylindrical transformer that is known as the Tesla coil, which is nothing more than a flyback. You know what I mean? It's just a couple of turns of the primary and thousands of turns in the secondary, and oh boy, the voltage is really high, and you can run it resonant. Okay, great. That is really just
toy, really.
It's scratching the surface of what Tesla did. Like, in my mind, the first thing I would like audiences to check out is exactly what you just mentioned. Bifilar pancake coils are the shit. In terms of inductance and what they do.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The self-capacitance, that was like a.
Yeah. Evo was getting onto that for a while. Did you see his stuff?
Yeah. The self-capacitance of the bifilar coil. The other thing with that is he showed an animation of what the magnetic field is. I'm really curious as to what the actual magnetic field of a bifilar coil looks like, because some of the turns are running in the opposite direction.
Well, that's creating a bucking field within the strata itself, if you're going to do that. No, you actually have to run the coil in the same direction again and again in series to get that kind of benefit.
Yeah.
You have to run them congruent polarity in order to achieve that alteration in inductive rate, for example. What's going on the hysteretic side. Because you could core these things too. I never saw anybody even think about that. You know what I mean? That you could drop a nice short squat cylinder and wrap your bifilers around that. Flat pancake bifilar style, right? Further, I don't see anybody engaging in Litzwire with the same concept. That it was always parallel, side by side, bifilar windings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That there's no twisting going on. And there's mutual inductance benefit there that nobody's thinking about. It boggles the mind when I look at the lay people who think that the Tesla coil, quote, which is nothing more than a high voltage transformer, cylindrical, plain, and it's two pieces of fucking wire, is the answer to free energy.
It just certainly is not.
You know what I mean? And it is the lay people have given this contraption just immense amounts of godlike qualities. Mystical qualities that it doesn't have, never did, never gonna.
It do. I mean, he used it for that purpose, right? To fascinate crowds and light up light bulbs, and
well,
he's guilty of it too. Like
to introduce a really large voltage potential, sure, that's what you use it for. Great. All this one-wire technology that people keep talking about, that's nothing more than carelessness. That's setting people up to get electrocuted by becoming human spark gaps. You know what I mean?
That's a bad idea.
Very, very bad idea. Unless you really like the idea of having your skin punctured by thousands of electrons in an instant.
I mean, we should do, like, not tonight, but like sometime in the future, we should get, because there's a couple questions that you might be able to answer about, like the magnifying transmitter.
Yeah, that'd be hot.
Because I don't think anyone's ever actually done a replication of that. I know people say they have, but every replication I've seen is missing like a key part in the patent.
Oh, right. Well, that brings up 2 points, and I guess we could just bridge it all into 1 point. If you're going to bring up questions like that to me, the requisite is that you bring detailed diagrams, whether they're correct or not.
The patent.
Don't matter. I mean, well, the patent ones are intentionally vague. I mean, Meyer is a classic example, and that's something you'll find on my very own channel in one of the 2 live streams that I've got up there from years ago. That they do that to protect themselves, just like I spoke about Lindman with his contraption, that he's changing it, but it's still the same thing and still displays the technology that he wants you to learn about or he wants to showcase, but it really isn't doing it the best way. And Meyer was a classic example of that, throwing a blocking diode into his circuitry when he's claiming a resonant function. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah,
I'd be interested.
I think a lot of the geometric configuration of these electrical systems is way more important than people have, I think, ever realized. They're always like, the voltage, the resistance. All those things are important, but how they functions as a system, I think, a lot like the bifilar coil, right? And whether you stick something in the center of it, right, a cylinder, like that totally changes the geometry of the electric field. The magnetic field, there's so many configurations. How can any human being or even any group of human beings go through every possible one? I don't know. I just think that we've only gotten so far in electrical engineering because that key component, having a theory, a geometric theory that matches the phenomenon, right? The actual physical geometry of how far apart are the wires? How long is the wire? What is their shape relative to each other? Is it a square? Is it a circle? Is it a
orientation?
Cylinder? Is it you know what I mean?
Yep.
I think that part is if someone figures that out, that'll propel us forward, and people will be making these 3D printed circuits that do way more than any old circuit could ever do.
Pyramid-shaped coils, magnetically quenching the spark gap, on and on and on. The things that are not being embraced by the mainstream is just such a long list, tragically so.
So that's one of the things about the magnifying transmitter. If you read the patent, it says the top is covered in a bunch of hemispheric domes. I'm why the hell does he have a bunch of hemispheric domes? And it was to make sure that there was no sharp parts sticking out and then maximize the surface area. That's what he's trying to do, to maximize the surface. Why the hell would he do that, right? So just that, if he would have made it out of something else, because a Tesla coil on the top is just like a globe, right? It's just a sphere. Mm-hmm. Well, if you have a sphere covered in a bunch of hemispheres, it has a lot more surface area.
Well, just consider that it's dome-shaped due to radiative formula. It's all about R squared.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's why it's dome-shaped. And you're right that he wants to have nothing sharp on it to eliminate the possibility that it's just going to arc to the ground through somebody when you rank up the voltage. Yeah.
I have a whole theory about that, but I don't want to get into it now.
Yeah, sure.
It's supposed to be a flat Earth server.
Well, we're kind of near. We're flat Earth adjacent, I think.
Yeah, we're definitely.
All right.
I think we still just got in under the wire so far in this conversation. It stemmed from something flat earthy.
Well, speaking of flat Earth, and Ken Wheeler, that's how I found Bill Gaty. Bill Gaty, who runs Rational Science, had a challenge to flat earthers, which was why when a car accelerates, does the balloon not accelerate as fast? You know that classic.
Oh God, not
thing?
That shit. Oh God, William, of whatever the fuck
his take on it. His take on it was very interesting because I don't know if you know that guy, but he's famous for what's called rope hypothesis.
It rings a bell. With the balloon in the van,
stealing AMD's blueprints and then fleeing to Cuba.
That's just all
what?
about.
He did that?
Oh yeah.
What was that? I missed that.
He was an engineer at AMD and or Intel, and then fled to Cuba with specs or whatever for the design of some chip Intel or AMD.
God, why would he go to Cuba? Holy crap!
Because he was a communist.
Maybe he knows the family. You know, then I can see that. But anything short of that, that's dumb. Cuba's a shithole. I mean, I speak from personal experience. Okay,
I've watched some videos about it. It's pretty. Like them going into restaurants, they're like, I don't even know what this is.
I think it was 3 years ago that I actually went for my birthday for a solar return. That I was just west of Havana for the second week of November a couple of years ago, and oh my God, there are the places around wherever in the countryside where the white man has come in and developed a tourist zone. You know what I mean? And then there are the in-betweens where the natives live, and they have their schools and their malls and their shopping centers and their bus routes and their banks and, you know, and a lot of their houses in betweens. And the contrast is staggering. Let's just put it that way. Anyways, much farther off the flat Earth topic. But no, I can't picture why anybody would want to spend some time in Cuba. That's just insane. Yikes. I mean, if you had like the choice to pick the country, that would not be my first 20. You know what I mean? If I were going to flee, I would pick Uruguay. Which is, of course, where I'm at right now. But that's another story.
Rich people live in decent areas in Cuba.
Yeah, all 80 of them. You know what I mean?
Let's do a lighthearted quiz.
Sure.
So first, I got to remember this guy's name. India will help me. It's the guy we always quote from MIT about certain optics things. Who has crazy hair.
Llewellyn?
Yeah, Llewellyn. So who has the best hair? Bill Gates, Llewellyn, or Einstein?
Oh, wow. I guess that's a subjective call. No, I don't think I could answer that one. I'd have to see pictures side by side, and I could give you an opinion, I suppose. Just answering Sheepdog's almost hour-old question there on the DM. Sorry, guys. All right, I'm back to focusing.
So, Stone, have you heard some of the new Flat Earth music on the Flat Earth radio?
No, I haven't.
It's playing 24/7. If you scroll up in the server, you can find it.
Okay, so skill testing question. How much of it is produced using AI?
Currently, all of it, because I am just populating the radio with AI.
Gotcha.
But it's the infrastructure is there for other flat earthers to add their music to the radio bot to have it played.
Okay, feel free to extract mine. And just throw my label on top. Just say, hey, yo, Stone wrote this. I do a little bit of parody. Have you guys heard my tunes?
That's awesome. I can add your socials or links to your channels into the metadata, and if they do /info, the bot will give them the lyrics if I have them, or just the embed with the link and the basic metadata.
Oh, well, that's something you could easily produce, because I subtitle all my music videos as well.
Oh, brilliant. So, I'll extract it from there.
So on Rumble, just type out FE Man of Stone, all one word.
Yeah, I'll add that to the radio. I'll consider this auditory license to play your music on the radio.
Yeah, by all means. The first song was called Lats and Longs, and I co-wrote that with Dave.
That's funny.
New Perspective. Yeah, that's a great song.
For everybody, just so they know, I posted Stone's Rumble link. It's in the content creator channel. So
cool, man.
That's up. I also posted in the main chat. So
we did a spoof of Hey There Delilah called Hey NASA Liars. And you'll find one in there about light propagation, and that is the Green Day cover of the Who song My Generation, and it's called Light Propagation. Shane loves that one. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, that was a blast. And I think there's one other one in there somewhere too.
Yeah, I used to perform my own rap songs myself. I just don't think they're as good as the AI songs I make.
Cool, man. Well, actually, now that you mention it, I am trying to pull it off of the back burner. I've already written out the lyrics to a rap song, and it's MC Hammer, a parody of one of his tunes, of course, the famous tune. Everybody knows it.
That's cool.
Yeah, but I'm not letting the cat out of the bag until I release that. You guys are gonna love that one. It's hot. But it's another thing I just gotta get done. So many things in the way, not just real life, obligations, Yesterday, one of the comments came from another Globey zealot named PD194. You know that guy?
I've spoken to him many times, yeah.
Okay, well, he's got a video that he was pointing at in his comment, saying, "Hey, you're looking for curvature. Well, here it is," and he just drops the tag to his video, which is actually a photograph he claims somebody else took, Jack somebody or other, at Southport. So that's the southwest corner of the UK, looking across the water through an amusement park and where a big tower is at the mountains on the far side of that in the background. And it's the standard, okay, how come the tower's higher than this when it should be that or that, the other way around, right? It's because there's drop. Yeah, game over, Flurf. Well, I took a quick look at that last night, end of the evening, right? So I didn't have a lot of time. And frankly, it looks fake as fuck. So I responded to him. And I said, frankly, that's how it looks. And after I do more digging, and when I do prove that that's actually the fact, I'm going to make a video to expose you. You know what I mean? That I don't smile, I don't act kindly to people who drop propaganda on us as if it's fact. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
He's offering this picture as proof of curvature when he didn't take the picture, for one, and it's probably fake, for two. And he's slapping it around. It reminds me of this other guy, Christian Avalos, I think his name is, something close to that. The guy's barely English literate. He's doing the same kind of shit. He shoots or brings pictures of stuff and says, "Okay, flatties, explain that." When all you got to do is a little bit of digging, a little bit of homework, and plot a little bit of topography, and the answer just pops right out. Why we're looking at what we're looking at, and it's not fucking Earth curvature.
I know what you mean. I just like to listen, but then they come in being super fallacious, and I'm like, bro, just stop. This is a fallacy. Like, I can't listen to that for too long.
Yeah, no, neither can I. And when I come across stuff like that, I am divinely inspired to put together the debunk. The data-driven, definitive debunk to expose these people for what they are. You know what I mean? And make it public. I am absolutely driven. Like I feel it on a deep inner life purpose kind of level. That is how I derive joy in this arena. You know what I mean? Shining the big giant flashlight of truth on the whole thing and watching those little bugs crawl into the corner.
Yeah. When you're passionate and inspired about a subject or you're talking about a thing, it's easy to get lost in it and just like flow. So I totally get you.
Yeah, and that's what's keeping me from putting up my rap tune. Is that like now I got this dude on the front burner. He's in my crosshair right now in my mind. Like when I'm going to sleep at night, I'm thinking, dude, Petey, your moment is coming. I can feel it. You know what I mean? And I need to do that before I'm done, before anything else can happen, you know? Soon.
Where did that happen on? Was it on Aether Cause or was it on another Discord?
Right on the Globebusters channel. He dropped that. Okay. He actually interrupted a dialogue I was having with Jenna Ferrari, who originally commented on the video yesterday after watching it, and she was asking a clarifying question on what the slope looks like in this area and that scenario, and she was kind of missing the point. So I responded. I said, okay, well, actually, it's like this, and you need to consider that. And while she was busy responding to that response, Peter just dropped right on and shit on it with his video. That's like not relevant to what we're talking about at all, other than, hey man, you're looking for Earth curvature. Why are you going to spend all this money renting planes and stuff? I got it for you right here. Come check out my 4-minute video. Stupid flurf. And yeah, he's asking for it. He really is.
Is that in the Globebusters video?
It's in the comment section of the one I did yesterday. Yeah, it's in the streams tab, not the videos tab, right?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, no, I spent an hour and a half laying this down yesterday. This was 11 pages.
Coming in and not even talk about the subject that you're talking about, right? Is just rude.
Yeah, he's just spamming. Rude. Really rude. So, yeah, we're going to respond, I think. Well, we're going to look into it first. And if it goes the way that it invariably has gone in the past, he's going to get his.
Good. I mean, it's the same thing all the time. It's just really weird. I've never seen a flat earther fake stuff yet.
What would be the motivation? You know?
That's what I mean. I don't understand. Like, why would you want people to believe the earth is a globe because you faked something and they believed it and was like, oh, there's proof?
The only scenario I can think of is if you also want to sell them something.
Maybe.
And I, only until recently, earlier, I think this year, did I create a Ko-fi account. And that was on somebody else's advice or request. You know what I mean? And then that guy dropped me $100.
I totally get you. I've been making music and people have been telling me, make some way we can contribute to you. And I'm like, nah, I don't feel like it.
Well, some
this
do.
is not about money to me. This is about just the truth and what's observable and basic logic. The money doesn't matter at all. And I recently put out these 2 albums, and somebody bought them. So I'm like,
cool.
Well, I'm not gonna use this money on myself. I'm gonna somehow roll it back into the community. I'm gonna find some way to invest it back into the community. That's
as noble as it gets, man. No, for sure.
It's for the community. It's by the community. So why would I waste it on me?
I just attribute it to my materials cost of what I've been doing for years. You know what I mean? This is just I'm getting paid later in life or whatever. How you want to think about that?
You're using it for the community, for the material cost to get you more information, more data to expose this shit.
For sure. Conversely, I've never paywalled anything ever. Anywhere.
You know what I mean? You mean you don't have a course that teaches you how to be a man to help your wife out for $350?
I don't sell my personal time for $1,000 a session like Jay, the Mr. J does. No, I don't do that. No.
Dude, my favorite was the virtual dinner where you just eat dinner while you're on cam with them. I'm like, what?
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm chewing my mouth out, but I have to pay for that shit.
Well, when it came to the coffee account, I just saw it as, again, I'm just meeting people at their level of need. Some people need to donate. Some people want to throw cash at a situation and think that's a solution if they can't be part of the people who are on the team to build the gear or solve the formula, get the data, you know what I mean? That some people just are so busy in their own lives and they're just like, well, I want something to happen here. Who can I give some money to? How can we get this going? You know, I will get this ball rolling, and I want to meet those people at their level of need too, so they feel better about themselves. Even that'd be fine.
Yeah.
But it's not so I can get rich.
If you don't want the money, just send it my way. I need to raise $300,000.
Oh no! Every once in a while, like on my Telegram channel, we talk about projects and what we could be doing, like building a rocket and driving down to the south tip of South America, which for me is not a very long drive, and firing southward up at 45, and maybe we'll hit the firmament down there when it's presumably at a lower altitude, and do it in a way where we're not going to get caught, etc. It's like, okay, hey Stone, what do you think that kind of budget would be? You know what I mean? Hey Stone, what if we're going to build a fucking airship and just do it ourselves? What's the budget? You know, what would you need? That kind of thing. I get those kinds of questions. Not that we ever act on them, but that dialogue comes up a lot.
Well, I want a multi gyroed unit that can be taken over the surface of the Earth from one location to another.
You're kind of breaking up there. You want to build a gyro? What?
A gyro unit which has multiple gyros that are completely open. So what I mean by that is there's some gyros out there that they have proprietary data inside them. So you want ones that don't have that stuff. You know, that you know everything how it's working, right? So you can see the raw data, not the processed data.
So you're thinking mechanical gyro, not a fiber optic or anything like that?
All of them.
You want
oriented in different directions, spun up, some spun up this way, some spun up that way, at least in two axes, right? The vertical and the horizontal.
A multi-type gyroscopic array?
Yeah, in a box that's being live streamed, recorded, all that stuff. And then have two of them that are redundant. So one can go from the East Coast to the West Coast, from the West Coast to the East Coast and then back again. And then from north to south, south to north and back again. And if they're not displaced... Yeah. So, for example, I was thinking, I think it's I-40 goes all the way from Boston to the West Coast. It's like 3,500 miles.
Oh yeah.
And then I-95 is like 1,500 miles. And so either one of those you're going to get about like 17.5 degrees displacement north to south, and then of course you're going to get 50, I think, east to west.
Yeah.
West
so you just want to. You want to take advantage of rigidity in space, but I think the problem here is that as it would be, gyros, regardless of their nature, are simply not fit for the task. Have you guys seen my 35-minute analysis of Bob's fiber optic gyro data? Nobody.
No. Even if they're not fit for the task, it wouldn't matter because it zeroes out and it would still debunk some Glover claims. And I already got plenty of Glovers that said if this result doesn't come out to Globe results, they would be forced to accept the Earth as flat. So at least for them, it'd be definitive.
No, it won't. We need to end this entire chapter of the argument definitively, and I thought I had done that. The problem is nobody's seen the bloody video, and I put it out quite a while ago, and it was a lot of effort to produce.
You're a horrible self-promoter.
It's something that nobody had done up until the point when I actually did fully analyze the data of the experiment itself and the readings they took in multiple occasions at multiple times. You know what I mean? They had all that data and they sat on it for years until after Bob freaking died. And then somebody, years later, no, I'm not kidding. Years later, someone said, hey, Chris Matra, hey, dude, where's the data? And I was one of those people asking for it. You know what I mean? Because I'm tired of listening to people saying, oh, thanks, Bob, when they don't know what the hell they're talking about. You know what I mean? Because they've never seen the data. Nobody ever had. It had never been looked at.
Every time.
It was ridiculous. So, guys, that is a requisite piece of information. Anybody
You have it on your
speaking
Rumble,
in
the video?
you bet. You absolutely bet. It's
What's the title off the top of your head, if you know?
It's. Let me just jump it up for you. I'll find it for you.
I would love to see that. We had Bob explain it to us in person. But what about infrared cameras? This is one of the tests I would like to have repeated a lot so that we have confirmations that we can shove in their face. And that's having infrared cameras mounted right next to visible light cameras.
Okay, hold that
so
thought.
you're looking for when you see too far beyond the geometric horizon, and then looking in the infrared to see if the horizon appears closer to the observer. That debunks their ad hoc assumptions that light is hiding the Earth curve, etc.
Yeah, Jay Tolan has a lot of data on that. A lot of flights, a lot of shots, a lot of setups, a lot of camera work. I leave him to that argument.
But I think it would be more conclusive for the Globers to have more data.
Oh, it would, from more people. I agree. But frankly, I consider what he has done as fairly conclusive. So I don't personally feel the need.
He's done great
to add.
work. I'm just we're dealing with people who don't have a rational standard of evidence, and they have a very double standard.
Oh, for sure. So the video in question here, it's called Fiber Optic Gyroscope Analysis Globebusters, Bob Nodell. You know what I mean? Real easy to find. And it's it's up on the Rumble channel. Okay. I mean, it's got hundreds of views over on BitChute. Pardon? Oh yeah,
So when they were doing it way back when, I got to see some of the data, like a little teeny piece of it, less than maybe 100 entries of the output in a spreadsheet, and that's all I got to see.
Okay, well,
I'm not going to say you gave it to me, but
all right, let's say that. Let's pause for a second. Let's say that's all well and good, and you're correct. But there's plenty of people who have no idea what you're talking about because you haven't even gave a little primer about what it's about.
Who are you talking to?
Me and you are talking shop, and nobody.
We all know. Yeah, we all know. Like the in guys know, but nobody else knows.
Yeah, very true. And this is why I'm saying, look, everybody
just say,
needs to see this
take a
video.
primer and sell it. Yeah, that's great and all. Sell it real quick.
Well, we're gonna give it exposition. I'll give the exposition. So
here and now.
Yeah, I'll just do it right now. Well, I mean, we are live streaming, so we try to.
Okay.
Because people listen and they're like, "What the hell are these two talking about?" Okay, so Bob Nodell, there was a Netflix documentary, and Bob Nodell said in it that they measured 15 degrees per hour Earth rate drift of the fiber optic gyro. Well, on Netflix, they claimed there was a ring laser gyro and a bunch of other stuff. That's not important. But the actual data was never revealed on if there was any Earth rate drift, and if there was, what was actually measured.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what anybody listening, that's what we're going over. What the actual data was, the actual gyro output.
But even when Bob was telling people about his results, he had not fully analyzed this data, and he never did. They took summary computations from some of the data, right? And there were just so many aspects of the method that were confounding. I can't believe they did what they did when they did what they did.
Doing the data I saw? They were taking 1 minute time intervals.
No, quite the opposite. They were taking it at the millisecond kind of resolution.
Oh my goodness gracious!
That one data pass. We're talking hundreds of thousands of data points for 10 minutes worth of data. Because it's 3 axes, and it's temperature data also coming out of it at the same time. It's been a while. I mean,
the temperature was pretty high. If it's freaking Dude, because
Oh, no,
in the digital
dude.
signal processor, right?
Dude, they created a thermal gradient across the unit itself. No, really, you need to see this 35.5-minute video that I put together, man. Really. Remember when I was talking before that it was about Eric and Derek when they said some stupid things?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
My goodness.
And I don't necessarily tear Bob apart so much as I do Chris. Because he's actually the guy who did a lot of the moving and shaking on this one.
So what do you
not
think
Bob.
about the Pikes Peak stuff? The one where they got the Seventh Day Truth Seeker got the. He put the fiber optic gyro in a vacuum chamber and evacuated the air and got a lower drift rate.
What?
Yeah, his channel's gone now because he freaking said some stuff during COVID. But he had there was a video called Pikes Peak Data where he had the spreadsheets where. And I have a link to the paper still. So they take a fiber optic gyro, they evacuated it in a vacuum chamber, and the so-called drift rate decreases.
Well, that's kind of bizarre because that's not how they work. How do you?
I know, but that's what the data said.
How do you change the vacuum state of the chamber through which the light is traveling through solid conduit, a fiber optic? You know what I mean?
In the description was a hold on. So in the description that for that video that existed along with this, he has a link which I still got the paper. It's a paper. It's in Russian, but they got the same result in a published Russian paper of lowering the pressure and getting a different output out the gyro.
I've heard.
I'll DM that to you, by the way. I mean,
I've heard
Russian, but
about.
You can read the graphs, you know.
The arena where I've heard of that kind of manipulation in the technique, where it's have any efficacy at all, is in interferometry, where the light is passing through open space, through air, you know what I mean, or vacked out, like with LIGO or whatever else you want to think about. Since then, I don't know if it was Wang. It might even have been. So it was a Russian guy. And I don't think it was Galev either, but somebody else, not Adzukovsky. Excuse me, but it was, I believe, a Russian or somebody who's not so good at English, wrote up the paper, and his assertion was part of the sensitivity problem, the resolution problems, had to do with vacuuming it out, and like putting the whole mirror setup in a completely depressurized environment, that they got different data out of it.
If you look in the live stream voice text, you can see I have already screenshotted some of these things.
All right.
And the reason they tested it in the vacuum chamber is because they were in Colorado or whatever. They were getting different results. And then they thought, dude, we're at different altitudes. Maybe the pressure is doing something. And then to see Rick Zimmerman, whose gyro it actually was, put it in a vacuum chamber. And he had a video of the vacuum chamber and the outputs and all that stuff. But he said some stuff during COVID and got his channel nuked.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm just telling you. I'm just reporting. Just reporting what I've seen.
I don't think this is the paper that I was reading, but it could just be another one that is congruent. Based on the polynomial first degree. Yeah, get into the math, boys. Having a good time. Atmospheric pressure effect on output signal of the FOG. That just seems entirely antithetical. It's.
I know it doesn't make sense.
No, none whatsoever.
Unless outgassing or something of the frickin' fiber.
Of the strata? Yeah. I possibly.
Outgassed, right? It's not. It's a glass.
But it's still,
glass,
that's only going to be a superficial effect on a solid.
Yeah, but it's glass.
That's what I mean.
I mean, glass is like an amorphous solid, so there might be entrained air inside of it that's outgassing and changing because it is an interferometer, right? It only has to change like the refractive properties because it's a fiber optic, right? So it has a radial refractive index gradient, and maybe if it changes that, because you got to remember the thing is calibrated to get in a certain expectation value, right? It expects a certain value for us to give it gets a certain value, it gives a certain output. And if you get a different value because the properties of the light are different in the fiber in that condition, then it'll just read as some different output.
I can't even speak on
obviously.
it. Yeah, I can't even speak on that. I wouldn't know what to say. You know what I mean? I'd have to look at the setup.
I mean, it's the only thing I could think of.
Bizarre.
Because inside it, so this is drawn, like fiber optic cables are like drawn glass, right? And glass is technically still, it's actually not even a solid. It's supposed to be still in some quasi-solid liquid state. Right? They've said, I've heard when I was a kid, I've never verified, that very old glass is thicker at the bottom than the top because it's flowing.
Nah.
So if that's true, it might be more susceptible to outgassing than a regular material. I don't know. I'm speculating. I'm just guessing.
I'm just trying to throw this Bob Nodell video tag into the same chat.
Yeah.
With and without the tracking data to see if the thumbnail comes up, and neither is the case. So I'm going to take the tracking out again.
Indio, you ever seen the pitch drop experiment?
Pitch drop? I don't think so.
It's like back in the day they used to think pitch was a solid, and then somebody's like, "Oh, it's a liquid." Yeah, and then they put the pitch in this thing like a funnel, and like I can't remember the amount of years. Maybe Homeboy will help me out here, but it's like
19 years per drop.
Yeah. So it's like a drop. It's like a leaky faucet, right? But it takes 19 years for the stretch of pitch to drop off.
They also say that really old glass panes eventually become thicker at the bottom than the top.
Yeah,
because it's
I've heard that. Because it's a semi-solid.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, was that deja vu?
Yes. There's a glitch.
Mandela effect.
Was that the same black cat or a different one?
Didn't plan to race. Okay, let me stay out of that. And lobby. I'm just trying to catch up on all the text that's been going by here.
Yeah, I read that comment and that guy. I don't know. That dude's a doofus. I can't even find the video he's talking about. The guy in the Glowbusters comments.
Oh, Petey?
Yeah.
Yeah, Timbo actually posted it. It's all about this Blackpool Tower thing. Where was that?
What? They're still doing Blackpool Tower?
Live stream voice text. Yeah, Timbo posted that. Let's see, at 41 minutes after last hour.
Okay, so I'm aware of this one.
Yeah.
This Blackpool Tower image, this isn't the full image, the one that he posted. It's cropped. And you know why they cropped it? Because the horizon is too far away.
Yeah.
So they crop out the edge of this land so you can't see the water, because then you would be able to see that the horizon's past 9 miles and it should be 6 miles.
Well, the one that Timbo posted, where it is indeed zoomed in and cropped, I think this is entirely photoshopped.
It's not entirely photoshopped, because that's what I thought when I first saw it. The original of this was published in some, I think, the Irish Times, maybe. And the person captioned it that said this is like an enhanced image or something like that. That they use some sort of color correction to fix it.
Enhanced, hey?
And, like, he didn't take it for the purpose of proving the globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was trying to get art and then like get it into the newspaper. He's like a freelance photographer.
Yeah. Well, Then we have this one that Rayleigh Criterion posted, the 2-framer. And stacking 25 images to produce it. I think there's a bigger issue with both of these frames, and that is observer height. That if you were looking from an observer height of what PD claims was 8 meters in the other shot that Timbo posted, you would not see this much of the foreground detail, you know what I mean, over tops of houses and shit. 10, 20,
Here, I
30,
found it. I
whatever,
got the
miles
original.
away.
There's so much crap in this server, bro. Like, all I had to do was search my name in Blackpool Tower, and I found the original link to the original image. Here, I'll post it in the chat.
Sure.
It's on his Flickr page.
Loading up Blackpool Lakes, yada, sure. Oh, this is supposed to be the original?
Yes. That's the original photographer right there, Kevin Jackson. Tells you the camera.
Yeah.
Show settings.
Okay, well, if...
But he does say it's edited, I think.
I did a quick perspective check in Google Earth, and I don't like to do that as a typical method, but just something quick I did last night that I was mentioning. And in order for the roller coaster on the left to be so far or so close to, far away from, so close to the tower with respect to what's going on behind it, to squeeze that many peaks in between, this is how you're going to triangulate your observer distance. And when you do that and match it on Google Earth, or at least remotely closely to the one that Timbo posted a minute or 41 minutes after last hour, you'd be out in the fucking water taking the picture, not on the land farther away. You know what I mean? This is why I'm saying that I think this is total contrivance. Look at the hills; they're all white in the background. All the the whatever they called them, the DAG or some stupid. Get back to the other tab. What do you call that thing? The Dow crag, right? That there's that peak, and then there's the one to the left, and then there's the one to the left, and then there's the one to the left, and the one to the left, and one to the left. That all of those peaks show the sun way off to the left in the picture. You know what I mean? At this moment that it was taken. But nothing around this amusement park or where the tower are is lit from the same angle. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The lighting is all messed up. None of it makes sense.
It looks like a totally contrived image. And that's my problem.
Hey, brother, let me ask you this question. Have you ever seen, there's this Google Earth, and then there's a similar database, similar to Google Earth, but it's just for shadows. And it can tell you shadows at certain times of day. Have you ever seen that before?
I've heard of it. I've never been there.
Well, maybe it would help you in I'm not sure because I've never used it myself, but supposedly it could help you in your deep crack in this one.
Possibly. But again, I relied on Google Earth to identify the peaks and what I should expect to see in a width and an FOV like this. And I'm pretty happy with that level of precision. But I suppose, yeah, I could be doing that too. We'll see how far I have to go. You know what I mean? How much effort really is required to prove that this is bullshit. I mean, I can appreciate that it's a low tide shot, but I don't think he took it from the, let me again go back to this parking lot that he claims he took it from. And I'm going to boot my Google Earth right now because I saved it. I've already started pinning these locations. and it was the Velvet Trail car park, if that rings a bell for you guys. He claims that that's where this picture was taken from.
I do remember back in the day, some of the anti-flat Earth Globers were doing a lot of like composite shots with this because they were trying to do that, that back and forth shot where they say, "This is what you see, this is what you should see," and then they flip it back and forth. And so they did a lot of overlays, and maybe somebody came across one of those overlays and just thought it was the actual image, and then tried to lie and say they took the photo.
Could be. Wouldn't put it past them for a second.
Oh yeah, it's definitely happened in here many times. Not with this one, but other ones.
Okay, so let's just save that image to my old desktop, so when I follow up I have more data. That's awesome. Thanks for posting that. Really? Good stuff, man. But yeah, to me that's just irritating when I see that kind of thing. Maybe it's just their response to us posting stuff like Canagoo. You know?
Well, obviously the guy's just trying to run interference. You're talking about something new, and he's going to post something that, I posted this. This is back in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
6 years ago. Why are you bringing up old stuff?
Yeah,
If
why
that
are they
didn't do it-
still talking about it? Yes.
Yeah, it didn't do it then. What changed?
I guess they still haven't found a significant life purpose.
You know what my favorite?
I think they did it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Indio, you know what my favorite one is of that? It's that table with the red pieces of metal against the horizon, and then they zoom in on it and squinch it, and the red pieces of metal are curved, but they always forget to show the table in the same shot, and they keep bringing that up, dude. It's like, dude, why did you crop the table out? And they're like, I didn't. This is the image, I promise. And then I'm like, okay, let me search our history. Here it is. Oh, there's a table, and guess what? The table's curved too. Wow.
Table looks like a curved meat cleaver chopping block, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. Another good one for that type of example of exploitation is Pontchartrain. Taylor took them to task on that one. Had a great time. She went straight to the people who built that bridge, who maintained that bridge, and obtained all of the physical plans of both phases of the project. You know what I mean? And she sent them to me. So, of course, then I mapped it out to scale. And I've got a fair bit of history looking at architectural plans and stuff. And I noticed that there are no mentions of curvature, anything to do with elevational change, other than strictly referring to water level. To the city indexed terms, and they're right on the plan, to do with that lake and the expected levels over time, and that it's the same data point across the entire 24 miles. You know what I mean?
It's funny how all these things segue. Dude, it's funny how all these things segue together. I just searched our back history for the curved table. That came up immediately, and then other images talking about Pontchartrain also came up.
Small
That's
world.
so sad, bro.
Small world.
My goodness. Pontchartrain. If you just thought about Pontchartrain for 5 minutes, 30,000 plus cars go over that bridge daily. Right?
Yeah.
It should be like modern folklore that you could see the curve of the earth there.
Yeah. Should be. There should be a sign-up place and a place to sit and look and observe it from there.
Dude, that's what I've been saying. It would be a tourist trap. Right at the end of the bridge, there'd be a little thing with binoculars and
yeah, the little put your quarter in there for 20 seconds to look through it and
selling globes.
Yeah, people
I used
from
to
all
think.
over America, from all over the world to see that.
Yeah, but remember when Brian Mullen was doing Force the Line? I used to think that would be a good place to put Force the Line, right out against the side of the bridge. So as you're driving along the bridge, you can see the Force the Line stay parallel with the water or raise up.
Well, I don't know, man. With Force the Line, there's so much room for physical error. I mean, you got to get those suckers exactly square and support the weight and no. That's so much work and production cost. And frankly, I don't know. Conversely, I guess other side of the coin, it would be exactly the kind of thing I would expect to see in a Disney park to demonstrate curvature. You know what I mean? The guys at Disney, they've got the budget to produce something that has that kind of physical demand on tolerance.
You know what, brother? You know what? It would be a sweet roller coaster, but it's almost like a straight line where you just get on this really fast roller coaster going straight, and then you see this line on the side of you, and you and the line diverge because it's raising in altitude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If it was proven the Earth curve
or lowering, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be fun to see, along with a Cavendish experiment. That's the one I sack Globies with on Friday nights a lot, is that if mass really did attract mass, why don't we see that in Disney parks where they have gargantuan masses floating on near frictionless bearings, attracting each other over and over and over? Why don't
you know what I just thought of something, dude. The best place I know Disney could pull it off, but they wouldn't do these speeds. The best place to pull off to Force the Line to where you could be on the side of it watching it would be like on a maglev bullet train, going 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, Elon, all the way.
Yeah, because you'd be able to see it. Because otherwise, like if you're going on even if you're going on a 60-mile-hour roller coaster, it'd be like 3 minutes minimum.
Yeah. I think we should just get the plans off the Japanese for their trains. Like they laid track, and it's all maglev, and it's all 220 miles an hour or whatever it is. You know what I mean? There's the precision demands on a layout like that are through the roof. If you want to have an avoidance of absolute disaster when you run something across it that fast. Like it's got to be dead straight, and it's the reason that SR-72s don't turn while they're going really fast. You know what I mean? It's one of those. There's an inertial problem you cannot ignore at that kind of velocity, and you're right. It would be an absolutely cool thing to see, right side by side out your window. You know what I mean? That'd be neat. Really neat. Oh well, too bad I don't own one of those. Cool. Railway. Yeah, that'd be hot. Okay, so yeah, Kevin Jackson, that's the guy who took the picture, or claims to, back in 2021. With his Nikon. Yeah. Yes, we'll be looking into that, just to see how things go. But guys, it's 20 after 2 my time right now. So if there's any other questions or comments you want to throw my way, now would be the time. Otherwise, I'll be doing the crash thing.
I got no questions. I'm gonna be watching your videos, so
yes, by all means.
I had a good time.
Yeah, and if you guys feel like it, the detail is everywhere. It's probably on my BitChute channel the last time I remember actually putting it somewhere. But the invite link for the Stone Cold Truth channel on Telegram is a great place to find me, other than just plain old @ManOfStone on Telegram. You just hit me up there, DM me, and I can send you the links to the relevant places. And get any subsequent questions answered, etc. Oh, there was one I was going to answer here, and it was, I believe, Wesley who just posted something. I gotta find which text place that actually happened, though. And he's not in the VC with us here. So where did it go? Walk around. I should have tagged it when I found it. There it is in the lobby. Was there a reason you gave a budget for a plane that can't even fly on ILS glide slope? Well, okay. Wesley, if you're listening, if you watched my presentation yesterday, you'll notice that when I was handing out price quotes for renting planes, I also brought into the discussion protocol of calling up these people and asking if they do indeed have ILS-related hardware on the craft as well. That I don't necessarily know that I did give a budget for a plane or recommend a particular plane that can't fly an ILS glide slope. More than that, I also pointed out that in more recent years, especially in the Garmin end of the hardware that you find in typical civilian aircraft at this level, that the graphics capabilities have really come along, and that they're using GPS-assisted function now in producing 3D representations, graphically speaking, in the display of your position relative to that glide slope. That it's not just a pink diamond on a vertical slider anymore. It's far more enhanced in terms of the experience for the pilot. So I really don't understand the question. Let's just put it that way. All right, that clears that up. And if Wesley doesn't hear this and you see him before I do, feel free to forward my answer. Or refer him to the live stream point where we're talking about it right here. Yeah. But really, when I look through the comments, and there were only half a dozen at the time immediately after the stream yesterday, there was another butthurt Globie who decided to just puke all over the place with a comment to the effect of, "Oh man, this thing has so many flaws in it, I can't even count, it's just ridiculous why anybody would even consider this thing," but gave absolutely zero substance in his comment. Just the nuh-uh hand wave, and that was it. And, geez, I wish the Globies had more to offer. Then we would have something to talk about.
Yeah, we all wish for that, man. It's not in the cards.
I guess not. Or yet, or whatever. Maybe I should watch what I asked for. But no. That's exactly what I'm asking for. Is we're in the pursuit of truth here. This is why I have been handed the title, "The Blade of Truth," by the Ether Cause boys. That it doesn't matter who says it. I'm going to objectively look at what is said, and I'm going to give my opinion on that. You know what I mean?
We just gotta keep trucking, because it doesn't matter if they all want to slide backwards. If we don't do it, who's gonna?
Yeah. I like the other question that likes to get asked on Friday nights, and months ago even, I remember it being asked that, okay, and I think FTFE Craig is hot for this question inclusively. It's like, okay, what kind of evidence would you need to see in order to become a Globie? And I think I've answered that question yesterday. You know what I mean? That's the kind of evidence, that's the data set that I'm looking to amass, regardless of the result. Do you know what I mean? I'm on the path towards truth. I'm walking the walk, and maybe it'll even come out.
Speaking of that, brother, can you post a link where you can get the refund if you donated to his leg surgery?
Good question. Good question. Good question. Hilarious. No, I think some effort should be put together to get the court record of how it went down when they dragged him in front of the judge for whipping out his cane and whacking somebody who wouldn't give back his wife's bike or something, whatever that story was about the dude who bought a bike and he got violent over it. Maybe connect him up with Owen Benjamin and they can swap horror stories about bikes. Just a thought. All right, gang. Well, it's been a blast, but we're hitting 2:30, and I think I better call it for now. Feel free to invite me back sometime for a specific thing that's going on. You know, not just the regular drag it Globey through the muck kind of thing. If something's happening, I wouldn't mind coming by and checking it out. It's kind of fun. And I'm gonna grab my flyblat and kill that bug.
Have a good one. You're always welcome back.
You too, guys. Have a good one. We'll catch you guys soon. And enjoy the stream. It was a blast to produce. Catch you then, hey?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, G?
How's everyone doing?
Saturday night says it all, bro.
We're doing great. Yep. How about you?
Doing pretty good.
Have you been here before to our Flat Earth server?
Probably not in this particular chat, but I've been part of the server for a little bit.
And do you have any thoughts about the globe or Flat Earth?
Oh yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about the globe and the flat Earth. For sure. Jeez.
What thoughts do you have? What's the first one that comes to mind?
The first one that comes to mind, to me?
Yeah.
I think it's interesting that people think the Earth's flat.
Why do you think people think that?
I think they have a lot of distrust in institutions and the government, which I think is reasonable.
Really? So I woke up one day, I was like, man, I don't trust the government. Earth is flat.
That's not quite what I said. I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, you
I
said,
get it.
he asked you why you think flat earthers think that, and you said because of distrust in the government.
Well, yes, yeah, but you did apply a little bit more to that than what I just said.
Well, that would have to be the case on how I became a flat earther. I would have had to have distrust the government as the first thing.
Okay.
Do you think maybe it was the evidence that the Earth was flat?
All right. Well, we can apply that to it. Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's more to it than just what I said. Sure, there's evidence maybe to why you distrust the government. I think there's a lot of evidence to that. I agree with you on that. I don't think we're going to disagree on the government.
J-Dog, all you're doing right now is telling us what you think about flat earthers as opposed to what we think.
What do you mean?
You're telling us what you think. You're telling us how you think we think, but you're way off base.
Okay, but I mean that's because you guys were asking me this question.
Yeah, I know. Well, you're way off. Okay, so you're way off base. Nobody thinks the Earth is flat because they don't trust the government. There's plenty of people that are globe earthers that don't trust the government.
I didn't quite say that. I mean, I would have said more. Obviously, I have nuance to my opinion here, but yeah. I agree. I think you guys believe it to be flat because of evidence, or because of the evidence you.
Well, the Earth looks flat, right?
Sure. Yeah. It looks flat.
Yeah, and someone came around and said, "Hey, that's not actually flat. That's actually a giant ball." Trust me, bro. Why should I believe them?
I think it's a little more complex than that, but yes.
Well, I'm just boiling it down. I mean, we can get in the complexities of the claims, right? So,
I think Yes, it is
But-
fair to say that most people just accept that the Earth is a globe without doing much research on their own.
But
Yeah.
what do you think? Well, what do you think the best evidence for the globe is?
What do I think the best evidence for the globe is?
Yeah.
I think I answered a similar question about this earlier this morning. But I was in the politics flat Earth talking to someone.
Yeah, I wasn't in there. I missed it.
Best evidence. I think just all of the different groups of people that work on different things that kind of add to the body of evidence that the Earth is a globe and would go against the fact that it's flat.
Okay.
So I think even outside of obviously like astronauts and NASA and whatnot, I think seismology, like there's things that I feel like seismologists and people who just work with earthquakes and detecting them, like it wouldn't make sense for the Earth to be flat.
Okay. Maybe that's because you're ignorant about what they're actually doing. Have you ever considered that? And that you just made some shit up in your own head about how it works?
So
in seismology, hold on, in seismology, they use something called the hyperbolic wave equation. Have you heard of this? Sure. They don't assume the Earth is a globe. They assume the Earth is a hyperbolic disk.
Do they?
In their model.
I mean, I'm not aware of this. But
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you reach conclusions about things based upon not knowing about that thing. We see this all the time of people. They think it works one way because they think the Earth is a globe, and they go, well, it has to work this way because the Earth is a globe. But then when you actually dig down into the details of the models or what they do, there's no globe in the model at all, such as eclipses, sunrise, sunset times, seismic waves, tides. There's no globe in any of their formulas. There's no globe in any of the mathematics. There's no globe in any of it. People just think there is.
So you're saying they operate off knowledge of the Earth being what shape again?
They don't. No.
I just want to double check
model.
On this fact.
So they have a mathematical model.
Yeah.
It's called the hyperbolic wave equation.
A hyperbolic wave equation.
Yes, right. I can give you a link. Hold on. I'll give you a freaking citation.
Sure. So, and what's wrong with it?
Is the Earth a hyperboloid?
No, it is not.
Okay, then.
So do you understand
how do you
all
reach
the
a
science?
Conclusion that the Earth's a sphere if there's a bunch of seismologists assuming the Earth is a hyperboloid to figure out where waves came from?
Do you think that sometimes they make assumptions to simplify equations, though? So just because there's an assumption, it doesn't necessarily mean that the equations would necessarily be off.
Then how does it demonstrate it's a globe?
Did I say that demonstrates it's a globe? I was just saying there's multiple bodies of people working on different things. So that's why I brought
think that, dude. You're just telling me what you think people are doing. You don't actually know what they're doing.
No, I don't. Exactly. And you don't either, do you?
Yes, I do, because I've talked to
you people. Understand this body of science better than these
Which
people.
One?
And let me just get this straight.
Which
do you not
one?
Think that we're talking about seismologists right now?
Yeah, I've talked to seismologists in this chat many times.
Yes, I've spoken to many too. So the point being, neither of us are seismologists, right? I'm not about to make assumptions on the equations that they operate off of. I think that's quite a big ego to think that for some reason that you've transcended past this like propaganda that we've all been fed, right? You think
they don't know anything.
Propaganda, and that they're operating off of incorrect information. But for some reason,
I never said that. That's a straw man.
You have transcended this incorrect information.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man, dude. I never said anything like that.
All right,
I never said anything even remotely resembling that.
Go ahead and explain it then. Do you think that you understand something that a lot of seismologists don't?
Okay.
Is that
understand? What do they understand again?
The point being is that you're drawing conclusions on what these people understand. You're saying that these people are.
Look, they don't know anything. They don't know anything. They don't know if the Earth is a globe. They don't know if it's flat. They don't know either way. They have no way to know. All they have is models and data. And they fit the models, they fit the data to the models. Now, they could assume the Earth is flat and use that as a model. They could use a sphere. They could use a hyperbolic wave equation. They can use whatever they want. They can use a freaking back of a rabbit. It doesn't matter. They're data fitting to a model. That's it. Now, you're the one that thinks models, it seems to me, you think that the model is physically real. If you talk to any of these seismologists, they don't believe any of that.
Okay. Does that disprove the Earth being a globe?
No, what disproves the Earth being the globe is the fact the surface of the Earth does not curve.
The fact I'm trying to bring here is I assume basically all of these people in their field see these things, and it adds to their.
What do they see? But what do they see?
So okay, let me step away
Tell
from
me
something.
what they see, dude, and then we can evaluate their claim.
I'm just saying they operate off of the fact that they are reinforcing the fact that the Earth is a globe based off.
You
of
don't
what they
know
see.
that.
No, they're not.
You're just
most of the
making
guys
shit
have
up.
just got tunnel vision. J-Dog, most of the guys, J-Dog, most of the guys have just got tunnel vision in their own particular fields. My job is to study rocks. I'll study me rocks. I'll tell you all about it. What do you need to know? They're not going out there going, the Earth is a globe, therefore my job is done in a particular way. No, they're just doing their job.
Yeah, you think they're like got a rock and be like, this rock can't exist on a flat Earth. I'm a flat earther now. Like, what rocks prove a globe? When they sit there and they look at seismic waves, a freaking chart with a bunch of squiggly fucking lines, how does that tell them the Earth is a globe?
So let me go to something more.
You're not going to answer that. Nothing they look at tells them the Earth is a globe. You just think it does.
Let me ask you this: do you believe in gravity?
What is it? What are you talking about? I believe in gravity.
Do you
what
believe
does that mean?
The current here's a better way to phrase this. Do you believe that the current scientific body that talks about gravity, right? Do you think that they are accurate on it?
No.
Okay, so do you know about LIGO? I'm sure you do, right?
Yes, I do. Way more than you.
Okay, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. But do you know more than the people who are working on that? Do you know more?
Oh yeah, probably. Probably.
Wow. That
yeah,
okay.
Because I read. Listen, I read.
We're gonna be able to have a conversation here.
Yeah, because you're just assuming I'm stupid and that I haven't read all their fucking primary documentation. If you search my name in this server, you'll see all of LIGO's fucking documentation posted years ago.
Indio.
Okay, let me tell you.
That you know
okay, so what is the thermal? What is the thermal variance? What is the thermal uncertainty from LIGO, bro? What is the thermal uncertainty from LIGO? How many orders of magnitude is it larger than displacement? Why are you talking to me? You're going to sit there and say, I don't know about LIGO. I'm going to tell you about LIGO, okay? I can tell you in detail what they did, how they did it, how it works.
Can we do one thing at a time?
Livingston and Hannaford. I actually have the civil engineering drawings. You brought up the wrong fucking thing, buddy.
Do you understand what I just asked you?
Yeah, I do know more about LIGO. LIGO employs quite
you can go back on the live and see exactly what I was asking you. Did I say I knew more about LIGO?
You said, do I think I know more than the people working on LIGO? Yeah, yes, most of them, sure.
You think you know more than the people who physically are at that location because you read the same documents.
Okay, there's 1,400 employees at LIGO.
Physically applying what they read in those documents, Indio. Do you understand that there's physical application of what you read on top of just
That's
reading?
right.
Do you think that matters?
Yeah, that's right.
Or no?
Yeah, that's right.
You have a
this is the most bullshit sociological fucktard argument I've ever heard. All you're making is some stupid sociological argument.
Physically work.
But what about these people? It's better than this person. They know more than this person over here. Give the evidence, okay?
Let it out. Yep.
This is about evidence. Okay, you claiming this person knows this or this person doesn't know that, that's not evidence of anything. You're just speculating. That's all you've been doing since you came in here. Speculating. No, shut up. Speculating about what you think people know and what people don't know. You think I know something and I don't know something that they know, and that because they work here, there's 1,400 people that work at fucking LIGO. Which person? Let's be specific. Which person don't I know more? The guy that sweeps the floor? The guy that tends the electric fence? The fucking guy that washes the bathroom? Which guy that works at LIGO?
Indio, whether or not you believe the people
answer my fucking question.
Are operating.
I'm sick of your fucking gish galloping. It's at an end, dude. Your gish galloping's at an end. You're gonna stay on one fucking thing. So real simple. Let's deal with LIGO.
Let's rewind 5 minutes. Then Indio.
No, let's deal with LIGO right now. Okay, you're gonna go on fucking mute. Okay, you're gonna stop gish galloping, and you're gonna deal with one thing: LIGO.
So,
okay,
I hope you understand.
What is the resolution that they measure at LIGO that they claim they can measure?
Indio, I don't know.
Okay, so how do you know I don't know as much as them? Because I do know the answer.
I was going to ask about LIGO.
Do you know how LIGO was built? Do you know who surveyed it, the companies? Do you know that it took 3 different surveying companies? Do you know how they created the GPS monuments? Do you know, dude, I know all about LIGO. You brought up the wrong fucking thing.
Do you want to have a conversation or not? Do you want me to get a word out? Because I'm, it's
I want you to actually make an argument that people that work at LIGO know more about LIGO than I do. Make an actual argument that that's the case. That's what I want.
Okay, so first off, I never challenged you with my knowledge of LIGO versus your knowledge of LIGO.
You're not.
So we spent about 2 minutes on that conversation.
I just asked you for something. You're muted now. I just asked you for something. Make the case that the people at LIGO know more about LIGO than me. And be specific.
Indio, I don't have to. Do I have to teach you how to be an adult now too? On top of why the Earth is a globe?
Be specific.
This is immature from you. Let me get a word out.
Yeah, listen. This is just sociological nonsense, J-Dog. None of this shit's going to work. This tactic, we are well aware of it, okay? Well aware of it. This isn't new. This is old shit. Okay?
Got it out?
You're making just a... Don't... Listen. Stop. You're a joke. You're embarrassing yourself. You don't even realize it. You haven't made a single argument that the Earth's a globe. You basically said, I don't know the Earth's a globe, but there's some other people that I believe that they know the Earth's a globe. I don't know how they know it, but I just trust that they know the Earth's a globe. Somehow LIGO, which claims that they measure 1/1000th of a fucking proton radius, which is fucking impossible because it's 11 orders of magnitude smaller than the fucking thermal noise alone. But no, that's not important. Okay? The details aren't important to you. You just trust some fucking fictitious fairy fucking person. Magic science guy figured it out. You can just go outside, J-Dog, and you can figure it out yourself. But come with something
you totally could.
Argument.
Yeah, J-Dog, have you ever heard about the long-distance observations that you could do yourself?
Listen.
You don't care about that. It'd have to be a LIGO guy that did it.
In here first, right? Because I want to talk, but I'm not going to be able to talk if people are talking over me, right? So we need some basic foundation before I actually have a conversation.
No one gives a fuck. Just leave. No one gives a fuck about you, dude.
Listen,
leave.
I'll mute myself then. You guys enjoy. I'll mute myself.
Well, I just wanted to hear you answer my question. I mean, I just wanted to hear if he's ever... I know. I want the answer. If he's ever heard about the long-distance observations. He still hasn't answered me.
He didn't come in here to address evidence. He came in here to make sociological arguments. There's some people, magic science guy is smarter than flat earthers who just don't trust the government. Earth must be a globe. You're a retard, Jay. If that's your argument. Is that your argument, Jay? Did I just boil it down nicely for you? Flat earthers just don't trust the government, but there's other people that they know the Earth's a globe, and I trust them. No one asked you to trust us. What Dandelion just says, hey, dude, you can go out and test it yourself. But you don't care about that.
Indio, you'll believe whatever you tell yourself.
Oh, yeah, so I've never done my own observations? Have I? Have I, J-Dog?
I'm not just talking about your own observations, brother. I'm talking about your assumptions of me, too. But you keep going.
I haven't made any assumptions of you. I'm just going by what you say. Your argument is a sociological argument. You didn't argue evidence for the Earth being a globe. You argued that there's people with evidence that the Earth is a globe, and that you trust those people. You don't actually know what their evidence actually is, but you trust that they must have it. And you also trust that they must be smarter than me because you're a conspiracy-driven flat earther that doesn't trust the government. Is that your argument in a nutshell?
Right. So you can rewind.
Is that your argument in a nutshell?
One of those questions. And
Is that your argument in a nutshell, J-Dog?
Another one.
Is that your argument in a nutshell?
Go rewind your YouTube bot.
Is that your argument in a nutshell? Don't ask you to rewind anything. Is that your argument in a nutshell? Is that basically your argument? What I just said? Yeah, it is. And you know it is. It's pathetic. Go find actual globe evidence and come back with it. We don't care about what you fucking believe. About us and about them, because that's all you've told us. I believe this about you, and I believe that about them, so the Earth's a globe. You're a retard. Go have fun with that.
Yeah, we're looking for objective demonstration of curvature that anyone can bring to us, and people aren't able to bring that. I mean, that is why, I know I'm the one who originally asked you the question of why you think that we think the Earth is flat. So the answer to that question, in case you want to know, is we think it because we went out to find any objective, verifiable evidence of curvature, and we discovered that there wasn't any, and that the globe was entirely built on emotional appeal, logical fallacies, and propaganda. So that's the reason. Absence of curvature.
I would genuinely love to have a good back and forth, but I think the temperature has to lower down a bit in here first. And
no one cares, dude.
I'll wait for that for a while.
So you want to
when you come with an actual
waiting?
argument to support the globe, the temperature will change. We don't care about your feelings about people. Because that's what your argument is. It's your feelings about people. It's your ignorant evaluation of what you think people think. That doesn't tell us if the Earth is a globe or flat in any way, shape, or form. All you're doing is telling us about your own mental state. We don't care.
J-Dog, can you be honest?
I'm really trying to be.
So how do you know the Earth is a globe?
I'm gonna let someone else take the baton here, and
this is your chance to be honest, bro. How do you know the Earth is a globe?
You can be honest and say that's what you're taught at school. Outside of that, you've got nothing. Because that's exactly what happened to everyone. You were taught a heap of crap at school, and you just accepted it blindly. Went on your merry way.
Well, I asked him, like, what's the best globe evidence? And he immediately saying, well, there's a bunch of people that I don't know what they actually do, but I think they think the Earth is a globe because they're doing some globe stuff in their jobs. So Earth globe because those other people. So childish, immature thinking, man. Even if all that was true, okay, that they're making all these claims. They should be testable and verifiable. We should be able to test their claims to see if they're true. And when we do, we find they're not true. It's literally as simple as that. But you can't believe that because you're conspiracy flat earthers. And I evaluate truth by looking at the person that said it, not the evidence. I go, oh, do they know the handshake? Are they wearing blue shoes? Did they vote the right way? Did they graduate from the right college? Did they say the right things? That's how you're evaluating truth, by looking at people. It's a genetic fallacy. Dude, how the fuck is there a mosquito in here in the winter? It's like 20 degrees outside. There's a mosquito in here. It's crazy. Sorry about that.
Interesting, when he brought up LIGO, I thought he was going to be talking about the construction of it, like most of them normally do.
Fucking boondoggle, dude. One of the craziest grift ever. And you know what? I could post the CERN physicist saying that LIGO is the craziest grift. I could post it right in the chat saying that it was a bunch of bullshit because they used templates. They actually didn't get any detections, and they used templates and just waited until something matched the template that they pre-rendered, and they did injections. Dude, there's a whole mess with LIGO, man. They were almost out of money. They did all this monkey business, said they got a detection, then got another $4 billion. It's a scam. And even when they got that, they were like, we invented a whole new area of physics. There's going to be PhDs and PhD students and grants and all this shit, dude. We're freaking in there. But no, they're scientists. They're pure moral characters. They don't worry about money or status or anything like that. They're just finding the truth. None of those things are a consideration to scientists.
You can tell you hit it over the head with this guy because he just quit responding. Once you started saying exactly what he was saying, he didn't want to expose it further by talking.
Dude, we've heard these sociological arguments millions of times. It's just like so boring. You don't go, okay, how do I know it's the truth? Well, this guy said something. Do I look at the evidence for his claim? Nah. I'll look at his ID and his wallet. Oh, he has the right credentials in his wallet. He's telling the truth. His claim is true. It's so stupid.
How? It just, to me, it's just like, I can't believe that people like myself and then people like that are so vastly, like, so much different, where it's like that type of stuff is like, interests me. I want to know the truth. I want to know why would they lie? You know, why do they need to lie about all this? And so, but, you know, people are like, well, you don't really know why they would go through all these great lengths to lie about this unless you're at the top, unless you know.
You gotta figure out who's lying first. Who?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you don't know who has to be lying, well, I mean, you can narrow it down. Like, who has to be lying? 100% would have to be lying.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can start with Apollo astronauts. They have to be lying. Those people.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because they said they saw the Earth in its entirety as a ball, so they have to be lying. After that, it becomes iffy because most of the people after that, they're believers, right? So ISS astronauts, well, they wouldn't see the Earth as a ball. They would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth. So it doesn't matter what they say. They're believers.
Right, but at the same time, you know, they may know bits and pieces of the truth, right? But a lot of these people are just paid. They're willing to take the money to just say whatever to live, you know, in riches. You know, they're just paid off. So yeah, you could say these people definitely know.
They don't know
the truth.
Yeah, they don't know, and they believe it's a ball. So they'll sit there and say, "Yeah, Earth's a ball." If someone comes in this chat right now and says Earth's a ball, they're not lying. They're just wrong. I'm talking about they're just simply wrong.
I'm talking about the astronauts that you were saying, like the Challenger, the people that are on the ISS or whatever. It's true, right? That they know.
I mean, they wouldn't know though. Even on the ISS, they wouldn't be able to tell from there.
True, because it's in a fucking probably in a pool or whatever somewhere. But I'm just saying, like,
well, it's not high enough. Even if they were at 300 or 400 kilometers up, that's not high enough. You'd only see 3% of the Earth from that elevation. A lot of people don't realize that the International Space Station is not that high.
Right.
3% of the Earth. Think about that. You see 3% of the Earth. You think you can say what it is? I mean, come on.
No, but what I'm saying is that these people, they're paid off, so they don't really. They either do know, which they have to have an idea, right? Because why would they be getting paid off to lie about, you know, being in space and seeing the Earth as a ball, right? So you can come up to the conclusion of, like, if I'm that person, I'm like, okay, well, they're paying me to say that it's this, so that probably more than likely means that it's not that, but they want me to tell people that, so they're just paid off, but they don't actually know like who the people at the top of the pyramid, analogy, if you want to use like how we were talking earlier. I don't know.
Yeah, but what India is trying to say is, that, and I was going to mention this when you were talking earlier, that it seems like you think there has to be a large number of people in on this globe conspiracy, this conspiracy to try to get people to believe that they live on a globe, but in reality, it would be a small number, and then the other people would just be repeating. And even the people who are on the ISS would just be told, oh, you're not high enough to actually see the curve. So they're just looking out, at the flat horizon, and they're just not even thinking that hard about it because they clearly look for people for these so-called astronauts positions that are not real heavy in the analytical thinking. I mean, that's real obvious when you see any of their interviews. They're just looking for people who are willing to, spray their hair and look cute, and talk
that's what I
about
mean, though. But like,
drinking
if you're
poop or
saying
whatever.
you're that,
So,
say you're those
so that's what
astronauts.
he's trying to say. So when you talk about the elite, I was just going to tell you, what do you think about this, Noki? You call them the elite. You said, I don't know what to call them. I think, how they sometimes say the deep state? I call them the shallow state. That's what they are. They're real shallow. There's not that many of them. And they want everyone to keep thinking in a shallow way. They're very shallow. They want the whole world to be shallow and not to think about anything too deeply, just like Says Who was telling you. They want you to just kind of stay in that Stockholm syndrome zombie state. But there's not that many of them. They're not that deep, and they're the shallow state. That's what they are. And the rest of them are just repeating what they're told. And like you said, they're getting paid, so they don't ask too many questions. They're getting a good paycheck. Even if it sometimes late at night occurs to me, maybe we're committing fraud on the American people and raking in millions of dollars a day and taking food out of the mouth of children for a fraud. But I don't want to think too hard about that because I really like my cushy job and I love all the free hairspray I get every day. So yeah, I don't think they're thinking too hard there and up in the ISS.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, obviously, I guess it depends on how you define a lot of people. Obviously, there has to be, like I said, in my opinion, a lot of people involved. I wouldn't say like all of NASA or all that. Like I wouldn't say that at all. I would say like I don't know how many there are, but obviously there's quite a bit, right? Because I mean, these families or whatever bloodlines or whoever it is, the people at the top. There's obviously not just one or two or 10 people that just know the truth and are just.
Oh, you mean the shallow state that's at the bottom? Yeah, they're not at the top. They're at the bottom. They are the dregs, the lowest of the low, the people who suck off of the energy of all the good people of the world. They're parasites. They're the lowest of the low. So that's what you're talking about, the low people.
Yeah, I'm
shallow
people. Those people.
Yeah. Okay, well, let us know how it goes. Let us know when you get their names. I'll send them a anti-Christmas card.
Yeah, it's funny you say a Christmas card. Like I've gone down the rabbit holes of like, all the pagan holidays and how like the old religions and how they're all interconnected and all that. That's a whole nother rabbit hole, but.
I mean, you're on the right track, Noki. I would say just, don't, try not to get overwhelmed and just try to I mean, whatever you're going to do in your life, I mean, like we talked about earlier, you're just doing it on a flat earth. If you just stay connected to reality and the day-to-day moment and the people around you and actual human connection and, live your life to the fullest, then you'd be going against what the shallow state wants you to do because they would like you to, plug all your energy into their little fantasy world and they'd like you to ridicule anyone who goes against what is broadcast on the Today Show and so on. So anytime you're not doing that, anytime you're trying to live life to the fullest and, trying to find out more about reality and trying to live on this realm as you were intended and born to do, then that's you. That's very powerful. Like just one person doing that is very powerful because as you've seen, most people aren't even willing to begin to do that. They just, like Says Who mentioned, they just want to do what's convenient, what's easy for them, just live this very kind of low energy life, not stick their head up too far so they don't get pounded down and so on. So, yeah, I mean, I think you're on the right track. And
Well, like, what is the mission then, right? I mean, like, I'm sure this Discord, this group of people, it would be to wake up the entire world to the idea that the Earth is actually flat, right? But I mean, as I was talking with Yaga, that seems futile, right? I mean, it's never going to happen because even if NASA came out tomorrow and said, "Hey guys, we've been pulling your leg and it's actually flat," so then people would reject it anyway. So then it's like, is this like are we here just to protect each other's sanity? We're like, hey, I'm not crazy, right? And you're like, no, you're not crazy. I see the same thing. But like, if at the end of the day, if we can't actually,
I never once thought I was crazy about this at all, ever, for even 2 seconds. The people that think that it's not flat are the crazy ones. Think about it. They see the Earth that looks flat and they go, nah, it's not. That's my imagination. That's an illusion. I can't trust my eyes. That's bullshit.
Well, that's what they get.
That's
with, like,
the crazy
the whole
people.
Deniability, right? That they get them with, hey, it's so big.
Yeah, but that's fine. But you're still going with, I can't trust my own eyes.
No. So that's not.
I know. Listen. I understand what you're saying. I understand. Yeah, they have an excuse on why it looks flat, but it's not flat. But you're starting your observation with, I don't trust my observation.
No, I'm saying I'm acknowledging that my observation is limited to my own perspectives, which is very small.
Well, we know that, but you have to.
If someone like, imagine it this way: if someone put a
you
gun
have
to your
to
head
approach
and
it from doubt, but you don't understand. You have to approach it from doubt that what you're seeing is not the way it is. You're starting from, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I have to investigate if what I'm seeing is actually real. You're starting from doubt. Do you understand that?
No, I understand that.
That's crazy, dude. That's insane. That, like, you're looking at the world and you're like, oh, maybe that's not real. That's pretty fucking crazy.
No, I'm looking at it from, maybe you missed it,
when I say you, I don't mean specifically you. I mean you in the royal you.
Like, believing it one way or the other is
it's not a belief. But the thing is, if you look at the Earth and it looks flat, you don't believe that. You just see it that way. That's not a belief. It's just the way it looks. The belief is when you go, well, it just looks that way, and it's actually something else besides what it looks like. You know, the Globers say, hey, dude, a giant globe looks flat. Okay, want to know what also looks flat? Flat things. Flat things look flat.
So if I were to ask you to draw me a picture of what the Earth actually looks like, what
I'd ask you from where?
From if you could,
from what perspective? When I say from where, from what perspective?
Yeah, if you could hypothetically, like, fly above, like, an extreme far distance where you could see the entire thing and fly, observe it from every angle.
I don't think the Earth is an object that you can see the entirety. It's not an object like you can hold in your hand. That if you're a giant, that you could hold the Earth in your hand and look at it from some third-person point of view. I don't believe that is possible.
And I kind of agree with you, right? So, but that's what I'm saying is that if I were to ask you to do, you're confident on, that it's flat.
But what you're asking me to do is something that's it's very speculative and conjecture, right? If you could go away from the Earth, which no one's ever done, and hold it in your hand, what would it look like from some external point of view? But you, nor anybody you know, nor anyone they know, have ever actually seen the Earth from that point of view.
Yeah, so why would I subscribe to an exact shape of the Earth then, right? But like I said,
why would you think of it as an object? Why would you think of it as an object at all? Like an object that you have in your house? Why would you think of the Earth that way? Well, you don't think. Wait, let me ask you this: when you think of the universe, and I say, "Hey, bro, what's the universe look like if you're really, really far away?"
Well, I mean, technically nothing would really exist outside of a universe, right? So
Exactly. Bingo. Nothing exists outside the earth. There's no such thing as outside. There is no outside. You cannot leave here except in death.
Yeah, and
that's a scary proposition for some people. They want to think they can fly away to some man-made heaven called outer space, but it ain't never going to happen.
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm not disagreeing with you there, but I'm just saying.
But I want to get to your main point though. Like, why are we here? What are we doing? Like, why are we doing this? Look, it is futile to try to force people into the earth is flat. They already see it every day as flat and motionless. We're trying to convince them to believe reality, right? That they can trust their own eyes. That's not the problem. They already decided that they don't want to trust their own eyes. Subconsciously, normally not consciously, but mostly subconsciously. The globe earth is like an identity for them. They identify with the idea, right? That, we're sophisticated, technologically advanced human beings. We're flying around on rockets. Pretty soon we're going to be hanging out with aliens. Like, this is an identity. Like, I'm in this generation of mankind that has all these achievements, and they identify with that. It's an identity.
Yeah. I guess maybe I should have asked you.
To take that away from somebody, you're stripping their identity. Okay, that is like impossible. We're not going to be able to do that. So all we try to do, mostly, is illustrate to them that they actually don't know the Earth's a globe; that they just believe it. That is hard. Just to even go, hey, bro, what's your primary evidence the Earth is a globe? Well, NASA. No, bro, I said primary. Like, what evidence do you have? I don't know. Yeah, it is a belief. After a while, they'll always admit that yes, it is a belief. I don't know it's a globe, but I do believe it's a globe. And usually it's just based upon the pictures, right? The space pics. I saw the space pics. I believe in them, and I believe the claims of the people that say they took them. So Earth is a globe because of that, and that's the foundation for their entire worldview. Now, that to me is like the achievement. Like, that's like, if I get that far, I'm happy, because at least they realize that it's a belief. And once they realize it's a belief, then maybe on their own they'll inquire into why they believe that. You understand? Like, we're not gonna flat Earth isn't on this computer screen, and it isn't in Discord, and it isn't on the internet. It's outside. You have to go out into reality and do the test yourself. We're like, we don't ask people to go, oh, don't believe NASA, believe us. People think that that's like what we're doing here. Like, we're not telling anybody to believe us. We're saying, hey, go outside, go do the tests to test whether their claims that they claim that the Earth's a globe. Go see if it's out there in nature, and if it's not, then well, there you go. It's not out there because it's not a globe.
I was thinking that too. Like, I was thinking, Noki, when you were talking about that earlier, proving it or not proving it. Like, if you've ever thought about going to do your own long distance observations, or if you understand how to do those, or if you have any large body of water near you where you could do one of those. Have you ever thought about doing that?
Yeah, and I have. Yeah, I live in Michigan. Yeah.
Oh, you live in Michigan, so do I.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
So have you done it?
What's that?
Have you done a long distance observation?
So my friend has used. I've been with my friend, so he's kind of the one that kind of led me towards this. Or he's really big into like using drones and stuff, and so he was kind of confiding in me to like some of the observations that he was coming across, and that's when he kind of jumped into it, and then kind of brought me into it. It led me, gave me the curiosity to look into it. So I have not used my own, but like my friend who I've known like all my life has done them. So, and he showed me like footage and stuff that he has used with his drone.
Nice.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of, even though, it's possible intellectually to come to the rational conclusion based on the evidence of thousands and thousands of long-distance observations, as well as the absence of any testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence of curvature or a globe or rotation or motion of any kind, you can easily, I mean, I shouldn't say easily, but you can come to the conclusion that there is no globe. But in terms of like pounding it kind of into your brain and your worldview and kind of like making that shift, I mean, a lot of people have found that it's helpful to make their own observations. For example, the Chicago observation across Lake Michigan's a fairly common sight. You get a chance to go down there. So, Warren Dunes is a good place to do it. This summer, you could maybe make a road trip over there, and it's pretty common. If you go camping, that's what I did with my kids. I went camping in 2020, so I could be there for several days to get there, because it's not there every day. For obvious reasons, atmospheric conditions, of course, it should never be there. So even if it's there one time, it destroys the globe. So, I mean, that's just if you're in Michigan, that's like one that you could possibly go and see sometime.
Yeah. And I should have clarified too with Indio when he was describing the Earth or what, because me and him, I have very similar beliefs to him, is that it doesn't necessarily have a shape, but there are some flat earthers, whatever, that believe it does have like an actual shape, like other than the sphere, obviously, that it's like a
yeah.
I know that's usually
I've never met one.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I've never met one, but I've seen, there's obviously people like on YouTube or whatever that have that, and I don't know if it's just controlled op or what it, or like, I don't really know, but there are people that believe that actually there's like, an actual disc looking thing, that actually has a shape. So I guess I wasn't really certain what your position was on if it had a shape, and that's why I was asking you if you could hypothetically go out and like see it from like a very wide perspective. But no, I agree with you actually on that. It doesn't necessarily have a shape, or it's almost like
people get obsessed with that concept of being able to define the flat earth or give it a shape or have a comprehensive map and all those things. Like globers are the ones who are usually obsessed with that. They're the ones who think that because they want just another version of the globe. They just want another thing that will explain everything, or that they can imagine explains everything. That's just like an easy little thing that they can get a globe plushie, a globe eraser, a globe crib mobile, and they can do the same thing with flat earth, so it can be all contained and explained, or at least fantasy explained the way they want, just like you're going to go to the Star Trek convention and everything in their little universe is explained and contained. It's a science fiction concept, yeah, so some people have a science fiction view of flat earth, but flat earthers don't have that because we recognize that flat earth is just reality the way it presents itself. It's not a science fiction story. It's real.
Right.
So it doesn't have an end. There's no end to reality, right? Do you think reality has an end?
That's a very philosophical question. I don't know. No, probably not.
Yeah.
Well, this whole topic is a philosophical topic.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure.
I mean, we're talking about existential reality. When someone starts going, where's the end of it? Like, where's the end of reality? Like,
where does it start?
Yeah, I mean, that question can't that even have a meaning? Like being outside the universe. Well, if the universe is defined as encompassing everything, it doesn't make sense to be outside of it. There is no outside, because if you were outside, that would also be the universe. So
right. So
what you'll find is, I guess you were kind of talking about these people that you've encountered who you thought were flat earthers who are saying that the flat earth is a disc and so on. I mean, I don't know exactly where you encountered that, but, some of that originally came from the Flat Earth Society. They're the ones with the original false, controlled opposition, flat earth propaganda of the disk flying through space, and then there's just been various variations of that, that have happened over time. But here in this particular Discord server and our outpost, the 24/7 Flat Earth, we do not agree with that. We do not agree with any kind of model of the flat Earth or map of the flat Earth. The Earth is just, as we experience it in reality.
That's fair.
And you don't have to have, and we don't have to have an answer to every little thing. I mean, if you hang around here and you came in, you told me you've been listening on, did you say on Rumble or something?
Yeah,
You've been listening to the live stream? Yeah.
Yep.
So, so you've probably heard the Globers come in and they're like, where's your then? Earth was flat, it would do this. And they usually come in with some false conception or some cartoon that they've seen of what the flat Earth is, because that's the straw man that's been put out in the mainstream, because it's easy to shoot down. And we also would shoot that down. We also would shoot down a disk flying through space, because we don't think that the fantasy realm of outer space can exist in the way it's portrayed, with a near vacuum existing next to our air that we breathe, and having that be contained and maintaining the ratios of gas that it does. So we also reject that.
Well, and they think because they have a claim, or they say they have a model, right? But it's just using, they have a sphere model using flat Earth measurements, right? So I mean, like, they can say, oh well, we've got this and this and this, and they can kind of point to something. So when they feel like you can't provide the same thing, and they're like what me and India were talking about, they want like a physical. They want barriers, right? Where does everything start and stop, and where's the limits? And that's where we're kind of like in limbo, right? We don't really know. Like, there's not really a model for flat Earth, and every time they've tried, like the whole, which I still have mixed feelings about the Antarctica thing. The whole, what's the dude's name? They go down there. We got Witsit and the other ones that go down there, and they see the whole 24-hour sun, and that kind of like threw a wrench in a lot of people. I guess not the true flat earthers, right? But for a lot of people that were maybe just kind of trying to get into it or understand it and see the positions, that kind of turned a lot of people away from it. And I don't know if that was like kind of the whole point. What's your guys' opinion on that?
Yeah, I don't know what the point was. I guess you'd have to ask them. They hang around here on Discord sometimes, some of them, but here on the 24/7 Discord, we consider that whole escapade to be a great blessing to getting the actual information out there, because it was like a litmus test. If anybody thinks that particular expedition proved anything, then they don't really have a clear understanding of how to debunk the globe. That is what we're doing here. We're debunking the globe. We're demonstrating logically and mathematically that there's no curvature to be found. So anything that some people did or didn't do in Antarctica is irrelevant to the fact that no curvature has ever been measured, that the drop over distance expected is never seen in reality, that it has no bearing on that whatsoever.
Yeah.
And if you interrogate them, any Glober thing, you go, okay, say, I accept there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, how does that observation either prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth? They have nothing to say, because they can't say how it does either one. They'll just say, oh, it's impossible on a flat Earth. Okay, show me. Well, how would it work on a flat Earth? Then they ask you to prove that it does work. They try to reverse the burden of proof, but they can't show how it doesn't work. They can't show why it wouldn't work. Do you know why? Because the actual model to even predict the 24-hour sun is on a flat Earth, which is weird.
Yeah,
it's not on a globe. They don't use a globe to make any of those predictions. They just believe that someone's doing a mathematical equations using a sphere and coming up with sunrise and sunsets, but that's not how it works. If you look at any of the formulas, it's all basically you're at the origin of you're in the center at the origin of coordinates, and it's assumed to be up from a horizontal plane, right? Because you have an elevation angle to the sun, right? If it's right overhead, it's 90 degrees. That's measured up from a flat plane. That's how the math actually works in reality to make the prediction in the first place. But people think that they're somehow doing these 3D models of globes somewhere. It's not how it works at all.
Yeah. And I was just making the point that they use like flat Earth measurements, but then they just put it onto a globe, right? And so they say, okay, well, this is the model, it's something they can point to. And the whole Antarctica thing was a way to they gunned the whole thing up to where everything was kind of riding on it, right? It was like a do or die type thing where they got everyone involved, or a lot of people. So it was like, if you see the 24-hour sun, then it was a globe, but if you didn't, then it was flat, type thing. So,
but that wouldn't even be true,
right? But I'm saying, that's what they wrapped it up as.
Well, no, I mean, but they never actually said the second part, right? They never actually said, well, if we don't see a 24-hour sun, then it's a flat Earth. Like, why? How would that prove it's a flat Earth?
Yeah, well, according
think about it. Like, no matter what the sun does, right? Now, let's say instead of seeing a 24-hour sun, they saw it for a 50-hour sun. How would that prove a flat Earth? How would that falsify a globe, right? Because in their model, right, day and night is the spinning Earth. They could always just say, well, the spin of the Earth changed, the orbit changed, right? Nothing the sun did would actually falsify the globe because the sun can do anything, right? It would falsify the heliocentric. It would falsify the
around.
Well, yeah, it would falsify the heliocentric model, but it wouldn't falsify the globe.
No, but I'm saying it falsified their model. They like the flat Earth.
The solar system model is what it would falsify. It couldn't falsify the globe, no matter what.
No, but I'm saying the flat Earth model of like the ice wall going all the way around, and that if they
no one believes in that.
Right, but I'm just saying there's
ice wall is a global concept that isn't from flat Earth.
Right, but I'm saying what I'm trying to say is that there's flat Earth. It's like that's what I'm saying. It's like almost like controlled op because there are people who are trying to get into flat Earth or that are looking into it that see there's no curvature in the measurements. They're seeing the videos. They're seeing whatever their own testing and all that, right? And then but they're going to these other so-called flat earthers and they're giving them models of the Antarctic, whatever, going around the entire, and then there's the edge or whatever, or maybe there is an edge. Some of them say there's something outside.
Yeah, why do you think people do that? Why do you think people feel compelled to do all that stuff?
It's to shut it down so that way you don't go further looking into it. That's why a lot of people.
I mean, some of it maybe might be controlled up. I think that people promote these things because they feel that they have to replace the globe, right? They need some image. Like you asked, like, what does the Earth look like? They want a picture of the flat Earth from space. That's what they want. And that's the only thing that's going to satisfy people. I want the same thing NASA has, but I want it to be a flat Earth. That's the only thing because the modern day, we're stuck in imagery.
Well, right? That goes to the point of the people who are just getting into it, right? And the measurements come back flat, right? And there's no curvature and all that. So people assume that, okay, so it must be flat all the way, and eventually it stops. So that's in people's minds that they're trying to do that, like exactly what you just said, is they want that physical model of what NASA has as a sphere, as but that's people just getting into it who don't like. I assumed, ignorantly that was your thought process, or was some of
different cosmology. It's a totally different philosophical. I mean, literally from the like you said, it's like that's philosophical. You're right. The whole thing is philosophical because the globe idea is based upon. If you go back to the beginning, right, to the first people that ever said it, Plato, Pythagoras, Copernicus, they said at the time when they wrote about it that the reasons that they thought it was a globe, the reasons were philosophical reasons. They had nothing to do with any scientific reasons. They said it at the time. They just said that the sphere is the most perfect shape, so the Earth must most naturally be a sphere. That was their argument for the Earth being a sphere, including up to Copernicus. So it isn't just like, do you ever hear of the Copernican principle?
I've heard of the term, yes.
Yeah, so it means that the Earth, it's the philosophical position that the Earth has no unique place in the universe.
Yeah,
That it's not unique. Okay, so people come in and they go, well, what about the other planets? Okay, other planets other than what? Other than Earth. Well, Earth's not a planet. Earth's not a planet. You're dumb. Right? This is stuff we hear.
Yeah, it's because they want to project what they see outside.
Why would you think? But why would you think of it to be a planet in the first place? Well, because of that. Because that Copernican principle, where Earth is not unique, right? It's just like everything else in the sky. So when you look up in the sky and you see a planet and you go, well, the Earth is like that because Earth's not unique. It's the same as everything else. So you're starting from a philosophical position, and they do not realize that they started from there. That they started from Earth can't. Then they go, what? Well, what's the Earth then? Well, it's the Earth. It's unique. It doesn't have a category. It doesn't go in a category.
No, yeah,
right?
I agree with you.
We can go in the we can go in the category human. You know, Fido can go in the category dog. You know, like there's categories for most things. Some things, this particular thing, there's no category because it's unique. There's nothing else like it. And the evidence is, if you actually think about it, is that there is nothing else like the Earth. There's no other place with life. There's no other place with water. There's no other place with people and animals and things and plants and you know, clouds and all the stuff that we enjoy in reality, right? Not even in their paradigm do they say this stuff exists. They say we're in a Goldilocks zone, that we're in a special place. And if in astronomy, they say it looks like we're in the center of the universe. Okay? Everything appears that we are in the center. It's called the cosmological axis of evil. So everything, all the evidence tells us we are unique. But if you take that philosophical position that we are not unique, when you look in the sky, you go, Earth is just like everything else. Earth is like the moon. Earth is like the sun. They come and they go, well, the moon's a sphere. The sun's round. The planets are round. Why isn't the Earth round? Well, because the Earth isn't those things.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know if you were here, I think me and Daniel and I, we briefly talked about that, how, you know, like you said, the Copernican, whatever principle,
yeah,
they want us to believe that we're just like, you know, just a speck of dust out there with no really real meaning or.
Exactly. Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah, and all that stems from the Copernican principle. Copernican principle is a foundation. Thus, you know, about 400 years later, that's gone down to people. You know what I mean? It's gone down to the individual level. It's gone from the Earth, but now it's down to you, right? You're just a dirty descendant of a fucking ape, right? That, you know, evolved out of the cosmic goo. Yeah. You don't mean anything. Whether you live, die, what you did on Earth, it doesn't matter because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.5 billion years anyway, and all traces of your existence are going to be fucking gone. So it doesn't matter what you do. So pay your taxes and don't get beat up by the government and just be a degenerate and stick your dick everywhere, and everything will be great. You'll be happy, and that's all you need.
Yeah, and if you really think about it, it doesn't really make any sense too, because I mean, there's species that are millions and millions and millions, supposedly millions of years older than us, and if, you know, we're supposed to like evolve over time, wouldn't stuff that has more time evolve? Like, wouldn't stuff be ahead of us? And like, why are there still monkeys and apes? And wouldn't have they have evolved? Like,
yeah, I mean,
there's like goo and like bacteria and shit. Like, we come from goo supposedly, right? And there's bacteria that's supposedly millions and millions and millions and millions of, even I think I've even read billions of years older than us. So why haven't they evolved to like some super species above us?
Yeah, but the point I mean, all that's true. But the point I was making is like they've taken that original idea where the Earth's not unique and they've drilled down to you're not unique, you're not special, you're just, you know, you're just another human, which is just another species, which is just another form of life. You're no different. Your life is no different than, an amoeba. You're just the same thing. You're just more complex. I mean, there's a NASA scientist, Michelle Thaler. If anybody's got the clip, that would be great. She says, I think of myself as a complicated rock. That's what she literally said, that I think of myself as a complicated rock. That she is just a bunch of minerals and chemicals and stuff having a chemical reaction. And that's all she is, just a bunch of chemical reactions. She's not even really a person. That's her personage is just a bunch of chemicals that created that emergent property. Like they're that far gone, dude. Like some of these people are just gone.
Well, yeah, then you got to go down that whole philosophical conversation of like, what consciousness is and all that. And a lot of these scientists will tell you that it's just we're nothing more than just basically just a computer firing neurons. There's no really rhyme or reason. We're just doing things. We don't really have individuality or uniqueness or anything like that. That basically, what's his name? What's that guy? I trying to remember his name. He's like, we're basically hackable animals. That eventually, like, we're going, and that's where the future is going. Is they want basically to merge man with machine. That's where it's going.
I think I think you're right. They're trying to. I think they're just trying to merge man out of any connection with the spiritual, the mystical, the metaphysical, and just turn us into like naturalist, materialist robots.
Yeah, but basically just cut off from, like, I guess whatever your religious stance is like any kind of sense of God, where it's just like you're kind of like almost like where you literally are just become a computer with no really consciousness or free thought or free will or anything. That eventually, like, if you ever just subscribed or adopted that and just like chip me, and then eventually like this.
Yeah, well, I've said this before, like if there is no God, who is the highest moral authority left? Because if God's gone, there's no God. Who's the highest moral authority?
Yes, man.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And how are things like, there's nothing new under the sun, as they say, right? And what did they say that all the ancient rulers used to do? That they were God kings, right? That they were like God. And somehow the people now are different. The rulers now, they don't do that. No, they're like, fuck, we're not going to be God kings. We'll just get rid of God and it'll just be us. We don't even have to pretend to be deities. We'll just get rid of just say deism. That's just an ancient superstition, and we're more advanced than that because we go to the moon and we know better and just do what we say because we're technological wizards that do modern day miracles. That's like the narrative they're selling everybody. It's pretty horrifying.
Oh yeah.
Quite honestly.
Oh yeah. The world's going down, man. It's going to a pretty dark place.
Yeah. Yeah. People are like trying to speed it up. It's crazy. But like you're seeing how complicated this topic can be, right?
Oh yeah.
So like when someone comes in, right, usually the first thing I ask them now, shout out AB, something Alpha Veritas, he's a member here, used to ask him. He goes, how do you know the Earth is actually a globe? Just that one question. And they go through all sorts of things of how they know, but when it always boils down to they don't actually know. And that's really the best. If you can get them to just admit that to themselves, that they don't actually know the Earth's a globe, that is a victory.
Yeah,
that is a victory. That's the best because because for a new person, this topic is too complicated to just dump everything on them. It's too much. You have to just pique their interest and maybe like lead a breadcrumb so that they will like inquire on their own. Because you think about like you're force feeding them. Like you got a big spoon of freaking really icky tasting medicine and you're just jamming it in their mouth. They don't want to eat it. Eventually, they just barf it all up. So.
And that's been my problem too. And me and Dandelion talked about that also. Is that like you almost have to take baby steps. You have to like spark a curiosity, and not insult them too, because right when you insult or like go to name calling or whatever, they like shut down, and then you definitely aren't going to get anywhere. Because it immediately just it resorts to like just name calling competition. But like that's a very good point you brought up, because like whenever I've tried to talk with people about things that I find interesting, like as far as any kind of conspiracy, right, or flat Earth or whatever it may be, I often find myself in that force feed position where I'm like, watch this, read this, whatever, and it's just like they don't have that interest, and it almost like just kind of pushes them further away from the topic. So it's I have gotten better at doing that and just kind of trying to spark curiosity where you can't do it for them. It's kind of like it goes back to the saying of, you can't make someone do something they don't want to do. They have to do it on their own. For whatever reason that is, I don't know why or when or how it happened.
Because it's the identity thing. This is like a known thing. It's been known since like I've told this like, so if I said to you, Nike Sneakers is starting a hotel chain, can you imagine what those hotels would look like in your head?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if I go, Hilton Hotels is creating a sneaker, can you imagine what that sneaker would look like?
Nah.
Exactly, right? Because Nike has created an advertising identity. See, people identify with Nike. Right? Nike has an advertising campaign where they portray people that wear Nikes as a certain way. And Edward Bernays, who wrote a book called Propaganda, he's the father of modern advertising, grandfather, in fact. He said, like, if you want to sell people stuff, you create an identity, and that buying the product is more than just buying the product. It says something about themselves, and they feel right if they want to be like, if they want to feel like they're a great athlete, if they buy Nikes, it's easier to identify as being that person. Yes, yeah. I wear Nikes. People are going to look at me and see I am a great athlete because I wear Nikes. And the dude freaking, couldn't catch a cold. So this is the thing. There's certain people that they identify with the globe idea, and you can't force them to change their identity. They have to do it themselves.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Yeah, and it's like they have to be convinced too. It's almost
your only goal is to figure out, is it that type of person, and if it is, then you give them you only like give them the breadcrumbs. If it's someone with an open mind that's genuinely interested, then you can give them the whole thing, right? Like I'm giving you the whole thing, right? But if you were like someone, you obviously don't identify as a globe earther. I would call you like maybe you're on the fence a little bit. You're not 100% there. But that's probably just because like you haven't been around long enough. The longer you're around in this topic, the more convinced I get that the earth is flat. Not less, the more. Because we have globe earthers come in here, anti-flat earthers. And no matter what they come up with, no matter what new gimmick they pull out of their hat, every single time when we actually go, okay, we're going to deep dive into this and go down the rabbit hole on this claim, it's never the way it's supposed to be. The way it's portrayed ever. It doesn't matter what they bring up. And this has been like 10 years of this stuff of like, well, what about this neutrino thing? Like, well, I can't explain why neutrinos go through the earth and they pick them up on the other side. Maybe the earth is a globe. But then when you dig down and you look at how they actually did it, what the data actually is, what they're actually doing, you're like, fuck, dude, this doesn't tell you that the earth's a globe. This is just a bunch of statistical nonsense.
Right.
And it has been consistent for 10 years. No matter what they bring up, it actually doesn't prove the earth is a globe. Like, no matter what they bring up. And it's like, I've seen like these, I call them trial balloons. So they'll come in, they'll try, what about this? Okay, we knocked that down. Okay, what about this? And they'll create these long ass lists, gish gallop lists. And like, you know what Gish Gallop is? Gish Gallop is when you try to overwhelm an opponent with lots of arguments with no regard to how strong the argument actually is. So they think that if they come with 100 weak arguments, that's as good as one proof. No, you just have 100 weak arguments, and adding them up together doesn't make a strong total argument, right? But that's what they think. So,
yeah.
You know, I've heard these hundreds of weak arguments for so long, and it always turns out to be, even if it's new and we never heard it. But my thing is at this point is never, whatever a Glober says, don't believe it. Always check and see if that's what the actual case is, because typically they either misinterpret what they looked at, or it doesn't mean what they think it means, or any number of things. I'll give you an example, a good example. Latitude and longitude. What is that? What is latitude and longitude? Is that on the Earth? Can I go somewhere on the Earth and find a latitude and longitude? And I don't mean as in imaginary lines, right? I mean, is it actually a place on Earth? Can I find my latitude and longitude using the Earth? How about that? Now let's imagine I can't see the sky. It's all cloudy. I don't have any devices. I have no GPS. I have nothing. I want to know where I am. Can I find my latitude and longitude?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no. Like, how would you do it, right? That's because the latitude and longitude are based upon the celestial sphere. It's not based upon the ground. And you can't even say what your latitude and longitude is if you can't see the sky. But a lot of people think, what about, if I follow this latitude line, longitude line, and from, this point to this place, then this, right? Like, well, you're not on those, you're under those. Like, what are you talking about? All you did is tell me that you went under a bunch of stars, but they don't realize that. This is just one of the things that a Glober will come in. They'll make some argument about maps and latitude and longitude, and then, they don't realize that those things aren't even based upon the ground. They're based upon the sky in the first place, right? So it's just funny. Like, how come if I go for every 1 degree north, I go when I travel north, Polaris goes up. When I'm on 45 latitude, Polaris is at 45 degrees in the sky. How come? Because that's literally what defines 45 latitude in the first place. If you couldn't see Polaris at 45 degrees in the sky, you wouldn't even know you're at 45 latitude, and there'd be no way to tell if you were, right? So it's like circular logic, the whole thing. But they come with these arguments that are circular, and they don't realize they're circular because they think that these points are measured points on the ground, but they're not. They have nothing to do with the ground. Only in the sense where they know if they look in the nautical almanac, some star is going to that is going to be at zenith at some point in time, and if you're standing in a spot when that star's at zenith, you're at some freaking latitude, right? Like, we have a whole system of coordinates in time, a key components to time, because the longitude is based upon the sun. So your longitude lines are based upon the solar position, and the latitude lines are based upon the star's position. So the coincidence of events of time and stars where they are in the sky relative to where you're looking, right? That tells you your latitude and longitude. That is our whole coordinate system. That's how celestial navigation works. But people think that the Earth is the sphere. That's the thing. They think the Earth is the sphere. And they think that system proves that the Earth is a sphere. It doesn't even use the Earth. It doesn't require an Earth. It doesn't, Earth could not exist. And that system of coordinates would still work. But that's just one example.
Just all the whole GP ground positioning system doesn't just use flat Earth measurements, anyways, right? So.
Well, I mean, you're always measuring up from the horizon or from
the triangulation, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that's just an arbitrary coordinate system. You can use other ones. Pacific Islanders, they didn't have any of the Goldberg stuff. They used the stars to navigate and travel super long distances, and they didn't have a compass, and they didn't have any of those tools to use, but they still navigated 600 kilometers and could hit targets that were like a kilometer across, which is pretty goddamn good.
Yeah.
That's, in fact, the Spanish, when they kept finding these Carolingian Islanders in the Philippines, and they were like, how the fuck did you get here? Like, they didn't understand how they got there because they didn't have a globe. They didn't, you really, and I tell everybody this, you just have to listen to the person. Actually listen. Typically, people will come in, if it's a globe earther, right? They'll give what they think is their best evidence first. And that will tell you something about that person. If you go, okay, why did that person present that as his best evidence as opposed to some other thing? It tells you something about the way they think. And then you go from there. But you have to listen. That's the key point, is listen to who you're talking to. Because no matter what, as long as you're just not like absolute trolling or pissed off at Flat Earth for existing at all, because that's some people where you're never going to get through to them. No matter what, they're only here for, to vent their anger or punch down or whatever. If it's an actual person you're going to have a dialogue with, then, just listen to them. That's really the key, is just to listen to what they're saying. They'll tell you everything you need to know.
Well, do you think someone that's willing to have a dialogue is, to me, it seems like they're open to the idea of Flat Earth, right? I mean, I guess maybe not always. I think a lot of times, though, is if someone's willing to have an open dialogue, then that means they're trying to see what you have to convince them, right, that the Earth is flat. But a lot of times, the problems I run into is that I don't know if they're trolling or they just resort to name calling. You just call you flat tards or whatever, and then
I get it. There's people that are mad about Flat Earth existing at all. They have these weird ideas. Because remember the identity thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I could post it right now. Like, dude is like, he said, you guys make a joke out of everything, and that's why aliens won't come see us. He thinks flat earthers are the reason aliens aren't coming down to see us. It's like we're still too backwards. We have to be advanced enough for them to come hang out with us or something. I mean, these people have these weird ideas, like these NASA fanboys and people that think aliens and all this stuff. They're really into that space, the idea of space and human advance. That they'll say things like, how's the human race ever going to advance if you flat earthers are around?
Well, I've often noticed that the people that are the NASA fanboys, that are the Globers, whatever, they don't really do a good job at defending their position. Anyways, it's all like faith in science and NASA, but then they'll try to name call and make fun of you for having your stance on something that you've actually measured or experienced, right? So but you can't really get them to see that. And it's like, I often tell them, like, you don't even have a thought of your own. You're just literally just regurgitating what people in authority say, right? That are
Well, I mean, half the time they're not even regurgitating authorities. They're regurgitating something their teacher said, and their teacher don't know. Their teacher's just reading what they saw in the textbook, and then whoever wrote the textbook, they don't fucking know because they barely researched what they're even writing down. I mean, and the textbook itself is 30 years old before it even got into the school. So it's like it's crazy. Like we have a name for it. It's called the magic science guy fallacy. So all these people, they think that there's some guy out there, right? There's some magic science guy. They don't know who he is. They don't know how he did it. They don't know what evidence he has, but they're pretty sure that he's out there, and he has the globe proof that they don't have. They don't have it, but there's some other guy. They'll say, well, I'm not a scientist, or, well, I don't know, but I'm sure somebody else frickin' has the information. It's always somebody else. Like when people that actually, kind of push, like try to debate us, but they don't really know anything. They're just regular people.
Yeah.
And they're just like, oh, flat earthers are the low-hanging fruit. They don't know anything. And then they come in, and, almost immediately they're going, well, I'm not a scientist. Like, well, okay, who does have if it's not you, who? And they're like, well, NASA. Well, okay, who at NASA? Who do I call? I don't know. They don't know anything, right? That's, like I said, that's the point. Is the point all they have is like this giant belief that there's evidence out there somewhere. They don't know who has the evidence.
Yeah, they believe because there's these agencies that are ran and funded by governments or taxpayers, I should say, that it's impossible.
Well, they think because everybody believes it, there must be a whole shitload of evidence out there. Because everyone they know believes it, and then everyone those people know believes it. And people wouldn't believe something that's not true. Of course not. People don't believe things that aren't true, especially a lot of people, which is fallacious. People believe a lot of people believe
cognitive dissonance, the herd mentality. It's like people are really scared of being ostracized. Like they're scared of being outside of a circle because they don't want to feel like they're out on their own, that they're crazy, or they don't want to be pushed out, right? They would rather, like, and you had mentioned this already, they would rather just be comfortable in the lie. And even if they can't really necessarily prove it a lie, but they can see that there's holes they can poke into the story or their ideology, they would still rather just shut up and just go along with everybody else because it's just easier that way. So,
well, I mean, some people, I've heard people say, if the earth was flat, I'd kill myself. I mean, literally, fuck, dude. Like, seriously, I'd kill myself if there was no outer space. I actually have a recording of that. I could actually play it, but I'm not gonna. So some people would never think the earth is flat, would never, even if the earth was flat, they would never let themselves believe it because they'd be afraid of what people would think. Okay.
Well, not only that too, but they also, another thing that people just absolutely hate is they hate, especially when you have a stance or position and you're so dedicated to it, and then you eventually do find. I mean, we've all been there. I think we've all been there.
You should ask them.
You have such a strong stance, you're willing to go to war over, right? And then you've proven wrong. A lot of people would rather double down on knowing,
yeah,
even though they're wrong, because admitting they were wrong and getting that person the satisfaction of being right is just too much.
God, you don't even know the double down, triple down. They'll bet the whole universe, dude. The one chance I'm gonna prove you wrong this time.
They'd rather die.
That are absolutely obsessed with us, bro. Like they're absolutely obsessed.
Oh, they'd rather die than admit that you were right, or that you even have a valid point that stumps them, right? Globers, you give them, a point, and you can clearly, even just listen to them, you can fucking sense the gears turning, right? But they're just and then it's just you think you're oh, maybe, and then they revert back to oh no, you're just a stupid flat tire, you don't know anything, right? And it's just crap.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would never try to convince anybody the earth is flat anymore. I just give people information that they didn't have previously. Because a lot of people, they think they have an idea about flat earth and what it is. And CB used to say it all the time. They'd be like, well, if flat earthers think that, and he would just say, you don't even know what flat earth is. Like what is flat earth? Well, you think that the earth is a disk floating in space. You know what I mean? They have no idea what we think and what it is. And then they come in here and try to debunk it. How can you debunk an idea that you don't even know what the freaking idea is? They just know it from memes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, I don't try to convince people the earth is flat. It's we spend the first freaking 10 minutes is spent freaking deprogramming them from what they thought flat earth was.
Yeah.
So what's your model?
Topic, Indio. Wesley wants the smoke.
Oh, he wants the smoke. Model of what?
Yeah, what's the best map that shows the whole flat earth?
The best map that shows, I'd say Antonio Suarez's map.
What's the name of it?
Antonio Subaratz's map.
Antonio.
It's in the Book of the Sun.
Subaretz. How do you spell his last name? Do you know? Oh,
I'll just
Subaretz.
post
I
it.
found it. I found it. Map.
Why is the map the territory now?
I'm trying to find where his map. See,
Is the map the territory now?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't. You never heard of the map territory?
Goes back to what we were
Yeah,
saying
you
before.
never heard of the map territory problem? It's a well-known problem. It's been known about for a couple hundred years.
Well,
you don't
no, I
know about
noticed
that, and you're going to talk about maps?
Yeah, I
Wow,
noticed
weird.
I noticed that you couldn't answer the question. So, what
I
is the
did.
best flat Earth map?
I did. I said
No,
Antonio
okay,
Subaratz's
well,
map, I think.
Yeah,
That's
can you
for
put
what?
it
But that's for what purpose? Maps
I'm
are
asking
purpose
you,
specific.
what is the
Best
best
for
flat
what
Earth map?
purpose? Best is a value judgment.
Yeah, sure. So distances across the Earth.
Distances.
Yep.
The best map for distances. I don't know. There would be no way to actually verify the distance.
There's no way to actually verify it?
Yeah, to actually verify what the distance is, no matter what you do, like how are you going to verify it? How are you going to measure the distance?
You don't know how to measure distances?
Yeah, I think I would make a map.
Now I'm
of
going to
my-
ask you,
I'd
why are you
make a
asking
map
me?
of my living
Hold on.
room. I think that'd be the best one.
Hold on a second. Why
you
are you
pull up
asking
the
me a question when I asked you a question?
Well, you said that we can't measure distances. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, not long distances like this. There's no way to measure them.
Oh, you can't?
Why are you asking me a question again? There's no way to measure them. No, you can't. What are you going to use to measure them?
Surveying?
Tell me the
equipment?
instrument. Tell me the
Theodolite?
instrument.
Theodolite?
You're going to measure 1,000 miles with a theodolite.
Well, you can do it in segments, sure. Or you can do it with an
Really?
airplane. Yeah.
Okay.
You measure
First of
your
all,
ground speed?
so
You measure your ground speed?
okay,
You measure
let's talk about the theodolite. Let's go there. So NAD 27, which is the North American datum 1927, and the North American datum 1983. Okay, one started from a central point in Meade, Kansas, stringing out to both coasts. The other one was just a reference ellipsoid to WGS 84. When they compared the surveys against each other, there was a systemic difference between each one of them. Now, what is the theodolite good for? Well, it depends. If you start from, it starts basically in the Ohio River Valley, and as you go east, the control points are too close together and getting smaller and closer together as you go further east until you hit the east coast, and then it stops because you're in the water. But when you go the other way, they get further and further apart, increasing as you get to the east coast.
So they refined it, right?
They didn't refine it. It's a systemic error.
So they didn't correct for it?
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? No, what they did was they stamped a new number on the fucking control point that was already stamped in the ground.
Was it a correction or not?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
Well, how do you know which is the correct one? How do you know the first one wasn't the correct one? Which one's the correct one?
You're the one telling me about this.
Which one's the correct one? No, you said use the theodolite. So we used the theodolite. We did two different surveys and they didn't match each other.
Okay.
Which is the correct one?
The one that was verified by multiple measurements, I'm assuming.
They were all, it was fucking goddamn North American datum. They surveyed across America.
You don't need to get triggered by this. It's just a question.
Yeah, they surveyed. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. They surveyed across America.
Okay. So again,
okay, they have lots of measurements, hundreds if not thousands. Okay. So why is there, like, if we take the distance of one and the distance of the other, they don't match each other. So which one's the correct one?
I don't know, because you're the one that.
Yeah, of course you don't know. But you said we can use a theodolite to measure distance.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just keep demonstrating and gave a specific example of how that doesn't actually work.
Okay.
Because your measurements, listen, dude, if you do, like, say, the Great American Triangulation, right? They do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take the flat measurements of a bunch of triangles and they project it onto a reference ellipsoid.
Right. And so what are the angles?
Why do you need a reference ellipsoid if you're measuring a globe?
What are the angles between those triangles?
They're not greater than 180 degrees.
Okay.
How could they be greater than 180 degrees if you have lines of sight?
I've got data for that shows that
that's done after reduction of the horizontal direction, dude. That's done after. It's page 47. Go look on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction, where they change the azimuth to map it to a reference ellipsoid. Now, think about what you're saying. How could you have lines of sight between theodolites? That's a planar triangle. A line between the lens of one theodolite to another one, the lens of one theodolite to another one, and the lens of one theodolite to another one. That's a triangle. That's a triangle, and it's not going to be greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
I never claimed that.
You said they're greater than the triangles are greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
Yeah, not from theodolite to theodolite. Come on, man. You're not this slow, right?
Okay. Well, how would it be greater? Because you're not on this, bro. Are you dense? Are you dumb?
I know you
Are you dumb? No, yeah. Try and run away from your bullshit. So listen, it'll never be greater than 180 degrees. It's impossible because you're making measurements of a theodolite using lines of sight, and those lines of sight are straight. You're always going to have planar triangles, no matter how many you stack together. All you can do is do the reduction of the horizontal direction, twist the azimuth, because you're putting on a reference ellipsoid. If they were measuring a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid at all. They would just measure a globe.
Okay. So I will post some angles measured with spherical excess. Do you know what
this is? After reduction of the horizontal direction. Look in the book you're reading.
You know what spherical excess
It's page 47. Yes, I know what it is. They created it by calculation. They didn't measure it. They took the numbers, the actual survey data, what they looked in when they looked in the theodolite, and the angle they took, and they performed a calculation on it. It's on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. I'll post it.
This is not. You don't need to get angry. I'm not getting angry. So that's fine. I will go back and read that page. That's a fair point that I haven't looked at. So going back, can you post this map that you're talking about that you think is the most accurate for measuring distances?
You said no. The map that I think no. The first map I was talking about, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you post that, please?
Yeah, but what it looks like is not the same thing as measuring distances. Those are two different things.
Okay, so can you post that, please?
The one for measuring, I said it's impossible to verify.
I'm just asking.
You can't verify the distances. It's impossible.
I know. I'm asking you to post it, please.
No map is sufficient.
No, the one that you mentioned. Go ahead and post that, please. Because I looked it up, and there's not one map that goes with that guy that you mentioned. So can you post what you were mentioning? Or if you want to back away from it, it's fine too.
No, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Post it. Oh, yeah, I will. Hold on.
And why do you like this map?
Because it's based upon actual data.
What data?
Official country sizes filed with the UN and ship travel times across the ocean. Ship logs. He used ship logs and the official country survey data, right? So every country reports to the UN, hey, our country's X amount of square miles. So that's what he used to get the country sizes, and then he used how long it takes to travel by boat across the ocean to get the distances between points in the water to make the sizes of the ocean.
You think the shipping distance from South Africa to Chile is accurate on this map?
Sure, why not? Show it's not.
Well, the Antarctic race around Antarctica is a lot shorter than you could ever do it in
What's the world record?
I don't know, but it would be at least 2 or 3 times as long.
How come the world record?
Wait, I'm looking at boat race distance around Antarctica.
Dude, so you're making shit up? So, okay, the IDEC 3. The IDEC. Okay, I already know the answer. I'm asking a rhetorical question because I already know the answer.
Okay.
Around
Antarctica.
So the world record around Antarctica is the same time it takes to sail around the world. It was by the IDEC 3, which is a trimaran. The world record for a solo person was 93 days. That 93 days is more time than it took the Thermopylae and Cutty Sark 18th century clipper ships fully loaded with cargo to sail from Shanghai to fucking United Kingdom. The average speed that fucking carbon fiber racing yacht must have been traveling would have been 6 knots.
Okay.
To circumnavigate Antarctica.
The distance around Antarctica for the Antarctic Cup yacht race is 14 to 16,000 miles.
Yeah, that's cap. What's that? That's cap, dude.
Oh, so
that's
nuh-uh.
wrong.
So
No, I'm not saying nuh-uh. I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Okay,
what did I say to you? Repeat back to me what I said to you. Why is it wrong?
Because it's bunk, you said, and because of the other.
Because it's bunk, I said. I didn't use the word bunk. I didn't say anything like that. Because we know how long it takes to finish that race, and that the shit that we have two choices. We have two choices. Either the distance is wrong, or carbon fiber racing yachts are going 1/4 of the speed that they normally sail.
Or they're not going a constant speed, or they stop overnight. Is that because that
they don't stop overnight? It's a constant race. They don't stop overnight.
You want to be. You're sure of that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm sure they don't stop overnight.
Sure?
No, I'm sure.
Okay, I'll look that up. But where's Antarctica on that map?
I don't know.
This is too easy.
You're getting cooked, dude.
I'm getting cooked. About? Is that?
Yeah.
You claiming that? You're claiming a win already?
Well, dude, you haven't done anything but make claims which you're wrong about, factually wrong about.
How come flights from New York to Paris are about the same length as South Africa?
Where'd you get your distances from?
You got to talk it.
Yeah, no, I want to know where you got the same problem. You're going to keep running into the same problem with your map argument. You have no measured distance. No, you're going to keep Wesley. You're going to keep running into the same problem. You don't have any measured. No. Now you're over talking me. You don't have any measured distances, and you have no way to measure them.
Just like you did the length of boat ships going across.
Yeah, we have sailing time.
I can give you lengths of airplane flights from South Africa to Argentina, and they're not 2 times or 3 times the distance that you're showing between Paris.
How do you know that?
And New York. Because I have the Qantas air flight times from FlightAware.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them too. And then when you actually look into the transponder data, they're all fucking blank. You can go. You can. Yeah, Wesley. I know what flight it is. It's Qantas 47. Okay. If you go look on the actual data, right? They have a tab which shows you the actual data, the transponder things. It's all blank. It's all NA. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why that is?
Came in here with a fucking 2-bit McToon fucking argument.
Why that is?
Yeah, why is that? Tell me.
Why? Yeah, go ahead. Tell me why. Then you said you knew why.
That is blank.
Yeah.
Who cares why it is? The thing you're relying on, the data, doesn't exist.
You said you knew why. Go ahead and tell me.
I don't care why. It doesn't matter why. Why would it matter why? It's not there.
Somehow people get on these flights.
Yeah, that's right.
They leave at the right time and they get there at the right time. So
there is no right time, dude.
What?
The flight. Listen, the Cindy to Santiago, Chile flight varies by almost 30% in each direction. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why?
Oh, why?
Because of the jet stream, maybe?
Maybe? Or is it?
Right?
Maybe?
Yes.
You're just making it up, dude.
They get off at the right time.
You know what could also be? You know what could also be?
Inaccurate.
It could also be the approach to the airport.
It would change it by 3 hours?
No, it's more than 3 hours, dude.
Okay, so
it's 5.5 hours.
The approach changes it?
No, the approach could be make a difference by 45 minutes.
Dude. Makes sense, dude.
The approach can make a difference by 45 minutes. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. Okay, I flew at 2 different airports. Okay,
I flew.
Your antics are only going to get you muted, dude. Okay, so
you threaten me with mutes? Is that how it works?
No, I'm just telling you, I'm not going to deal with your immaturity.
No, you just can't handle the argument.
What you haven't? What argument? I refuted your argument, and you said.
So the
You said what?
Qantas Air flight, why isn't it 2 to 3 times more than the Paris to New York?
Why
flight?
should it be?
Look at your map.
The map. So how did you measure the distances on this map?
You could use a ruler.
To tell us what they should be.
You said that this was the most accurate for distances.
No, I did not. I specifically said even before I showed it to you that's not the case. You're a liar, and now you're muted. I told you before I even talked to you that was not the case because I knew what you were going to do. You people are too predictable. I told you. You asked me what it would look like. I said this is what it would look like. You asked about distances. I said there's no way to test whether the distances are right or not. And then you said this is the one you offered for distances. You're a snake. You got one chance to reprieve yourself and admit your error.
Okay, so I agree. I agree that you said that. So I apologize for strawmanning you. So then, which is the map that shows the accurate distances?
There is no map that shows accurate distances. We don't navigate that way.
So how do you explain flight maps?
What do you mean? How do I explain flight maps?
How do they have flight maps that are accurate to distances?
Accurate in what? What do you mean accurate? Accurate in what way? How do you know they're accurate?
Because they have the length that they've traveled, they have the departure and arrival times, and they're all consistent.
You're just making all that up. You just believe all that shit.
Well, you could say nuh-uh. That's fine.
You can actually provide evidence to support what you just said.
Okay.
I'm not saying nuh-uh. What am I saying nuh-uh to? Your claim?
How come Google Earth is...
Am I saying how come Google Earth's a cylinder, dude?
It's not a cylinder. What are you talking about?
Google Earth is the web Mercator. It's a cylinder.
No,
Go on Google Earth, try to draw a circle around the North or South Pole, and it'll snap into a half moon. Okay? It's a cylinder.
It still shows the distances are accurate to 99.7.
Yeah, but no, Google does not say that. Google says Google Earth is a fucking toy, dude, and it's for entertainment purposes only. Stop making shit up, dude.
Okay, I'll put the citation then. If you don't, I don't know why you're disagreeing.
It better be Google. That's the citation.
Yep. Google Earth accuracy.
Now you're Googling it. You're Googling the whether Google Earth or accuracy.
You
Google
think I just
says that Google Earth and Google Maps is for educational is for entertainment purposes only. They don't claim accuracy because then they would be sued. Okay, it's a toy. Google Earth is a cylinder. It's the Mercator map wrapped around a cylinder.
No, it's not in a cylinder.
It's a cylinder. They took the spherical projection of the latitude, longitude coordinates, and they projected them onto a cylinder, dude. Sorry.
How come they use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances then?
Who cares?
I do. Do you know what the Haberstein formula is?
Yeah, I do know what you guys are so corny, dude. I knew what the Haberstein formula was 20 years ago.
Well, then why would you ask me why is that a silly question?
I didn't say it was I said, so what? They use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances. So what? I used freaking the Haberstein formula to calculate the number of angels that fit on the head of a pin. Who cares? If you can't validate whether the measurement is accurate in the physical world with actual measurements, you can calculate whatever. Okay, do it. Show us.
Airplane flights show the distance that they've traveled.
Based upon what?
What do you mean based upon their ground speed?
Based where their ground speed.
Yep.
Yep. Measured with what?
What?
Measured with what? The instrument they measure their ground speed with.
GPS.
Get the GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. That's a tangent plane. So try again. And even if GPS did use a globe, they'd be using the Haberstein formula. The thing that you said that's circular logic, dunce.
Why are you so angry?
The Haberstein formula proves the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
They verified the Haberstein formula by using the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
Because you're talking in circles and it's aggravating.
No,
because you came with this weak ass McToon shit, dude.
Oh, that's where it comes from. Okay, I get it now. And also with the
you're literally parroting a fucking McToon video, bro. It's boring.
The reason the TFB thing happened is because several flat earthers, many of the most popular.
Who cares?
Flat
Here we get with the drama.
Oh, well, you were straw manning the reason they went, so maybe you didn't want to be corrected. Okay, that's fine.
What? Why? I mean the reason they went?
Yeah, you guys were saying like it was a false dichotomy or something like that. It's kind of crazy.
No.
Yeah, you were. You were in here just saying that before I came on voice.
I did not say it was a false dichotomy. I said no matter what they observed about the sun, can't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth.
Yes, but it can disprove the maps that the people believed in.
Which map?
The ones that they believed in.
Which map? The Gleason's map?
Yep, and the AE.
It still works on the Gleason's map. They didn't see anything that was inconsistent with the Gleason's map.
Okay,
Nothing.
How do you get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a Gleason's map?
It's right on the map. What do you think? Did you ever read like the map itself? It says sun. It says longitude and time calculator. Does it say this is what the Earth looks like?
Do you have one? Do you have?
Does it say this is what the Earth looks like on it?
It says the flat Earth map on it.
No, it does not. Why are you making shit up? It says latitude and time calculator.
Flat Earth map, Alexander Gleason, 1892. The flat Earth map of the world.
Keep reading.
Yep.
Longitude and sun calculator.
Okay. And then, do you know what it says?
That's what its purpose is.
Do you know what it says in the bottom right?
Bunch of shit. I don't know. I'm not reading it right off the top of my head.
Oh, you don't know this?
Yeah. What's this? Listen, I can go look in our maps channel and go look at it. What? Tell me.
You said it was correct.
It is correct for telling time. Yes. For telling the solar position. Yes, it's absolutely correct.
Okay. Why does it say in here there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, but unknown regions?
Because they hadn't discovered Antarctica yet.
But you said it's right. Wait, they hadn't.
No, it's right for this. I said. What did I say it was right for?
Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now?
Look, it is still right because the longitude lines that exist on that map are the same longitude times that converge in Antarctica, right?
No, remember you said it was
are the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica, right? Are they the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica?
The longitude lines do not.
The longitude lines on the map, right, on the Gleason's map, are the same longitude lines. There's no difference, dude.
They don't converge.
You don't understand maps. That's your problem. The fundamental problem. You don't understand coordinate systems. You don't understand maps. You don't understand that they're made for specific purposes, and they're not meant to be reified because of the map territory problem.
You said
which I started with.
It was accurate sun calculator, and this said that there is no sunlight in Antarctica below 80 degrees south.
They didn't know about Antarctica.
They hadn't discovered Antarctica by the time this map was produced.
They didn't.
You want to stick with that?
Yes. It was unexplored.
November 1892. They hadn't discovered Antarctica at this point? Is that what you stick with?
They knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
Oh, so now you're shifting to they knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
It was unexplored, yes.
When did they get
to the South Pole? When did they get to the South Pole? Amundsen got to the South Pole. I think it was 1913 or something.
So now you're shifting it to expedition, but before it discovered. So you're shifting your goal.
And Amundsen was never at the South Pole. There is no South Pole to be at. How would he know he was? Listen, let me ask you. How would he know he's at the South Pole?
Do you want to know?
Yeah, I want to know how he would know. How did he verify himself he was at the South Pole? What did he do?
Yep, the South Celestial Pole. That's how they knew.
Oh, so he went at night?
No, he could go during the day with a 24-hour sun.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, he said that he didn't see it. Well, he didn't. He said he didn't see a 24-hour sun. In fact, he said they seen a sun for one day the entire time they were there, and it wasn't a 24-hour sun.
No.
He has notebooks. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down. You can go look on archive.org right now, the notebooks of Amundsen. You can go read it yourself. He said that it was brightly lit all the time, and it was driving his crew crazy.
24-hour sun.
Brightly lit, not a 24-hour sun, brightly lit. And that when the sun finally come out, the crew had a party.
Okay, because you think they were only
Did you hear different? Did some doofus anti-flat earther tell you different?
You think they were down there for 1 day? You thought the expedition took 1 day?
No, they
Really?
said for only 1 day of the entire time they were there. Why are you
but who was
strawmanning
there?
what I said?
You were
Okay.
there.
Okay, so now we know that this map is wrong. You're gonna
No, it's right. It's right for its purpose. It's not a
the
travel
sun
map.
calculator is obviously wrong because it says there.
No,
is
it is right because if you're on one of those longitude lines, that's where you're gonna see the sun. It is correct. Longitude. Yes,
Yeah,
longitude.
but it says one of the key factors in the bottom right says there's no sunlight below 80th degree.
That's great. That's latitude, but you're going to be on one of the longitude lines, and that's
you
what
agree
it's.
that it's
That's
wrong?
that's what it calculates. You don't understand the map even in the slightest. You're trying and trying and trying, and you're just smashing up against it. You know why? Because you don't understand what you're talking about. This is
So you
nothing
agree-
for me.
You agree it's wrong, right?
No, I don't. That's the 5th time you tried that. It is
Okay, so-
correct for its purpose.
But it says there's no sunlight below the.
It even calculates distances correctly. You know that, right?
Yeah. Do you know why it calculates distances correctly? Is it a linear scale? Come on.
What do you mean?
come
Do
on,
I know
Matt.
why that calculates that? Why? What do you mean? Why it calculates this correctly?
Yeah. Why does it do that?
Because it's an azimuth projection of a celestial sphere.
Okay. What do you know what a scale is on a map?
Yes, I do know what a scale is.
Okay. What is the scale on this map? Is it linear?
No, it's not.
Why would that be?
It is linear. It is linear if you do the distances, do the distance calculation correctly, as in measure from the center. You measure the distance linearly from the center to each point, and then you do a calculation to figure out the distance between those points.
How come?
Of course, you knew that, right?
How come?
You knew that, right? You knew that, right?
Yeah.
You knew that, right?
Yeah, but it's not linear, right? You know
It is
that, right?
linear. It is linear. It's a linear
How come
distance
it's
from the
not
lines.
only accurate to the lines of longitude? You have to measure along certain lines of longitude.
Dude, I'll
scale's not
I'll post a video in the chat of someone measuring the linear distance using the method I just said. Doing it, not talking about it, actually doing it.
No, the scale. I'm talking about the scale, not actually measuring it on the map. Is the scale linear?
My last 2 brain cells.
No, no.
Yeah, good. Okay, I agree.
Not. Listen.
Thank
It's
you for
not a linear scale.
Good. Why?
If you use it one way, but you can turn it into a linear scale if you use it another way. It's like your ideas about what maps are childish.
Yeah, there is only one-to-one scale that is the most accurate map of the world. So
Oh, what's that?
the globe.
That's a lie. That's a straight lie. You ever measure a globe? You ever take a physical globe and measure the distances? You could just try to check it for internal consistency, and it doesn't even have that.
How far off is it?
Well, 30%. Depends on the physical globe you use.
Okay, how'd you measure that 30%?
With a string.
Okay, tell me how you did it.
I'll post the video.
Okay, how do you know that when you use the string? How do you know that?
Look. There's the globe claim distance, say across, east to west in, say Australia, right? Then you can find some other. So say, hold on, let me finish. Then you could find some other place on Earth, right? That is supposed to be the same distance, and then you can take that string and put it across that region and see if it's the same distance.
Oh, so
Well, they're not.
Now you're trusting globe sources.
No, I'm testing. It's called an internal critique of the globe.
Okay.
You know what internal critique is?
Yep.
Okay. So right here is 3 different globes measured. I just posted it. So he takes 3 different globes. Same person that made that map. Same person that came up with who discovered that the distances in the Antarctica, circum-Antarctica race are bullshit.
The one without the Antarctica on the map that you don't know why it's not on the map. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I didn't make the map.
Yeah, I know. Why didn't you ask him if you're trusting him as a source?
I don't even believe Antarctica is a continent. Why should I?
Oh my gosh!
Why should I?
Full conspiracy nutter.
What conspiracy did I just mention?
That there is no Antarctica.
I mean, there's a place that they call Antarctica. I said I don't believe it's a continent.
Why not?
Why should I?
Do you believe Madagascar is an island in Africa?
Yeah, there's photographs of it from the sky, capturing the entire island.
There's no photographs of Antarctica?
From the sky, capturing the entire continent? No.
Yeah. Okay. If I show one, will you then believe it's a continent?
From the sky, from an airplane.
Oh, from an airplane? Okay.
Yeah, the sky. Airplanes fly in the sky.
Okay. Have you been to?
I don't need any more globe cartoons, man.
Have you been to?
It always comes to your fake ass space pics every time.
Do you believe that Australia is a continent?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen a picture of it from the sky?
No.
Okay, then why do you believe it?
Because people have circumnavigated Antarctica.
What about Australia? Yes, they have circumnavigated.
Australia. People have circumnavigated Australia. They haven't circumnavigated Antarctica.
You even just said
because Antarctica would have to be 3 times the distance they say it is. It would be way too big.
No, they don't say it is. It's 14,000.
It would need to be like 26,000.
Show me the proof. Nobody says that.
Okay, I know nobody says that, but if you look at the time it takes to travel, okay. So here's an example. Okay, the race I mentioned, the IDEC 3. Okay, it's a trimaran. They did a circumnavigation around the globe. It took them the same amount of time to circumnavigate Antarctica to the day. 72 days.
Do you know why that could be?
Oh, yeah, because Antarctica is 25,000 miles across, right? Around.
What's your evidence for that? Just one race?
And that's not the only one. There's also the world record solo race.
Yeah, and do you think the seas might have something to do
Why
with
do
it?
you think it's not that? How about that?
Think it's not what? No, I agree it's 14,000 to 16,000.
Why?
Because we have measurements of it.
I just gave you measurements. You haven't given me shit. Give us
What
your
measurements have
measurements.
you given me? You gave me a time.
The race. The
Yeah, but
time.
They tracked 14,000 nautical miles.
No,
Go
they
ahead.
did not.
Yes, it's 14 to 16,000 nautical miles. What do you mean? No, they did not.
No, they did not. They have a time. They actually measured how fast they're going.
And
right?
the distance. And
the time and the distance equates to longer than 14,000 miles. So I'm asking
do they
you,
track their speed?
why do you believe it's more than 14,000 miles? Or
How did they
why
track
do you
their
think it is 14,000 miles, Wesley?
Because they measured it. How did they track
With
their
what?
speed?
Okay, no. With what? What was the
GPS.
instrument?
GPS.
No, I'm banning you just for fucking lying.
Aw, so
Go be
cute.
a fucking liar somewhere else.
Wow.
Sounds like he's been drinking McToon's Kool-Aid. Hella thick.
Yeah, from his knees.
Right? He's probably helping him do those little experiments in the basement to prove that you don't need a concave mirror to produce a rainbow inside the house.
Dude, he literally went down the list of McToon's clown arguments that he makes when he debates.
Yeah. So funny. They got him on speed dial, huh?
How many things did he make up?
One of the unintended consequences or unintended benefits, you could say, of flat Earth is it's one of the biggest freaking middle fingers that you could give to the establishment.
That is true.
Yeah, because instead of taking establishment A versus establishment B, you're just flipping the finger to both.
Yeah, and you're saying, look, this is the cosmological worldview that you're responsible for giving us. Can you prove it? We know they can't.
Well, they can do the croak like a frog argument. I mean, I'm not a flat earther, right? I think the ultimate problem is you can't really prove anything that you can't test in a lab, and you can only test constituent components of globe Earth in a lab. You can't test the entire theory in a lab. So, like, it's kind of unprovable unless you literally go to space yourself. Even then, you could still make spurious claims about, like, well, that's just your perception saying the Earth is flat. Like, there's nothing objectively saying it's flat other than your eyes, which aren't a really good metric for objectivity in the first place. So, like, I think most claims, no matter how concrete they seem, can't really be proven, not in an absolute sense.
Well, our community for the past 10 years has absolutely measured the surface of the Earth and found no globe curvature all over the world. Still looking for it.
Yeah, but there's plenty of people that have done experiments that have found curvature as well. So, like, it's not. I don't think it's a one-side thing.
Yeah, well, we examine their claims, and we can demonstrate how they're without merit.
I've not really seen that, but I'll be honest with you, I can't really be bothered to go through that whole thing. I've been in this channel probably more than any of you, to be honest. I've kind of done every argument possible. I've done the star rotations. I've done that one fucking picture where you're on top of a mountain and supposedly the curvature is supposed to be much smaller. I've gone through all of the offshore oil rigs. It's fucking everything.
I'm a big fan of the laser test and the long distance high altitude infrared.
Yeah, the long distance infrared's the one I've seen quite a lot, right? The curvature's like, you can see like 132 miles, right, or something, and then if you calculate it even using like fucking atmospheric refraction, you shouldn't be able to.
So the problem is
the black swan as well.
Yeah, so who measured the curvature for satellites to orbit?
What do you mean?
Like I went so the early rocket program really kicked off with the V2 technology from the Russian or Nazi scientists rather that we had kidnapped and brought here. However that story goes, I mean, America's space program, Russia's space program, we faced off, we started launching rockets all over the place. And one of the goals was to see if we could orbit the Earth. Like where is all of that data? What did they use for their foundational measurements? And can we see the telemetry data from their tests?
I mean, I'm sure they did have data.
How did they measure the freaking radius?
Do you even need data to launch something into orbit? I think you can kind of fucking free will it, right? Like, you just need to know the speed to maintain orbit. I don't think you need to know the curvature, really.
Well, I mean, curvature dictates how much speed you're going to have to use.
That's a good question.
Right? Because, I mean, the curvature and the geodesic of gravity go hand in hand.
Well, no, because you only need to know how strong gravity is, right? You can kind of don't take this as gospel. I'm kind of just fucking freeballing here. How I'm thinking of it is like, you'd only need to know the circumference of the Earth to calculate the amount of force that you'd be flying against, right? But if you already know the gravity, which we can measure by fucking jumping, I don't think you really need to know the curvature, right?
You do. I'll tell you why. You need to know the vector of gravity. So that means you need to have the vector pointing to a common barycenter of a globe. And that vector has to be rotating about that point of center.
Yeah, but we already know the vector of gravity without knowing that, right? But we can measure where gravity is trending towards without knowing the curvature of the Earth, right? Like for example,
well, what if Earth is flat and we have gravity?
Well, then you'd still be able to measure where it was coming from, even if it was flat. I don't think it's
sure, but you won't be able to orbit.
well, yeah, of course, that's very true. Well, I guess they assumed it was round, launched things into the sky, and then
that's the story.
Well, then they happen to be right, otherwise things wouldn't have orbited. Or if you're on your side of the aisle, then you assume, well, that's false, and it's like a global cabal, right?
Well, I don't know about a cabal. I just, like, if they just got fucking lucky, I want to know that.
I just, like, because I'm not a physicist, right? I'm not intimately familiar with the counter arguments. Like I am on a superficial level, but if you asked me to come up with them myself or distill them myself, I'd have trouble, right? But I find it very difficult to believe that there's like almost a shadow government-esque type cabal working together, and like no one's really making efforts to leak any of that. Like I think the extraordinary effort that it would take to keep this under wraps effectively is, in my opinion, like entirely fucking unfeasible. I also don't really see the point of it either. Like,
yeah, I'll tell you where I've come with this. Like, I don't think there's a cabal hiding a flat Earth from the public. I really don't, and maybe I'm in the minority amongst people on my side on this.
Okay.
What I do see is a history of the space program that was started as a psychological operation after World War II. And in this case, what the intent is, like what, if you want to call it a cabal, fine, but what their aim is not hiding a flat Earth. It's projecting technological superiority that may or may not exist.
That bit, like that incentive structure obviously exists, right? If you're the US in the space race in the 60s, you have a very, very strong incentive to make it seem like you're more technologically advanced than you are. Totally get that argument.
Yeah, so could they still think Earth is a globe, is my point.
Well, that would be my point, is like, let's say you are the US in the 60s and you're like, right, we've got to come up with something quick time to prove that we're like more superior than Russia, right? We've got to do this whole space race thing. Why on earth would you then choose to lie about the shape of the Earth to do that? And also make like a really easily disprovable claim because you can measure curvature and whatnot. Like it doesn't make much sense to me to go with that. I'm just trying to understand the fucking like motives.
I would agree. I'd agree. They're not lying about the shape of the Earth. That's not their aim. They still think it's a globe.
I just think it's really easily measurable, right? Like, especially, I mean,
we're back to that again.
Not measurable in that sense. Not like on Earth curvature. I don't think most people understand that, unfortunately. Like in the sense that anyone arguing over calculations probably doesn't understand the implication of atmospheric refraction and other qualia that like come into play, right? Like I don't either, which is why I don't really argue upon that basis. I'm just not qualified enough. But like the idea that everything we've sent into space has to be like fake and all the measurements that are coming back are fake is what I find very hard to digest, especially considering it's come from like many different agencies and in some cases private companies, right? I figure like by now we'd have some kind of visual fucking proof that it wasn't round.
Maybe. I mean, but if their whole aim was to build this apparatus to advance technological claims and discoveries that may not have actually existed, then what they're doing comports exactly with that aim that they stated they'd set out to do in the first place.
Yeah. Well, like, really good example about how I think about this, right? Let's say you're Russia, right? And let's say Russia has verifiably sent stuff into space, right? Which under its own claims it has. As modern Russia, you are massively incentivized to advocate for flat Earth. If you're Russia and you have sent things into space and you've seen the Earth is actually flat, that would be something they would be pushing like wildfire because their ultimate goal politically is to destabilize the fuck out of the West and the US. And if you could effectively push flat Earth and show a bunch of like photographic evidence from your Sputnik programs that Earth is flat, that would be like a gold mine for anti-US like polarities, right? Like China would be doing that, Russia would be doing that, all of these people would be doing that. The fact that they all agree wholeheartedly when we know for a fact they're massive geopolitical enemies strikes me as very strange.
Well, suppose what if the Russians never actually found out for sure in the first place? You know,
yeah, that's true.
Secretary of Defense at the time in the United States, Charlie Wilson, famous, but he said regarding Sputnik that it was a scientific trick.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? Because then if Russia want to lie about the fact they've gone to space, they then have to agree with the US, right?
Well, yeah, and they thought Earth was a globe when they were faking space themselves.
Yeah, exactly. But then I guess then you'd have to be like, right, I guess every country has lied about going to space. I also find that one semi-difficult to believe.
It is difficult. It's harder to believe that space agencies and commercial space programs can go mad with a delusion or with some kind of trick than it is to accept the reality of the measurements that are available to us Because flat Earth doesn't hide from anybody. It's not hard to measure the Earth flat in actuality.
Yeah. I mean, I assume you're familiar with the basic arguments, right? Like, what's your argument against like the rotation of the North Sky versus South Sky and stuff like that?
It's not really an argument against. It's what evidence is there that a globe is rotating to cause that effect.
It's not that. It's just that it wouldn't be possible on a flat plane.
Well, that presumes to know what is and isn't possible, right? I mean, the globe to me is an explanation without evidence.
Well,
I can
so
come up with other explanations too that seem plausible.
You can, but you can do that for absolutely anything, and it doesn't really disprove that. Like, if I say, for example, I have a car and the wheels are pushing forward to make it drive, I can go, actually, I can think of other ways that the car could move forward, right? That doesn't really give much validity to your claim just because you can think of other ways that something could possibly happen, right? Like, for example, you eat food and it makes you full. I could go, actually, no. When you eat food, there is a portal in your throat that transfers the food away, and God rewards you with feeling full. Right? Like,
okay, fine. So here's this one. I see stars rotating, and just like a portal in my stomach, I imagine Earth to be a globe.
Yeah, I'm saying you can absolutely imagine that alternate reality, but it just doesn't. There's a lot more supporting evidence for the other one, so naturally I would go with the other one. It's not that it's proven; it's just there's far more leaning in that direction. Like you can't like I said earlier, you can't prove these kind of claims because the
supporting evidence is contradictory. It doesn't stand up to its own internal critique in the first instance, and that's kind of the first domino to fall for me.
I'd say the only thing that goes against it is some measurements of curvature on the Earth, and I'm not even sure if that's necessarily true because I'm not really qualified enough to know what other variables go into the ability to see something further than you mathematically should.
Sure. This is why we've got two legs, right? On the one leg, the globe is not internally consistent with its own claims. It's so full of contradictions it'll make your head spin. Secondly, we've got external validation of our claim of a flat Earth. So we can falsify the globe externally, and the globe doesn't withstand its own claims internally.
Yeah, I mean, I just wouldn't agree with what I've seen thus far, obviously.
Okay.
I think there are some arguments that do somewhat go against it on the surface of it, but one, again, I don't personally understand the depth of the arguments enough because I'm not a physicist, so I'm not really qualified to combat against it properly. And two, even if you completely disregard curvature measurements, there's still a plentiful bundle of evidence pointing towards round Earth. Our entire model of the universe and sort of physics would break down if it wasn't round.
Absolutely.
Oh, you're lagging out sporadic, big time.
Huh?
Oh, I think you're.
Am I roboting?
No, you're good now. I think you're back.
Shit. Testing.
Yeah, you're okay.
The curvature measurements are what we've been looking for. I can't find any.
I mean, you can do the experiment yourself, right, with 2 sticks. You can do the shadow experiment.
Yeah, but do you realize why logically and geometrically it's not proof? Why it's absolutely deficient?
No, it's not proof by itself, but it's a part of a larger collective bundle of proof. Me jumping doesn't prove gravity, but it's an implication that the other arguments for gravity are also now slightly more supported. And when you get to enough coalesced support in a single collective group of evidence, then that tends to be the most likely option, or seems like the most likely option.
Well, when I use sticks to measure shadows, I'm observing an object in the sky that's a point of reference. And somebody else is too. The fact that we can measure different shadow lengths is a consequence of the apparent divergence of light from that common point of source. Right?
Yes.
So for you to get a globe out of that, you have to say that that's not a single point source of light.
Oh, you don't know.
Yeah, you do. You say no, that the diverging angles that the two of us are measuring are not really diverging from a point source. They're actually parallel.
Yeah, but then you'd have a different measurement. That's the point, right?
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. The geometry is preserved.
You absolutely would. I promise you. Right? Like if you have,
I can prove it geometrically to you.
Well, if you have a light in a room, for example, like let's say my bedroom that I'm currently sitting in, I have a light at the top of that, right? If I then have a table below it, and I have a globe on the right side and a flat plane on the left side, if I place two sticks, the equal amount of distance from one another on both the flat plane and the globe, the resultant shadow differential between the two sticks will be vastly different because obviously then two different shapes, right? You can do that one in a lab, and then you can also then follow that up by showing the distance between the
on
sticks
a flat table.
Yeah. So if basically the distance between two sticks on a flat Earth and a globe Earth would have different shadow results than one another.
I don't see how that would be the case. Because
you don't?
No, because what we have right now is what we observe as a point source of light in the sky, like I said, okay? And what we observe are two different shadow lengths as a consequence of two different simultaneous observers getting two different angles to the same thing in the sky.
But the
right?
the inference.
That's number one.
So sorry, you can finish your point first. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay, so what is going to be inferred here is that the only way that this can happen is that the table must be curved, the flat surface we're on must be curved, and the light is coming from not a point, but a flat surface in the sky. You realize that the reason why people believe in the globe is because they think the sun's surface is relatively flat.
But that
they move the flat surface from the ground into the sky.
Let me try and explain this with a drawing.
That's where you get the parallel rays from. Where else do you get parallel rays from? But from an effectively flat surface.
No, you can get parallel rays from anything. From basically.
Well, the claim is the sun shoots off effectively parallel rays, and so the point source is no longer the sun but the Earth.
I don't really know what you mean by that.
And the reason why you have diverging angles is because two people are at an angle of rotation away from each other on that curved surface, and that angle of rotation is the angle by which they see different points, a different point of reference in the sky for the sun.
I'm confused about what you're saying here. Are you saying that rays could only be parallel if it's a flat sun?
Well, yeah, that's how. Like the sun's surface is so big and round, and Earth is so teeny tiny that, for all intents and purposes, the rays emanating off of this massive sun compared to a tiny point-sized Earth are parallel.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so an effectively flat surface casting rays to a tiny point Earth. Now you can flip this thing upside down and say an effectively flat surface of Earth and a point source of light in the sky for the sun. What is happening is a geometric equivalence is created here between the two cosmologies. When you measure these sticks and shadows, and you presume Earth to be curving, you need a flat surface somewhere, and you put that flat surface up in the sky instead. So you take a surface that you can measure, and you put it in this. Well, that's how you get the parallel rays.
I don't think the geometric equivalence in terms of changing their shape, if you don't also equivalize their sizes, I don't think that quite follows. Also, old dude, I simply don't understand what the graph is trying to make, so I can't really respond to that. I don't really understand the claim it's trying to make. You might have to give me a bit of context. Especially since it's in French. Well, it's just parallel rays and divergent rays, right? That shouldn't be too tricky.
We can measure the surface flat, so why should we assume it's curving?
I don't think we can measure it flat. Not with
I would
the
love
shadow
the curvature
experiment,
measurement. Honest to God, I keep coming back to that. I've studied their claims in a geodetic surveying. I've studied celestial navigation. I see where the mathematical, call it tricks, are, where the globe is hiding. The globe is able to be constructed out of margins of error that are created synthetically, that don't really exist themselves.
Okay. So I kind of need to do some learning on the fly to compete.
Yeah,
with this,
I mean,
guess.
like it's a terribly complex topic, and it's really hard to do on the fly research.
Yeah,
It's
like I
taken me
haven't
a long
done
time to get to
geometry
this point.
since fucking like high school, so I need to like remember if what you're saying like makes mathematical sense or not. Obviously,
Yeah.
I don't think you're lying to me. You don't give me that impression at all. But yeah, I just want to check up and make sure I can like follow what you're saying. I don't want to kind of like just assume it's right. Like Chinese Aristophanes figured Earth was flat at the same time as Aristophanes, with a closer sun divergent rays, we get the same result.
Yeah, that's another point. Thanks for bringing that up, whoever's posting this in text. What I'm saying isn't even like fringe. Astronomy departments talk about how Eratosthenes sticks and shadows is also geometrically problematic for the same reasons that I pointed out.
No, sorry, I didn't say what you were saying was the French. I wasn't trying to make like this is jumbled in my head. He literally posted a graph with French writing on. That's what I was referring to then. Not you, sorry.
That's okay. It's okay. I wasn't thinking that either, but
okay, bro.
No, what I'm saying about this geometric equivalence between the two is absolutely spot on, and is something that is pointed out by astronomy departments, philosophy of mathematics departments studying the Eratosthenes case. And we even so happen to have a historical figure in China who is a contemporary of Eratosthenes who performed a similar setup. But because their worldview was that Earth is observed and measurably flat in the first instance, then this test affirmed their flat Earth cosmology, which remained as such until the 1600s. So
like,
it's
basically,
not I'm a crazy flat earther coming up with this shit.
Oh no! So what I'm understanding basically is if we take Eratosthenes, that's how you say the name. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at pronouncing his name. I only ever read it. The Greek guy who did the experiment. So if you can absolutely change the mass, shape, and size of the sun and Earth to make it so those experiments match up with a flat Earth.
Totally.
But you would then basically require more proof on the side of those new sizes than the current ones we have, and there would be loads of other supporting phenomena that wouldn't necessarily match up with that, right? So from what I understand, if you were to change the size, shape, and mass of the sun and Earth to match this experiment on a flat plane, one, the sun would have to be only a few thousand kilometers away, and the light rays would then obviously diverge noticeably, and that can create different angles at different locations, right? So that would explain that. But you would also need, like, I guess height and horizontal distance of the sun would have to be exactly adjusted so angle difference grows like linearly.
Oh yeah, you don't have anything on a globe for a distance to the sun, so yeah, we can put it anywhere we want to.
Right. In both cosmologies, listen, flat or globe, you can't triangulate the height of the sun. You can't triangulate it on a globe because the rays are parallel, and you have no way to converge them onto a point to do a triangulation. And the way the sun appears to us on flat Earth is it's in an observer-dependent location, kind of like a rainbow.
So if the sun was only a couple thousand kilometers away,
well, we don't know. We don't know how far away it is. That's the thing.
You do. There's only really two possibilities. So
I deny that claim. I don't make it. I can tell you why.
We'll try and go through it with each other. If you think there's problems, that's fine. You can call them out. I'm trying to come here like good faith, right? So like if you do point out like a genuine problem with it, I'll definitely go through it with you. This is just what I understand currently, right? So if you've got spherical Earth and a distant sun, then Eratosthenes just works automatically. If you've got a flat Earth and a spherical sun, then the only way that his measurements work and the measurements you can do today with two sticks work is if the sun is about 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away. I don't know the exact measurement, but there will be one. So you then have to invent another third model to justify any other distance. Otherwise, the experiment with the sticks wouldn't come out with the results it does. Right? That's kind of my understanding thus far.
Well, so the way I see it is people who believe in the globe have to assume that the sun is at a vast distance and is of immense size, such that the rays that it casts off are effectively parallel. This is something that cannot be proven and is not observed.
I mean that is observed equally as the other side of it on the Aristotelians, but
you don't observe parallel rays. You actually measure diverging rays.
I already posted a picture of it in the chat.
Yeah, I know, but we observe functionally parallel rays, which is why when we did up-to-date experiments to extrapolate upon Aristotelians' experiments, we got slightly different results because obviously his wasn't perfect because he was assuming parallel rays, but they're that close to being functionally parallel for us because it's that far away that the experiment turned out to be relatively.
Prove it. Yeah, prove how far the sun is.
Yeah, I'm going
through this with you, right? I'm going through this with you, right? But that's why we need to get to this bit. That's why we need to get to this bit, right? So you, again, if you
conclude logically that these rays are parallel, like what is the logical train?
I don't think they're parallel. I think they're functionally parallel. Two very different things.
Yeah. Okay. So functionally parallel. How do you go from observing diverging rays from two different locations to saying, well, those have to be functionally parallel? What's the chain of logic? I'll tell you what, there isn't any.
Well, I'll try and come up with like an analogy for you. I
want the logical train though. That like, how do I get to that conclusion?
Well, it's something is functionally X or Y when assuming such doesn't change the results of things, right? So, like for example, funnily enough, I have to use another globe analogy here, right? Even if the globers are right, Earth still technically isn't a perfect globe, right? The Grand Canyon exists. There's fucking like ditches and troughs everywhere. There's mountains, right? But it's functionally a globe because when you measure it as such, the results don't qualitatively change because it's that small of a divergence from what you're measuring functionally, right? Like we can measure divergence, but it doesn't really have that many implications because if you assume it's parallel, you basically end up with the same results within a margin of error.
Right. So here's how I imagine this going down. You got Eratosthenes, okay? He does this stick and shadow thing, and he says, well, this here basically proves that Earth is a sphere because we have to assume that these diverging rays we measured are functionally parallel. His detractor that he's speaking with says, oh, yeah? How did you come to that conclusion when the only thing that you have to base this assumption off of is your imagination?
I just guessed
we can actually measure diverging rays physically in the real world.
Well, he just guessed it, right? Like this wasn't a robust debate in ancient Athens. They didn't have a fucking clue.
They actually didn't, but they got lucky. Like NASA got lucky with orbiting satellites.
Well, no,
moon landings. They only need one shot at it.
Well, yeah, naturally, I don't think those two things are equivalent, right? If you do, fair enough. But like again, he didn't have proof that sun's rays were parallel or even close to parallel. He was just fucking YOLOing it and having fun in 300 BC, which is why the rest of the world still believe. Well, yeah, that's why the rest of the world still believed the Earth was flat for like 2,000 years, right? Like he was fucking alone for the most part in that. It wasn't really till Galileo, right? But that aside, just back to the thing we were on before, right? So, do you think there's a third model, right? Because if we've already gone through, right, spherical Earth plus distant sun, Eratosthenes works automatically. If you have a flat Earth and a sun about 3,000, 4,000 kilometers away, then Eratosthenes also works automatically. But do you think there's a third model then, where
they're potentially infinite models that can fit the explanation? That's a mathematical philosophical truth.
Yeah, that's probably true. But then you need to alter the size.
This actually supports your earlier point where you said that it's really difficult to prove things.
What we know for sure is well, not for sure, but very likely is if Earth was flat, then the sun has to be within a nearby range to produce the current rays it does.
Well, that assumes that it is an object that occupies 3D space from our ability to observe it.
Not
Rainbows
really.
are an example of an optical phenomenon that does not occupy a definitive space that's determined in 3D.
It does. It absolutely does occupy space because light is there causing that, right? Like
you can't triangulate a rainbow.
I mean, you can triangulate the light.
You can't triangulate a rainbow. No. You can't go chasing rainbows. It's a vector. Here, this is from the Journal of the Elisha Mitchell Scientific Society, Department of Psychology, University of North Carolina. It's called Alternate Interpretations of Eratosthenes' Two Sticks, 1988. So the abstract says, over 2,000 years ago, Eratosthenes coupled logical thought with crude measurement to estimate the circumference of the Earth with what could be considered to be amazing accuracy. However, his observations would have led him to a very different conclusion if he'd used another set of presuppositions in interpreting his observations. Scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses.
I agree. However, there is just too much evidence in favor of this one because every single different calculation we do gives us the same result, or very, very close to Eratosthenes. Right?
Well, because you're operating within a unified framework. But I can point out that
that's how we do science, though. That is how we do science, right? Because
we subject that framework to internal and external validation measures.
Yeah, exactly.
And it fails. And I can give examples.
I just don't think this one fails as much as the other ones fail, because it does fail in certain areas, but that's...
Yeah.
Should be in front of the Oryx if the Earth was a ball. That's where the horizon should be for your belief to be true.
Yeah, but like
we've given you the mathematics in the side chat for you to look through.
Like, is there any other?
So DJ posted the diagram. 27 past the hour to help you understand.
Math is math, and I'm extremely bad.
See, this is the thing about theoretical. You need to understand the theory before you can demonstrate it to be true or false in reality.
Just doesn't like if that
video
is actually true, then it just doesn't make sense to be on a flat Earth to me. Because like, how can you have the exactly same shadow?
We don't care if it makes sense, and we're not really interested in the shadows. It's silhouetted because of the time of day. Your shadows mean nothing, Eratosthenes.
Yeah. Look, let's just switch to a different observation, right? So you can't complain about that same thing anymore. Okay, so here's a different observation.
DJ, the 23-mile lake one, because he was concerned about reflections. So not only can we see the reflection, you can see the actual laser too. So it'll satisfy his need for a reflection, and it'll crush his curvature.
Yep. Show him both, and he can choose which one he likes more. Okay, so this one here.
Yeah.
Okay, this was done at the ocean. Okay, and the windmill farm is 11 miles out into the ocean, which is 18 kilometers away. The camera height's 1 meter. Okay, here's the math. Okay, so 11.2 miles, that's 18 kilometers. Okay, that's the distance to the windmill. 3.5 feet, that's 1 meter. Okay, that's the height of the camera. Now, distance to horizon, that's 2.29 miles, which is 3.4 kilometers. Okay, that's where the line and where the sky and the ground should meet. Okay, so that's the maximum distance you should be able to see the water. Right, and then it says object obscured part, that's 52 feet, which is also 16 meters. So the bottom 16 meters of the windmill should be hidden behind the horizon, but it's not. There's no curvature, there's no horizon at the distance that it would have to be at if the Earth were a globe.
That's what it looks like they are floating, though. Is it?
No, this is what. Okay, so hold on a second.
Like on the end of the video, it looks like they are floating.
No, they're
That's
not
because
floating.
It's bending the light in a way that you
No,
can
it's not.
actually see
Okay,
it.
so hold on a second. No, have a look. This is
No?
right. So they don't look like they're floating, do they?
Yeah, like on not that photo, but like on the like the GIF that Nigan sent it. It looks like they are floating at the end.
No, they don't look like they're floating. They look like they're going into the water.
Yeah, I
Like,
don't see sky there.
You
I see
can
water.
clearly see like the orange, and then there's like, well, maybe it's the camera. I could be incorrect. Yeah.
So the
If
camera
you look
allows. It's
close,
an X-ray.
like that.
Do you think it's an X-ray camera that allows you to see through the curvature of the Earth and makes it also look flat at the same time, and allows you to see things
I don't
that
know what type of camera it is.
If you look closely, if you look closely, you can see a horizon beyond them, which means that up to that point, to the horizon is water, not sky. Above the horizon would be sky, right? So you got to identify where the horizon is.
Just, but just unlike the GIF that just got sent it looks like when you zoom far enough, it looks like they are floating, and there's like a boat in a way. That
brother,
like.
So you just totally ignored what I said.
Brother,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The Earth curve calculator is about the distance to horizon. We're talking about the horizon. I don't know why you're worried about the windmill platforms looking like they're floating. We're talking about Earth curve here.
Aren't we trusting our fucking eyes here, or like what's the situation?
So we shouldn't be
floating.
So then I guess we're not going to use the Earth curve calculator anymore because the observations through eyes or lenses is not reliable. Is that now what you're telling us?
I don't know. I'm just trying to learn and do.
Okay, well we're
basically
right. We're trying to talk to you about the Earth curve calculator and the supposed calculated distance to the horizon, which would be Earth curve according to the calculator. We're not talking about the platforms. We're not talking about how they look like they might be floating to you. Nobody else here thinks that, but you do. We're talking about the horizon.
Okay.
Okay. Continue, DJ.
Yep.
Yeah. Can you see the horizon at 3.4 kilometers?
Which picture though?
Any of them. They're all from the same observation. All right, let's use this last one that I posted here. It's the same location. It's the same video.
The picture that says 8 miles from observation, the bottom of the substitution. Okay, I'm looking at that at the moment.
All right. Does it look like it's floating to you?
Well, not on this picture.
Okay. All right, because it's not. Okay, so the horizon distance should be 3.4 kilometers. Do you know what a horizon is on a globe?
The sky, basically.
Well, no. Here you can have a read of this. Right. Here's an explanation.
Okay.
Have a look. Have a read.
Feeling extremely idiotic. A man standing on a sphere would observe a physical geometric horizon at a similar distance which... Yeah, fucking hell. Okay, can you read that out loud, please? I'm dyslexic as fuck. My bad.
No worries. A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which is on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. So you see that red and yellow circle where the dotted lines are right there in the middle where it meets the sea? Okay. So no imaginary other horizon or second horizon where the sky meets the sky and the sea meet can be observed past the line of the physical geometric horizon represented by the red and yellow circle. So it also gives you a little picture right there to show you what the horizon is, right? So it's where the sky and the sea appear to meet. In the Earth Curve Calculator, they are saying that the horizon is the geometric sphere edge, or the thing, the sagitta, where that little red and yellow circle meet, that is blocking out anything past it, right?
Yeah.
So when we look at the observation with the windmill towers, we're trying to figure out where the horizon is in relation to those, right?
Yeah, now I'm in the picture, yeah.
Okay. So where's the horizon? The place where the sky appears to meet the sea in relationship to the towers. Because the towers are just there for us to see how far away things are. They're distance demarcations. We know the distance of them.
So should I look at the windmills or the oil rig at the moment?
The oil rig is just for the distance. We're looking for the horizon and its relationship to those, so we can tell kind of how far away it is.
Okay.
So I put it in kilometers for you as well. Okay, so look at the one with the oil platform. It's the same location. It's the same observer. Okay, so that's 12 kilometers out into the ocean.
Yeah.
Okay, the eye height level 60 centimeters for this observation. Okay, the distance to the horizon would be 2.7 miles. That's 3.4 kilometers. Right, and the bottom portion of the oil platform should be obstructed by 6.6 meters. Okay, behind the horizon, that should be at 3.4 kilometers. It's not there. You can see the horizon is beyond 12 kilometers. You can see it behind the oil platform.
Is that a decimal or is that a comma? Obscured object part.
Yeah, I don't know why this one, it uses commas, but it means 6.6. Hold on. No, that's correct. That is in meters, not miles.
Can you guys give me a second? I need to hit the loo. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, that's crazy. It says 2.7.
2.7 meters. This does, or is that miles?
Yeah. Hold on. That should be kilometers. All right, I'm going to hit refresh on this curve calculator. It seems like it's spazzing out. All right, distance to the object, 12 kilometers. Eye height level, 60 centimeters, which is 2 foot. All right.
2,765 meters is 2.7 kilometers.
All right, here it is. That was correct. I had it in meters, but now it's in kilometers. Same thing.
This is still confusing the hell out of me.
Yeah, it should have a dot there, right? But it has a comma just to be, because it's confusing us. Yeah.
That thing is spazzing out. So distance to the object, 12 kilometers. eye sight level, so 2 meters.
60 centimeters, 2 foot, 2 foot.
Hello, I'm back again.
That's 2 foot. Okay.
Yeah.
Distance to horizon.
Yeah, because when I had it at meters, it said 2.765, where it should have said 2,765. And then I changed it to kilometers, and now it should say 2.765, but it says 2,765, which is, it's got it back to front. Must have been made by an American. Butchering the metric system. Yeah, it should be a decimal there instead of a comma.
But like the one question I kind of just have to ask, because I am not trying to troll, I'm not trying to be a douche, I just want to know, how does like the time zones work then?
Do you know what a sundial is?
Time zone, yeah.
Do you know what a sundial is?
A sundial.
Yeah.
Yeah, like spotlight.
It's like a stick that casts a shadow because of the sun. Yeah, the sun creates time zones, dude. As the sun moves across the sun moves across the earth, it creates time zones. We measure them using the sun, like with a sundial.
Yeah, but like
you're talking about time, dude. You're talking about time. You're talking about time, right? That comes from the sun, doesn't it? I'm pointing that out to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, in a one part of the place, it is a day.
Yeah. Have you got a light in your room?
Night.
Have you got a light in your room? On your ceiling? Hello? Hello? I'm going to get impatient if you don't answer direct questions. Have you got a light on your ceiling in your room?
I do.
Good. Stand under it. That's solar noon. Now imagine that light source moved away. As it gets further away from you, let's say towards the west, that's afternoon.
Yeah, but like,
keep mumbling in the background. I won't be surprised that you don't understand. Let me try again. Do you know what a line of meridian is?
I do not know.
Okay, so it's a measured angle to the sun. Let me give you an example. The same with your light that's above your head. We'll call that solar noon. Everything to the east is anti-meridian, AM, of solar noon. Everything to the west of solar noon is PM, post-meridian. Now, time zones are dictated by the path of the sun across the sky over locations. So it's quite simply, the sun dictates time on locations on the earth. Now, it's the same with seasons as well. These are caused by the sun. The time of year and day is caused by the sun.
Yeah, but like my main question is like, if the earth is flat and the sun is up, when does it come dark then?
It doesn't come down. The sun is always above the earth. The reason why it appears to go down to you is because of perspective. But the sun is always above the flat earth.
And the moon is where?
Is always above the flat earth, yeah. All the things in the sky are above the floor.
So does the sun go under the earth? And the
no, it's like I said, all of the sky is above the floor. So nowhere in that can the sky, the sun, moon and stars, be under the floor. The earth is the floor and the sun, moon and stars are above the floor. The seasons and the time of day is caused by the sun's motion above the floor being the earth, where you stand.
And you can see them differently because of...
They move. It's like the cloud that's above your head. In about 3 hours' time, depending on the wind, it's going to be closer to the horizon. You're not necessarily going to have to look up. You're going to have to look towards the horizon. These are two different angles. The cloud has moved just like the sun has moved. He's like, I'll just get to the end of the sentence and he has to talk through me. I want you to understand, sir.
Yeah, you do observe the sun, the moon, the clouds, the stars. They're all above your head, yes?
For my knowledge, yeah.
Yeah, okay. When you see them, right? And do they move across the sky from east to west?
Day to day.
Yeah, day to day, they do move across the sky. So as soon as it's noon in your location, about an hour later, the sun is going to move to the west, and it's going to be noon where they're at, right?
But it's dark, not dim.
No. Whoa. Dude, if you're going to troll, we'll just end this conversation now. We're talking about when it's daytime.
No. I am like, I want to make it extremely clear. I am not trolling. I'm just here actually trying to fucking learn.
Okay, so when I talk to you about when the sun is above your head at zenith at 90 degrees, or maybe not 90 degrees, depending on where you're at, usually that's only the equator during the equinox, but I digress. When it's noon, you know that the sun is going to be at its highest point in the sky at noon, right?
Yes.
Okay, and an hour later, it's going to move to the west of you, is it not?
Also, yes.
Yeah, so an hour later, it's going to be noon for somebody else to the west of you. This is how time zones work. It's going to be above their head. They're all the way to the west of you. That's how time zones work.
Yes, but how about like in Lapland example? How does that work then?
Say that word again. 24 hours, son.
Lapland.
That's inside the Arctic Circle, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can see 24-hour sun for about 6 months of the year?
Not that much.
This is how we know the sun's always above the earth, dude. We see it for 6 months of the year in the north. We can then travel to the south inside the Antarctic Circle where it's summer there and then winter in Lapland in the north where you can't see the sun. It's perpetual darkness because it's somewhere else. That's in Antarctica. You can watch it for 24 hours there. It's quite simply the sun's moved. This is how seasons are caused.
Yeah. But like, I still not gonna get it though.
What, the sun moving? You see it all the time.
Well, yeah, but like...
Yeah, but you just think that the reason why the sun moves is because the earth spins. I don't understand why this is hard for anybody to understand because the same phenomenon can be caused in both ways. So the object can be in motion.
But how does the seasons work then?
I just pointed out the sun moves. Did you notice that the sun rises and sets at different locations on the horizon throughout the year? In the summer months, you see more of it throughout the day, and in the winter months, you see less of it.
But like, is that why the seasons are like upside down for like the Northern Europe to Australia?
Not upside down, just at different times of the year due to the sun across the earth.
Like right now, it's very hot in Australia. When the sun, the sun passes over the top of you, the sun's very high in the sky. In Australia right now, it's very hot there. Okay, where I'm at the moment in Poland, even when it's midday, the sun's very low in the sky, right? Because it's taking a path much further to the south at this time of the year, and it's freezing cold here. Okay, but in 6 months' time, it's going to be very cold in Australia, and when it's midday here in Poland, the sun's going to be up in the sky above me. Okay, so it takes a particular path, and that's what creates the seasons.
So is that the reason why they are switched or opposite? Because on the west it's winter.
North and south, not west and east. North and south.
Yeah, up down. Yeah.
Yeah. North and south, dude. Yeah.
North, on the north, it's winter, and on the south, it's summer.
Yeah. That's what we observe, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
But to be honest, that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes. The more you look into this topic, the more sense it all makes.
But how about the never-ending day in northern Finland, though? Is it the same in the extremely bottom of the earth as well? On
a different time of year. Yeah.
South Africa.
Yeah, in a different time of year.
Do they have the extremely same thing, but just
apparently so.
Opposite of there?
Yeah, apparently so. So in the summer, in the south at the moment, like DJ just said, it's really hot in Australia and South America, for example. If you were to be inside the Antarctic Circle, you would be able to observe the sun for 24 hours, more than 24 hours, because it's approximately 6 months. But you observe the sun going around and around and around and around you for about 6 months. In the north, it's winter because that's not where the sun is. It's perpetual darkness in Lapland, for example, for until the sun moves its location over the course of the year. And then you can observe the same phenomena, the land of the midnight sun, in the summer in the north, because that's where the sun is.
So it's all about the names, in a way.
Yeah. We use conventions.
What is the thing that is so-called center of the earth, what was it called? Where the sun never sets?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about the center of the earth. I thought you were talking about the core, but now you're talking about where the sun never sets.
Yeah, there's the jokes in somewhere the water goes the other way, and in Australia it goes the other, and then there's this place in the center, so-called, where it just doesn't do shit.
You're talking about the equator.
Yeah, exactly that one.
Gotcha.
So
sorry, buddy, my bad.
How does that work then?
It doesn't.
Well,
what are you
I have been actually thinking as well, because
sorry, dude, I really want to understand. I want to understand. What are you talking about going the other way?
Basically, I saw this episode about Simpsons because I'm an idiot, and there was the water goes on the other way, and in Australia.
He's talking about the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, you're talking about flushing a toilet, aren't you?
Yeah, and then on the equator, it does something.
That's gonna get you. Yeah, that's not even true.
Yeah,
that's an old wives'.
What I haven't seen on the internet.
Yeah, I learned this wasn't true back in the early 1980s. Right, water doesn't spin in opposite directions, north or south of the equator. You can have tidal pools, like whirlpools in the same river, going the opposite directions to each other. So this is a misnomer. This isn't even true, dude. Water doesn't spin in opposite directions, north or south of the equator. That's going to depend on the vessel that the water is in.
That makes
I've got
more sense. to be honest.
Yeah, I've got water that spins in different directions in different sinks in my own house, dude.
Yeah, that makes much more sense, to be honest.
We have a lot of different conventions to describe.
Just a moment. Fucking weird. And kind of like a fucking joke, to be honest, like on an equator that the water just goes into a hole. Like that just always felt like a fucking weird ass lie, to be honest.
Right, it is. So we have a lot of different conventions that we use to describe the motions of the stars. The stars do what they do. So does the sun, so does the moon. And then we, create things like time zones, depending on the angular relationship of the sun to the earth. These are all just the ways that we describe how the stars move. In reality, that has nothing to do with how the surface of the earth is shaped. The earth is measurably flat, horizontal upon its surface. That's what it is. There is no curvature. It is not a ball, right? So, where we live, it is measurably flat atop the surface of the earth. Everything else, we don't try to give explanations on how it works because we just can't test it. It's the sky. No way to get to it. No way to test it empirically.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to ask one question. How does the fucking magma work then?
We have, hot rock coming out from the surface of the flat Earth.
It's like what I have been taught, because, of course, modern teachings, it is in center of the Earth. It goes up, pressure, boom.
Right. So, how about this? Why is that? So we have hot rock coming out some places on the surface of the flat Earth. Okay, we have really no idea how that is made, why it comes out the way it does. It's just a postulation because the Earth is not a sphere with, an iron molten core. And so the idea of the magma really isn't any more connected to a ball because the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball. So we have an observation. We have hot rock coming out of the Earth. Why? I don't know. We also have massive reserves, huge lakes of water underneath the surface of the Earth. We also have large pockets of gas. We also have large pockets of what we call crude oil and minerals and all kinds of things. There are many things under the surface of the Earth. To tell people that the reason that hot rock is coming out is because we have a molten iron core is kind of silly. It's another affirming the consequent fallacy.
But for that, I didn't want to sound like a ass, but that just sounds like it is what it is, basically, to me.
Well, yeah, it is what it is. The Earth is measurably flat. That's what it is. Now, explanations for the rest of the stuff, good luck. There's some things we can explain, things we can test, causes for effects that we can determine. There's also plenty of stuff that we cannot determine, basically because we can't have access to the things that we postulate or speculate about. But rest assured, you don't live on a spinning ball. It's not measured to be spinning. It's measured to be flat. We have gas pressure, so the idea of it hurling through a vacuum is also false.
Yeah, I get that, but
you get that.
Like the magma spot is kind of scuffing me because, like, the pressure, of course, like, so you're gonna have pressure under a flat.
Yeah,
that makes sense. That's how you
what does
make
pressure
diamonds,
also
that's how you
cause?
make like coal, and that's how you make oil. But like magma, though, like
How do you think magma's made?
Temperature.
I have no idea. For me, for my knowledge, it's just like extremely powerful energy that is pushing out of the stone.
It's under extreme temperatures and pressures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I really wouldn't
and
get stuck
for
on that.
my knowledge, it's like because it's a sphere.
Yeah.
So it cannot escape from anywhere. So it kind of has to push it from the one side. So that's what makes it a volcano. Because like if it would be flat, then it just would go out of the other way.
Yeah, we get the consequence between the juxtaposition of the two ideas, but the Earth is measured flat. And that is the crux of the issue. The overall point in the idea of the sphere with a core, the surface would curve. We would measure that over distances. We don't measure that over any distance that we should do. The Earth is measured flat. The consequences of what happens beneath the floor are potentially different physics and geology that we've been taught. Okay, but what we can verify is the surface, and the surface is measured flat.
Well, for that, I just kind of have to say in a way, like, yeah, of course, because like humans are humans.
Yeah, and we build on the
We
Earth, don't we?
cannot see anything beyond front of ourselves.
Don't do this. Yeah, what we're really small, and we're really limited into how far we can see and perceive the Earth, and because of that, the Earth is really outside of our experience when we're talking about it being a sphere. Dude, we're given the radius of the Earth, right? That's a mathematical consequence upon the surface. It gives a rate of change of slope, that's curvature over distance, at distances that we measure all of the time when we build upon the Earth. Let's say a bridge or a tunnel that's 20 to 25 kilometers in distance. We do these things all of the time, dude. And when we survey the surface of the Earth, that is, measure it directly, it is measured directly to be horizontal upon the surface. It's where we get horizontal from. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. Now, the horizon is where the surface of the Earth, the water, appears to meet the sky at distance. So we're literally using the water of the Earth to get level with the Earth. The Earth is obviously and measurably flat. That's how we use it and observe it all of the time.
My love, can you give me a sec? I'll be right back.
Yeah, man. Shout out to DJ. Shout out to Says Who. Shout out to anybody else who took part in that conversation. Done really well.
Hello.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm extremely well. No, that was a lie. I'm feeling extremely cold at the moment. I think I need to put on a hoodie or a sweater. But yeah, it does not like matter of the point. But still, I just kind of have like a one question, because I believe fully on what you guys say. And I also disbelieve of my previous knowledge. But I still have like this one question. Like, why is there this disbelief among people?
Can you expand on your question a little? What do you mean by disbelief within people?
Like, why is there disbelief on the simplest matter of the shape of the earth? Because basically it doesn't matter at all.
Really?
Like, we are still living
How did we get here? How did we get here?
I don't know.
Okay. How did here get here? Oh, hold on. How did here get here?
Who?
Here. Where you are. The earth. How did it come into existence?
That's not my point at all.
What's your purpose?
Nothing.
Okay. All of your answers you've given me come from the idea that the earth is a ball that sprang into existence out of nothing. And by consequence, you mean nothing either, because it was a great big accident. Now, when we understand that that creation narrative, including evolution, isn't true, and we come back to ask those questions about our place in reality and whatever reality is, we come up with different answers. This place in which we live, its organized structure, its laws that govern it, obviously show a purpose to its existence, and obviously our place within it. To even ask these questions, what the fuck is going on here?
I'm sorry, but like, I just have to ask you, like, do you believe in God?
What do you mean by God?
By a higher power.
Okay, by a higher power, a creator for this environment. Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, a creator for a created thing. Much like I believe in the builder that builds things, right? Or the clockmaker that makes clocks. When I see a clock, I know there was a clockmaker. When I see a building, I know someone built it. When I see a creation, I know that there was a creator. Yeah.
Indeed. So something happens because of the reason. Yeah?
Yeah, there must be intent. Yes.
Yeah. And what are we to make
It's a deep theological question,
else
dude.
that is actually anything?
But you said it didn't matter, right?
No, it doesn't matter. Because like that is the fucking point of the God.
No, I say it does.
That is the beauty of the God.
I say when
God
someone,
gave us the
when
free
I say,
will
dude,
to think whatever do we want.
I say, when someone comes along and tells me a story about my existence without any evidence for it, I say that's manipulation. When someone comes along and tells me the story of my existence, like how I got here, gives me a story of evolution, right?
But you know what, dude?
Okay.
You are only here to entertain my reality. So it's
is
kind
that
of
from
fun.
Is that from the comfy position in your jar?
You might hate it, but don't deny you only real through my eye.
Mm-hmm.
Delusional.
Is this a case of brainworms?
Got main character disease.
Welcome. Now that we know that Jedi's whole existence is to entertain that guy.
Yes, that's right.
I'm just happy I found my purpose in life. I've been searching for that for almost 50 years.
You finally
It's all
did
because
it.
of him. Let's get him.
Hey, can I be included in that purpose? I'll entertain you. Did he leave? Damn. All right, let's see if there's new people. Oh, Tahik. What is that name? Tahiknaya. Tahiknaya. I don't know. Push through.
Your body is a servant of my reality.
Oh, that's
There you
you.
go, Dempsey.
Hey, I'm an assistant. An assistant. Can I assist in your reality?
Okay, well, yeah, fair enough. That was extremely edgy. Sorry, my bad.
You're edgy.
But yeah, I was trying to be, but like I failed extremely bad.
Oh, he failed, Jedi. He failed. Go ahead.
But yeah, to be honest, like yeah, I extremely get like the flat earth, but the math for me it's just kind of like what is the debate term for just saying extremely out of something that like someone else doesn't know? Like what the fuck was it called?
You don't comprehend what is being said in about this topic, and since you don't get it, you just stick to your beliefs. Is that what you're saying?
No. Basically, do you just no? That's not what I mean. Like, basically, you just say extremely a lot about something, and the other one is like, holy, what? Because like you know, like there's like these
The
fun
word salad?
things.
Word salad?
Basically like a word salad, but like there's like this debate term for it that I do not remember. Fucking, I don't know.
Japping. They say you're japping.
Not well. That's just rude to say. Like you're japping a lot. But like there's like this actual term for like I don't know. Well, enough about me. Let's talk about you.
Okay. Have you ever tried to speak without your voice? Have you done that?
What?
Just trying to speak like you, but it's difficult.
still didn't quite catch what you said, but fair enough. No. Someone said something about me, and I will try to read it.
So you told Jedi that you're here to entertain yourself by listening to him. What is so entertaining about listening to Jedi?
Well, basically, someone called. I felt attacked, so I attacked myself. They might have not attacked me, but I felt like someone was being a douche for me, so I was trying to be.
Oh, I get it. The tonality was kind of like you felt it was a little rude, and that's why you kind of like make those comments.
I'm a human.
So,
I'm nothing.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm nothing less and more. I just
let's
felt
reset,
someone
though.
was trying to be a dick to me, so I was trying to be a dick to them as well.
You gotta remember, this is the internet, though, and you're gonna have like certain different personalities, and some of them are gonna sound kind of triggering, but just people talking on a mic, you know.
That is true.
Nothing personal against you.
Yeah, and I am well aware of that. But still, I am a simple man. I'm a human being. I will get triggered, and I will say something rude to someone that is saying something rude to me.
That's cool, bro. Have you considered the topic of the VC? Have you ever spoke to anyone about it?
Yeah, but like I have been actually given like extremely good like points, but in the same way there are so many people who have just been fucking dissing me of questioning, and that's kind of.
Can you give me one of those points though? Don't worry about them. You said you've given multiple points. Can you speak about one? What was your point?
What?
You said you have given multiple points or something. Can you tell me one?
I have been given. Like I have.
Oh, you
been
have
given.
received. He's received.
Yeah, that's the word.
Oh, you've been given. Okay.
I have
someone told you. Okay.
Extremely good points. That's the word. Or the sentence. I don't know.
I get it. Some people make some good points in here, and you got some of those good points. Good.
Yeah. But still, whenever I try to question, I just get bullied.
All right. What is the question? What is the question?
Well, like the example of the horizon, because in Finland it is extremely weird because like we have 90% of the winter and the other 90 it's summer on the north.
Well, you're asking about the horizon, and then you're talking about weather, winter and summer. Horizon, there's a difference.
Basically, like when the sun goes down.
You're asking about the point where sun goes away, you cannot see it anymore, and calling that the horizon, and we observe the sun.
Yeah, but like, why can't you
going
see
away
the
and
horizon like on the middle of the summer then? Like if you can see the sun 90% of the time on the north when it's winter, no, when it's summer.
Yeah.
And you cannot see it at all. Like where the fuck is the sun then? If it's not on the bottom.
if it's okay, so you're thinking the observation that you're doing about the sun being visible at a certain time, you're saying it cannot be any other way than it being below the earth, below my feet. That's why the sun is visible anymore.
Yeah.
So you're saying that there is no other way. That's it. It has to be because there is a spirit.
No. That's not. I'm not saying there is no other way. There's just. I'm saying there is.
There is that way.
There is a way I do not understand, and I wish to know about. Basically.
So the sun, as you know, it moves in cycles across the surface of the earth in different positions of the world. People can see it right at a different time. So depending on your position, you say you're in Finland. So over there, the circuit that the sun does across the sky, it reaches the light to a specific limitations and during the year. But sun is moving across the sky doesn't necessarily mean that it's going below your feet, though. Like, I don't know. Let's say similar to when you're looking at lamps. Like
Well. Okay. Let me make it like extremely simple. Like, why can you see the sun 4 months in a row, and then you cannot see the rest of the year?
Because it's closer to you, and then moves further away, so you can't see it anymore.
So does the sun only stay up 4 months?
No. It stays up above the earth for the entire year. You can see it. I pointed this out earlier to you.
Sun 4 months in Finland.
Yeah, but keep going north. You'll see it for 6 months. Completely throughout the day, 24 hours. This is because you'll be inside the circle of the sun where you can perceive both and all radiuses to the sun.
Yeah, that is exactly what I'm talking about. Why can't you see the sun for 4 months straight?
Because
after that, you cannot see that at all.
Because it moved away from your ability to perceive it, or its ability to give its light to you.
After that, what happens in Poland?
It goes really dark. In Poland? What are you talking about Poland for?
Nighttime.
Because it's in the same sector as Finland. Just
no, it's Finland's further north than Poland, dude.
Yeah, but
yeah. So further north. Sorry, what's north? That's a point, isn't it?
Yeah, but where's Poland?
I'm out.
Like, I feel like a douche. Like, I don't want to be a dick, though. I want to have a conversation. Fucking hell.
We know, and we were talking about the sun, and now you're asking where Poland is.
Yeah, but like, is it in the central of Europe or in the northern Europe?
It's in central northern Europe, but not northern, where Finland is, and Norway is, and Sweden is. Finland, Norway, and Sweden are further north than Poland.
It is the same time zone.
Yeah.
The sun
Gotcha.
is
Gotcha. Do you know what lines of longitude and latitude are?
I am well aware.
Good. So, yes, Finland and Poland may share the same latitude, but not the same line of longitude. Sorry, I got that the wrong way round. They share the same line of longitude. Longitude is a straight line from north. Latitudes are circles around north. Latitudes are like go east to west. Longitude north to south.
Okay.
The center of the circle's the North Pole. If you stand at the North Pole, due to the sun's path, you can perceive it in the summer. it's closer to you in the middle of this circle. When it moves away from this circle, you can't perceive it. It goes dark for you. You have to go stand in another position. That's called south and observe the same thing.
Chetty, may I ask you an extremely personal question?
I'll give you one. Yep.
Why do you want to be correct on this one?
It's not correct. I'm just trying to describe what is observed. I'm trying to help you understand what we did. Dude, you asked a question, I'll give you an answer, yet you talk through the answer.
No,
That's
I
rude,
listened
right?
to your answer and
You said you felt personally attacked earlier. This, for me, is a personal attack. It's rudeness. Yes. You ask a question, then speak through my answer. That's rude, dude. Do you want the answer or not?
Yes, please answer to my question.
Ask your question again.
Why do you wish to be correct on this one?
Correct on this one, describing what the sun does. Because I want you to understand what the sun does. Because you're asking about it.
Want to be correct on this one. And I'm talking about the question and the situation that we are talking about.
What, the sun?
We were not talking about the sun.
Okay, what are we talking about? Are we talking about the flat earth?
We were.
Okay, so why do I want to be correct about the flat earth?
Yes.
Dude, it's not about wanting anything. It's about understanding empirical truth, right? Why do I want to be correct about my height? I don't want to be correct about my height. I just measure to be this height.
The question.
It's like he's doing it again. Fuck's sake.
Why do you want to be correct?
It's not about want. Our personal opinion means fuck all. I want a lot of things. What I measure is what I fucking get. Full stop. Whether I want it or not.
I also want to have sex with men, but I'm not gay, so get fucked.
There he goes.
So
go and spiral elsewhere.
Sometimes I wish I wasn't correct. It'd be easier if I just believed the Earth was a sphere. But unfortunately, the Earth measures to be the way that I'm trying to describe to you. I don't want anything to be correct or otherwise. It is, however, what it is.
Stolichnaya, we can unmute you, but you have to control yourself. There's, we're live on YouTube, but there might be children listening and stuff like that. So I'm going to unmute you now to give you another chance, right? But if you're going to spurg out, then we can't allow that.
Extremely sorry, I got heated. My bad.
It's okay.
But yeah, my point was basically that if you are willing to represent, be like trying to be something that is something. Represent, is that the word? Maybe, I don't know.
I'll address you if you like. Well, let's not talk about people now. Your question was, how does the sun move above the flat earth, right? You can just think about it as if you have your hand above your kitchen table and you draw an N on one side of the table and an S on the other side. Now circle with your hand above the north there in Finland and Sweden, right? Do that for a while, 6 months or so, and then
we're not talking about that
and then
at all.
slowly move over to the other place, right? So It's just like a big warehouse. If you have a light in the ceiling over you 10,000 miles away, and you move the light to the other side of the warehouse, it's going to be dark on your side of it, and it's going to be daytime on the other side, right? And now I'm not claiming a model. I don't know what the shape of the Earth. I'm just saying that that's how you can think about it if you really want to figure it out, how the sun circles above us in different places over the year.
Well, for that, I just can say, like, if your wife tries a black man and you get a black baby, then what happens then? You might.
Dude, now you're spurging out again. I already warned you about that. We're not talking about black men or whatever in here right now. Just take a little time out to think about what I said to you. Sun moves above us. Has nothing to do with the surface property anyway. We already explained to you we see too far. That means that water here on Earth doesn't curve. So whatever goes on in the sky with the sun and the moon and the stars, it happens over a flat Earth. You can let me know in chat if you calm down. We're not going to talk about irrelevant stuff. All right, then be cool.
I respect you. Thank you.
So also, we understand that this is new information. It takes a little time to process it. We all been there. So we have shown you the method how to figure it out for yourself. You can go bring a friend to a lake, see if you can see him 16 kilometers away. If you can do that, there is no curvature in between you. And then you can ask about all the other stuff, right? But the most important thing is take advantage of the method to check if water curves. Figure it out for yourself.
For me, sorry, but like for me, the biggest thing is because the water reflects. Like that is basically just the biggest thing for me.
Okay, the properties of water reflecting require the water to be flat. If the water is curved, those reflections get distorted. This is why earlier we told you about your reflections mean nothing.
Right.
But the distance of the being flat, it
doesn't matter about the distance.
Long.
It needs to be flat for you to have reflection.
There's a law of refraction, isn't there? The angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection. That means the reflections that we observe on a body of water, let's say a lake, of the sky and surrounding area, show that the water is acting as a flat reflective surface. So reflections have laws. By understanding those laws, we perceive and understand that the water reflection is a flat water surface. Welcome to Flat Earth.
And we also remember we also have side shots of laser where you see it going from beach to beach 10 miles over, right? So it has nothing to do with water reflection, but if water really bothers you, there are some places on Earth called salt flats, right? There is one out in Bolivia, there's one out in Salt Lake, Utah, in Utah. And so you could go and do the laser test over a perfectly flat surface as well if you doubt that water, if you think that water has something to do with the lasers.
If you guys look at the mirror and there is another one, can you guys see the back of your head?
Only on the weekends. Only on the weekends.
If you look at the mirror and then the other one, can you see a back of your head?
Yeah, I do it all the time
Is
when I go
that
to the barbers.
possible?
Yes,
Could that
do it all the
be
time when I go
true?
to the barbers. This is, however, absolutely irrelevant.
But how
We're
does
talking.
that work then?
It's absolutely irrelevant.
How does it work? Why can
It's
you
absolutely
see
irrelevant.
a
That's like
back of
third, maybe
your
fourth time
head
now.
by looking
I
at the
appreciate
two
this, that your
same
cognitive
surfaces?
dissonance is showing.
How can you see a back of your head by looking?
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the room topic.
Just mute him.
We need to get crayons and paper and fucking draw it for you. This has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Light bounces from one piece of glass to another. You
does
see the
that
fucking
work?
image in it, full stop. That's it.
Yeah, but
And this has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. Again.
how does that work on the mirror?
Yeah, I don't care how it works.
And
I told you, very simply, there's a law. The angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection, as can be demonstrated when you get a mirror out, or when you get two mirrors out and you can perceive the back of your head when you're between both mirrors. Now, this has got fuck all to do with the curvature of the earth, and you may notice that I'm starting to lose my patience with you.
I'm sorry.
This has been a long time now. So I'm going to appeal to you to speak about the subject at hand, or we will find somebody who does want to engage.
I'm sorry. I had overstepped.
Yeah, it's all right. My advice to you now, Stolichnaya, is take a little time off here and think about what has been said, and maybe come back if you want to ask more questions. Or this is going to just end with, contention, which is unnecessary.
Okay, fair enough. Because, I do not want any bad blood. So, have a good night, my beautiful people.
Yeah,
and
same to you.
I don't want anything else bad to say, so bye-bye.
Hey, you have a good one. Bye-bye. See you later. Bye.
It is a little bit disturbing that he became a degenerate there for a little while. Cogdis is such a weird thing.
Scary part is that some of these people have driver's licenses.
Yeah, yeah.
You're concerned about some of them having driver's licenses. I'm concerned about some of these people being our politicians, our police, our local council members. And we have to live under their stupid rules.
That is concerning.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Well, I think it's time for a little promo again. There we go. Shout out to the YouTube listeners right now. If you guys want to interact, we can read some chat over there. If we have some new people who just joined, we can talk to you a little bit as well. If you have questions about flat Earth, we're here for you. Lots of good people on the panel right now. Don't be afraid to speak up. It is a good song, and it did end too soon. All right, let's check out YouTube and see if we have some comments over there. We haven't talked to those people for a while. Check Flatloid's channel first. Oh, there's lots of stuff going down over there. We have 13 listeners right now. Let's see what the comment says over here. Pro Propa Op Propa Op over on YouTube says all DE mods in all FE live streams on YouTube and Discord. You are as abusive as you can possibly get away with without breaking TOS. Dude, I think we're pretty fair over here. We just had a guy who was like talking about weird stuff and he got muted for a few seconds to calm down and then unmuted. I think we're reasonable. But shout out to you, Propa Up, for commenting about this over on YouTube. Unsalted 667. That's a mod. Says some people react badly to anything unorthodox, yeah? Small minds have trouble engaging with big ideas. That is true too. Good comments over there on Salted 667. Shout out to you. Your team just had a degenerate in the call being loud and obnoxious and filthy because he can't handle the issues. Yeah, that is so weird. I thought we were pretty civil with the guy, and all of a sudden he just degenerated into something weird there. Anyway, thanks to both of you for interacting a little bit over on YouTube. We're going to check the other stream now. Ace Trades ES says, anyone home? Yeah, we're right here. Ace is looking to preach the globe, says block to globe. Ace Trades ES says, always ready to explain reality to folks. Yeah, go right ahead, Ace Trades ES. Shout out to you and block to globe. If you guys want to interact more, we can read your chat. We're waiting for some Globers to come in and interact with us here over on Discord. I guess we could start a little bit of it. We could start an event here to drag some people in. Lats is talking about the song. He said, it sounds epic AF. I love it. Yeah, you're right. I love it too. Helios Skeptic posted a YouTube video. Is that the full song, maybe?
Miguel.
Jesus.
Jimsy.
You said something, bro, but it was like bored.
Oh, hi, Jimsy.
Hi. Hi, Jesus. Jesus.
Jesus.
Yes,
Hello.
Vas. Jesus is here. You want to ask him any questions about the topic?
Do you create the words in 7 days? It's true.
Can you repeat that? Let me change my headset.
Jesus, do you create the world in 7 days? It's true.
Oh, are you asking if this is Jesus as a name, not Jesus as the creator. There's a user here in the VC called Jesus. He didn't create the world. He's saying that. The user in here. Are you asking about the creator? You asking about someone else creating the world in 7 days? Is that what you asked about?
Yeah.
That's a good question, though. I wasn't there. That will be testimony. I mean, that's the creation. If it was created in 7 days, I wouldn't put it past the creator that he could do something like that. But whatever 7 days means, 7 days could mean something a little different than what you and I think one day is. Possibly. This should be a little better. Hopefully. So what do you think, Vas, about the topic of the VC? Have you thought about it before? Have you ever spoken to anyone about this topic? Yes. Flat Earth, Globe Earth? You guys are being shy. Keep your secrets.
This is unacceptable. Where is everyone? It's the weekend. What's going on?
Kind of the point is that the other ones fail more, which is why I side with this.
Right. So it's flat there, it's flat over there. That definitely rules out that it's a globe that they tell us, right?
Yeah.
And if it's flat everywhere we check, right? I don't think it's well. And often the question is if something isn't curving. So something, and they haven't even said it's the Earth. They just say if something isn't curving, what is it? Well, they have to admit it's flat. So yeah, that section we measured there, it's not curving. It's flat.
Yeah, I always has to approach with what's the evidence for, because you can come up with all sorts of profiles. Well, it's sawtooth, it's zigzag, it's freaking unevenly undulating, it's a non-continuous curve. Yeah, I mean you could just go on and on and on and see what the surface is. So all you can go with what's actually been tested. You know what I mean? So what are the results of the test? Because we're not going to sit there and speculate forever on every possibility. We're going, okay, what is the evidence that's on the table now?
But is that a proof by an inference? Is what Yoder is bringing up as a challenge to the bad argument?
Well,
is that what you're saying, Yoder? Like, I mean,
if someone's
doing a one test, you're saying that you.
It's more like a practical proof where you can't actually test every fucking possibility. You know what I mean?
But, well, I'd just say, well, show me a section that doesn't curve. I mean, sorry,
Exactly.
show me a section that is, sorry, show me a section
Yeah,
that's curving.
the evidence, that's what I mean. The evidence that's on the table. That's it.
Right.
We're going to deal with the evidence that's on the table, not any freaking speculative nonsense. No, oh, well, imagine, or any of that crap.
All right, Yoder.
So well, just to quickly, like, so what Yoda's saying, based on what Yoda's said, is it illogical or fallacious to insinuate that from this one section measuring flat, that the entirety of the surface of all known physical reality is also flat, and even the unknown?
No, that inference is certainly justified, but it's not a deductive proof. That's what Yoda's saying.
Bingo. Yep, that's exactly what I was saying.
It's a justified inference because of the properties of water. It's all connected together. You know what I mean? It's kind of absurd to think that the water is doing something in one place and not doing it in the other place. Especially, and I like DJ's approach in saying, hey, well, at least it's not a globe, because in their theorem, it's conforming into the shape of a ball because of gravity. They're saying that hydrostatic equilibrium is a circle. They're not, like, you know what I mean? but they have no evidence actually for that.
Right.
Okay, so what would be the counter to that? Them saying prove it everywhere? Is that the counter?
It's impractical. I mean, my counter would be, come on, dude.
Prove it everywhere?
Right. Right. I mean, you could point out to them
show
how
me the
absurd
money.
it is.
That's what I'd say. I'd say, show me the money. I'll do it. Show me the money.
No, what I'm doing is I'm showing it. And show ahead, Yoder.
I was going to say, at some point there might be some geometric, if not statistical, but actual geometric necessities that creep in. You know, if you start measuring swaths of Earth that are disjointed, not connected to each other, then at some point there has to be that curvature that is made up for due to the lack of curvature in other places between those swaths. And you may not be able to measure those swaths, but you'd be able to conclude that the curvature is too great, would be too great if it actually existed, such that it would be obvious without having to do a direct measurement. And then you could make a very strong inference that the Earth is flat in between those swaths that you haven't measured.
But that's the problem, though. That's not Yoder. That's not the issue. Is if the Earth is curving at the specific rate that it's supposed to, with the claimed globe radius, diameter, and circumference. It's not just a giant ball, or it could be bigger. It's that it's a specific ball.
Well, in the globe framework, it's not even a smooth ball, right? I mean, there could be hundreds of kilometers of a bowl-shaped area on the globe.
Yeah, but
you should get an overall average though of a curve when you measure 100 spots.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so I think it's fine.
Is this inference is abused.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to see if there's any more people that can chime in on it, because I think it's almost insinuating that you'd have to find out then, if we're saying that it's not curving, that to what effect a curve would be noticed at, because we're not even taking the globe into consideration anymore. We're just blowing it up to be, well, it could be just a bigger curve. We're just not noticing it on the scale that we're at. That's what I'm hearing right now. Are you guys hearing that?
Claim.
Yeah, so that means that if it was a bigger curve, then wouldn't you be able to say, well, since it's a bigger curve, it's not the globe that you think it is, like the way it's portrayed?
I mean, potentially. So
potentially is suggestive, meaning they could be, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that it's conclusive that you've disproven the globe based on what you've done.
But no. I mean, if they're going to make the positive claim that the globe could be bigger than what it is, and that it is bigger than what it's claimed to be, then the proof is on them. They have the burden of proof to demonstrate that that's the case, and not just merely infer it.
Yeah, I agree with you, but we're challenging the narrative, which is not really their claim. It's the claim that the Earth is a certain size. Not them specifically, like them say, well, it could be a bigger ball. Well, it could be whatever. I mean, that's fine, but that's imagination land. We're only sticking to the narrative. Does anybody here agree with that? We're challenging the narrative and not what that individual is saying. Like, am I getting some wires getting crossed here or something?
Well, the Globers don't even know what their own narrative should be. Like, they don't understand that their Earth is a lumpy geoid with lumpy terrain that does have a claimed regions on it that are flat and bowl-shaped.
Oh,
and it's funny. It's funny that they haven't even thought to bring that to the table in all these years. I've been waiting for the first Glober to come in and say, yeah, well, Earth's actually based off of this geoid model. You have, the gravity vector is going to be, it's going to actually be diverging from space, or converging in different ways. And with the terrain also being somewhat bowl-shaped, it's going to give the appearance of a flatter bowl-shaped surface in this entire, multi-kilometer, hundreds of kilometer squared swath that we're observing. So therefore, I would expect it to actually be observably flat here, including the water.
Okay. Let me follow your train of logic here. So you, maybe DJ might follow you, because he kind of sounds like he likes when you bring up challenges. So what I would have surmised by what you're saying is, you could say possibly it's a geoid model that could would best fit somebody that's talking about what they're saying, because nobody's ever presented that. But it would best fit a geoid model versus just saying that it's an oblate spheroid or whatever. So you're saying that there could be flat spots on this ball Earth, quote unquote. But does anybody see what that could be the case? Like it could be a geoid. That's what Piotr sounds like he's presenting. I'm only trying to stillman you, sir. Like I don't.
Look, Avi, I agree with you that we should only deal with what the mainstream narrative is. We can't be chasing bring your own ball all over the place. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
well, I think the radius is 10 miles more. Like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm just going to deal with like the information presented, not variations of Earth and all that nonsense. Unless they got evidence for it, they don't entertain it. But unless they got that, then you know, it shouldn't even entertain that just because they don't have evidence for that.
It just seems like this is a slippery slope, gentlemen. Like if we start entertaining things that they haven't said, but if we're waiting for them to say it, like that's not I don't think if you want to be in that position to see like, okay, wait until that conversation like evolves to that, and then we're gonna deal with it at that point. You know what I mean? I don't know.
So, hold on a second. I just want to, before this gets lost, they don't bring up the Theta Earth geoid model is because it would destroy shitloads of other arguments they make, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much any argument of reciprocal zenith angles or measuring tilt or horizon dip or any angular measurement based upon an initial plumb line. It would destroy all of that because they don't have a plumb anymore. That's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. They don't have that. They just threw that out the window.
So that's why there's power in arguing what the prevailing claim is on the table, regardless of what they say it is. Because if they're going to be representing the mainstream claim of the globe, and we can go to their sources, their authorities that claim to have higher knowledge than they do on the very topics that they misrepresent, and prove to them that they are misrepresenting what they believe their own claims should be, then I think we've taken higher ground in that argument. You know, and it's very important to point out how their contradictory claims leave no room for falsification.
I will agree with you, however, there are some bad arguments that are being made, even with the good arguments that we have. But I don't know. I just
not that it's bad. It's that people exaggerate. Conclusion.
Yeah,
that's it.
Right. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's like going to the beach and I saw a lighthouse 6 miles away. Therefore, the entire Earth is flat. I mean, that's kind of. I mean, shit. It just could have been fucking low tide. Like, how do you know?
Yeah,
so
there's a lot of.
If I have a vacuum chamber and I put water in and I suck the air out, can I just jump to conclusions and say that the water turned to gas because there was no air pressure in there?
Yeah. Well, you got an independent variable, right?
Yeah, so not gravity keeping it in the liquid state, right?
Oh, certainly.
It's funny.
Well, there's a specific claim to gravity, and like that's the other thing too. Like we can't be chasing like what gravity they imagine in their mind. It has to be the specific claim of what the narrative is putting up and propagandizing to people. So that, yeah.
Well, that would be potato.
I always ask first. So do you think water is held in a cup by gravity? I make sure they have to say yes to that before we go on. Once they do that, they get all pissed off and bent out of shape.
Right. That's actually a pretty good argument because if gravity could create gas pressure, then if you sent something in free fall like water, say you had a vacuum chamber of water in a vacuum, it should go to gas at a higher pressure than if it was in free fall than when it was on the surface of the Earth, because the gravity is doing extra work. According to those guys, the gravity is creating a pressure. Right. So there should be some difference between a free fall vacuum chamber pressure gauge and all other things being equal, obviously, and a surface of the Earth vacuum pressure gauge.
Yeah, or orbiting the globe
Down in
pressure
space,
gauge.
yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's really interesting when you start thinking about it, how their claim of gravity requires changing the trajectory of gas molecules in free expansion. So that means you've got, in their mind, Newton's cannonballs out of gas molecules that are going horizontally with the tangent of the Earth and making parabolic arcs and all this other stuff.
Radwin, try this. Get a vacuum chamber, put it on a centrifuge, right? Put the water in and have it vaporize, and then spin it enough so that it turns back into water.
Yeah, but when I turn that water into gas, I keep that vacuum chamber or the vacuum pump running because we're in an ever expanding universe and we should always be getting lower and lower pressure.
Oh yeah, I agree. They're freaking universe.
So I can't. There will be no water forming.
Yeah, it's really hard to pinpoint their narrative, Redwin, on that one. The expanding universe, because that claim actually evolves into expanding into itself, or whatever other cockamamie idea they come up with. So that one's ever changing. They're never really solid on one specific.
If you have an ever expanding vacuum, the pressure should be getting lower. It's like a balloon. If you just pulled on the balloon, everybody pulled a little piece of the balloon and made it bigger, it would be lower pressure inside.
Yeah, the only way you could maintain the pressure is if you're creating matter that equals the expansion, which obviously would be crazy because the expansion would be because you're increasing the volume, so they'd be creating freaking more matter than existed already.
Yeah, every second.
But could you also say that for collapsion, like something collapsing? Expansion is one thing, but how about collapsing? The universe is collapsing. Because that's the other thing. They're saying it's redshift and blue shift, right? Like you see things moving towards and away. So it's kind of hard to even pinpoint them on that specific narrative because they're saying a bunch of contradictory things. If they say it's expanding into itself, that doesn't make any sense. It's like a paradox, but they say it anyway. You could look it up. That's one of the narratives of what they say the universe is doing. So if that's the case, what if it's just expanding into itself and the pressure is consistent that way? You know what I mean?
Yeah. What they say is expanding is space itself, so they're just reifying basically the geometry, like the coordinate system, as if the coordinate system is. It's pretty stupid. Like I wouldn't even touch it. It's just like freaking. It's too freaking retard for me. Like I wouldn't even entertain that. Because it's just a reification of their space-time metric, right? That's all it is.
Exactly it. That's why they need it. So, we hear all the time flat earthers saying, you have no proof of gravity, when that's probably not really a good way to put it. And it's probably not even good to say you have no proof of the cause of gravity. It probably should best be said is you can't even define gravity consistently. You can't even provide a consistent definition of gravity. Nobody can.
Well, that's the first thing I say. Define gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of do. I go, gravity. What's that? Like, you tell me what it is, because you're not quite sure. Like, I don't know what that is, dude. Like, you gotta tell.
Yeah, define it so we can agree on it, and then we'll be set. We can talk about it.
Yeah, I've no problem calling dropping a rock on my foot something that we can call gravitational acceleration. I've no problem stating that. I have no idea what the hell it is or what's going on though. I mean, it's just the way the universe works. It's like you got denser things going this way and less dense things going that way. Bada bing, bada boom. Same density things go horizontal. Different density things go vertical.
But you can't do that around the ball because your radius changes every millimeter.
That's right.
Need flat surface for all that stuff to work. Sorry, guys.
Flat Earth gravity, or they say what's causing the sun to move? Flat Earth gravity. It's like, so I can come up with a space story too. And the funny thing is Einstein's framework would completely allow for you to change that coordinate reference frame and the space-time geometry itself, and it doesn't violate relativity.
So yeah, I'm gonna bring up something pretty crazy. This is one of the very first things I thought about when I entered this topic. Is given the geoid is an undulating surface, wouldn't you have the coastline problem trying to measure a distance over the surface?
Oh, dude. So like, yeah, the topology of their spherical harmonics is fractal, and
Yeah, so like whatever the unit is, right, it's gonna change like what the sum is, right? So if you have these undulating plumb lines, right, and then you're getting distances from the tilt of the angle, then that unit, whatever you use, is gonna change the final outcome, the sum of the parts, right?
yeah, infinitely finite.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, the surveyor Jesse Kozlowski, I brought this up to him like way back then, dude, and he was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I'm like, "You got an undulating surface, right? It's the same thing as the coastline problem. Like, say you just took a slice of the sphere, right, and then you tried to measure its perimeter, just the same way you'd measure the perimeter of an island. Yeah, like you have the same problem. Just using angles doesn't solve it, right?
Right.
That doesn't solve the problem."
Right, because it's not discrete that you're dealing with. That's right. I mean, this kind of
I've
goes
tried to
back
bring
to the
this
whole
up to
reason for the
Glovers, but they
integral.
don't. Yeah, so this is like one of the things, like I said, like arguments I used to make, which I had to discard because they're unknown or they're too complex or they're too obscure. This is one of them, and it's like the Berry Center. This one, there's a whole bunch of them. Like, you don't think surveyors can measure the surface of the Earth? Well, it's got the coastline problem, and then they freaking. What about the edge? You know how they do it.
Yeah. Yeah, to what degree of accuracy is satisfactory to you? Because you can infinitely zoom in on more curvature and more flex to be had.
Think about you surveying the width of like the North American datum, right? When they're surveying in both directions. What is the level of what are they using for units? Because an angle doesn't have like a unit like a freaking yardstick. I don't even know. Like, I don't know. I know they're inferring an angle. So it's like each part that they would measure between each tilted angle is getting its own 3959 radius.
Yeah.
It's wicked weird, bro. It's like a bunch of overlapping circles or something.
Jeez.
Well, it's too early for this shit, dude. I'm gonna break my brain before I even get up.
I see what you're getting at here. I don't even think they were doing it that way though, but that's kind of what they would have to be doing.
Well, it's reciprocal zenith angle nonsense. So they're measuring this, that, and the other thing with reciprocal zenith angle. Like, dude, no, they're not. Only idiots are doing that.
Right, I mean, simply they were doing. I mean, yeah, there are all kinds of problems with that. They got to establish their baseline first, so they drag a chain and they go measure the chain, get like the angular distance and size relationships, and then they take that and they basically template that across the entire world as they go surveying. There's got to be so much freaking error involved with this. I mean, I guess that's why they'd stay on like a mountain peak for a week doing survey after survey and measurement after measurement and calculating and erasing to come up with shit that works interoperably with the entire network that they survey. And then they destroy it by taking like 10 points and then chunking it around a globular ellipsoid. And then they go measure 10 more points and then chunk that around the same ellipsoid. Throwing out observations that don't work, keeping those that do, fudging numbers here and there to
Yeah.
get everything to work.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
the correct globe dimension in their paradigm is the orthometric height, right? It's not even like the geoid or the reference ellipsoid. It's the difference between the two.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They subtracted. Yeah.
The thing is, but why? Why are they
I know.
doing this? This is the thing that's like, why don't Globers go? Because you heard them. They come in and go, well, surveyors measure the curvature of the Earth. Like, well, why are they using a reference ellipsoid and a geoid? What's that for? Like, if they just went out and just measured it, like, why are they complicating it unnecessarily? I've never heard of anything remotely resembling a coherent answer to that. First of all, they don't know about it, and then second of all, the ones that do know about it don't like they. There's no reason to add it if you're simply measuring the curve of the Earth, by surveying. Why would you just measure what it is? Why are you just adding these two abstractions to make a globe?
Right, and they know enough about their own geometry. They know enough about geometry itself to know that what they are doing is they are mangling their actual observed measurements. They're mangling them to conform them to a model that that doesn't match their reality. I went on a rant about this last night. Like, you got all these smart people that are purposefully mangling their own natural observations and measurements in order to fit a model, one that they choose that doesn't even conform to the other models that they could have chosen instead.
Yeah, they're shoehorning data into an idea. That's all they're really doing.
Nobody notices how wrong this is and how stupid it is, and everybody's doing it in 2025.
Nobody would ever think they live on a ball if somebody didn't make this up in the first place. You would never think that.
So you're saying the model they choose is just preference?
It absolutely is. They could use a flat model or a globe if they want. And these total stations actually allow you to choose to use a flat datum as opposed to a globular one. All right, I got to get into the office.
All right, thanks, Yoder. Yeah, so here's another thing. They're claiming that they have all these satellites and that they have all this gravitational data, right? Why isn't there like this crazy high resolution freaking globe that you can like zoom down to the freaking 2 millionths of a freaking inch?
Doesn't even have to be that close. I just want a shot from, it's a whole ball. I should be able to zoom in at least to my house.
Oh, certainly. That's classified, Radwin. Oh, that's classified.
That would be good enough for me.
They can read a pack of cigarettes from space.
You let me have control of one, then I know I'm controlling it because I can see what I'm doing. And if it's computer generated or not, then no. But I want to see it. I want to be a ball shape, and then I want to zoom all the way in on my house. And then I'm going to walk outside, and I want to be able to see me. Any Globers got that I can do a link so I can go do that? Globers?
Well, that's what I've been telling the Globers, right? When they show the boom arbor, I'm like, you're in there somewhere. You're one of those pixels.
And that should be live streamable. I should be able to zoom in and see myself walking in the yard. There shouldn't be, I got to take a snapshot. You're only zooming in on that little section. That should just be as live as if your webcam in your backyard was running.
Look, you can make a small fortune zooming in on people's houses from the moon. Be like a family heirloom. Oh, let's get grandma on the rocking chair zoomed in from the moon.
Might have to start a company that does that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Just advertise it at Christmas instead of buying a star. We'll send you a picture from the moon of your house.
Let's start it. We never actually had to produce anything because all these, space startup companies, they just take a lot of money and they're just vaporware. So we can do it. We just pay ourselves a lot of money to administer something that's never going to happen.
Well, yeah, I can't be paid a little bit. I got to be paid a lot.
Bradwin, this is a no effort side hustle. All we have to do is make a really cool looking website and a bunch of 3D graphics and animations and say, when we eventually get to the moon, you're going to be able to zoom in on your house. Invest now in the technology to do it. We're going to build a 100-meter telescope on the moon.
Well, China's already on the moon, aren't they? They're on the other side doing shit now. Aren't they like drilling and mining and all kinds of stuff now?
Well, that's obviously what Space Force is for, because we have to spy on the Chinese on the other side of the moon because we need to know what they're doing at all times. They might be making toys and widgets for Amazon, and we need to be on top of that. Now, if China ships stuff from the moon to tariff, yeah. So if they will Trump tariff China's moon exports?
Well, see, if you just drop them from the moon to the Amazon locations, you're technically over the United States, so it's not really an import anymore. You're just moving it moving it through the air. So 28 days a year, you can drop gifts from the moon down. So if you let go of something on the moon, it just doesn't. It just goes to the moon. There's a certain point, like you got to go between the Earth and moon, and you should be able to let something go, and it just stays floating in the center. And you can blow on it like that, and it'll go towards the Earth, and then it'll get sucked into the Earth like a magic TV show.
There was a bunch of Russian websites yesterday posting. So there was some, NASA was saying there's a near Earth asteroid that's the size of 7 times the size of a car, and it was going to come within 119,000 or 90,000 miles of Earth. But the Russian websites were saying, so Russia had some sort of sky burst or something in Moscow last night. And then after they had that, they said NASA classified this asteroid it's supposed to fly by yesterday. They shut down that whole thing, the whole, it was called asteroid, the hell was the name of it? I don't know, GC4 or some stupid shit like that. But they shut down all the information. I'm just curious. They were characterizing as classified. That's what the Russians were saying. At least these Russian websites.
Dude, I've been on a trip since you posted that Sabina Hassenfelder video. I downloaded that paper and a whole bunch of others that go along with it. This is crazy.
Starlink, before Starlink. That explains Marconi's transmission right there. He connected to Starlink. He was just duping everybody.
That's funny. So they describe these transients as flat reflective surfaces. It kind of brings to mind maybe what stars are. I've always kind of wondered if they reflect sunlight. Wild speculation.
I mean, the wildest one is the one I heard. They're pinholes in the firmament, and behind the firmament is the primordial light from Genesis.
Yeah, that's like what the ancient Greeks wrote. I don't recall exactly which ones, but the Greeks also imagined themselves as being demon possessed, like Socrates.
Oh, he'd fit in right. He'd fit into the 21st century, that's for sure. Well, you had light before the sun in Genesis, so.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and in many religious traditions, God is considered uncreated light, even in Christianity.
And you'll have light after the sun is gone, according to the same narrative. But there's no way to test that. I mean, as far as
Depends on how long you live.
that's the caveat, right?
Yeah. Freaking make it a real long time, you might get to see that in person.
I wasn't going to. I don't mean to loop it back to Jeranism, but it's the same thing. The propaganda's running an ad campaign, and okay, Jeran, he's a bit of a stage character, but you know, any info out there, anything bringing this to the public, I don't care as long as they filter back here, which sooner or later they all will.
Yeah, I just got the vibe from Jaren of Giovanni Battista Riccioli, who named the features of the moon, who was a Jesuit who collected the arguments from the flat earth side and from the globe earth side, and he pretended to be one of the flat earthers, and then he just used his authority to be like, oh no, well, clearly the earth is a globe, got to name the features of the moon, and the rest of the arguments of the flat earthers, we don't have any records of their actual arguments, no books left over, all of that's gone. All that history's been memory hold. All we have is the record that the now Jeranism type has kept of that conversation, how flat earthers discovered the Coriolis effect like hundreds of years before Coriolis supposedly ever discovered it. So they're going to try to memory hold us just like everything else.
Yep. That's why technology is a terrible, terrible thing. I thank God that some of us have still actually got some of the books that all of this is based around. But yeah, I think we really do need if we had a printable service for everything that we've logged and catalogued or talked about on the server or linked to each other over the years, Trace, we would have actually got something equivalent to the Alexandrian Library in hardback.
Yeah, I'm actually writing a little book for Candace Owens right now, and it actually covers how they burned the Library of Alexandria and other times like Constantine when he erased the previous history and the people and writing concerning those people. So it's a common theme within the elites to control history, to control the future. And so I basically spell out where the globe came from, how it got spread throughout history, and how we ended up with it today, and how faulty and shitty their arguments for the globe were. and just why it survived.
Nice. Yeah. I'm seeing more and more in other forums or other discussions, like across the forums that we're on and the places that we use as, like YouTube and all these other forums. I'm seeing reference to like fallacy over time and misrepresentation of records is coming through in not just biblical stuff or religious stuff, but also in some sort of the timeline thing, the archaeology stuff, where they're now readdressing how long ago it was that the Romans were actually here in Britain, and how deeply covered it is, and how it leads to it more being destroyed than actually covered up, i.e. time involved isn't right. There's more coming through that stuff has been hidden. And nowadays, a lot of the things that you see on the internet and TikTok is that, everything's false, everything's a scam. Well, not everything's false or everything's a scam. It's just, yes, they're messing with reality and physical records of it.
Yeah, there's a constant effort to do this because it creates a controlled population. The globe is the same thing. It creates a unified religion for people to believe in, and you kind of give away your rational thinking about the world to these giants you think you stand on the shoulders of. But then when you actually look into it, you're like, he was sleeping with his cousin wearing female shoes? This genius? And then I listened to him actually speak, and I'm like, he actually sounds a little bit retarded.
Yeah. One of the excuses is that, scientists are a bit weird and whatnot because they're all sort of on the spectrum. They're all a little bit ADHD and stuff. But then when people approach us and our arguments and our knowledge base and throw it in, it's reversing our face. Oh, are you all sort of on the spectrum?
Replicated, you know what I mean? I want to see it in real life. I don't want to look at a two-dimensional screen, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Charlie, I got you. So is
is it possible that I could see a ball with water on it, man, spinning super fast and no water splashes out? Because to me, man, in reality, it just sounds silly, man. Can you tell me how that works, Mike?
No, we're just talking about the map where my girlfriend was saying like she saw the map where there's like a flat earth and then it's a border with the glacier. That's what you say? After the glacier?
More continents.
There's more continents than? So this globe earth was
way bigger.
Oh, so the globe was fake? Yeah, are you trying to say that?
It's flat.
Oh, it's a flat? That's what you believe in? Okay.
So that's your girlfriend, man. She's a flat earther.
Seems like it.
Okay. Has she ever been to Antarctica? Have she ever seen any continent?
You've been to Antarctica? No. See, where you been? The age one? Which age you've been to?
Perito
Huh? Perito Moreno Glacier. Is that how you say? South of Argentina. Okay. That's the age you've been to.
Why does she believe in like an ice wall and stuff like that? Why does she believe that? Who told her?
See the lessons on that.
Same way we believe what? Same way how we believe?
We give everything we know, no? By hearing, seeing, watching,
I didn't know that you were flat earther.
She's a keeper, man. I think she just uses common sense and logic. You know what I mean?
Logical answers.
What?
Logic answer.
I told you, logic answer is I don't know anything about anything, but everything is fucking life. That's what I'm saying.
So everything is fucking lie as per you. Sorry for our word, man.
I'm just looking for a ball, man. A ball with water on it, so I can believe in the globe.
I'd like you to prove that. No, it's not clearly visible, Jonas Child. It never is. Never. You're thinking of footage that's being taken with very wide angle or fisheye lenses, GoPros, etc., where the horizontality of the horizon has been distorted through the lens.
He said the horizon appears flat, so that makes it curve.
Yeah, he's trying to say that once you get up higher, it's clearly curved. It's not. Never. Unless it's fisheye lens or CGI.
It appears flat, so it's curved. Got it. So I want to see a ball with water on it, man, spinning really, really fast.
Yeah, you might want to try shortening your copy paste.
What up, 007?
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Hell yeah. Glad you're here.
Heard. Glad I'm here too. Glad I'm here with you guys.
I really enjoy your debates, man. Just want to let you know that.
Oh man, thanks. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Even though it's not a debate, but you know the way you explain things, I really enjoy it.
Yeah, it ain't a debate anymore. Now it's just like letting them know that the debate's over. Yeah, man, the debate ended a while ago. You guys haven't heard? Nah, man, ships go over the horizon. Can't believe we're still here and stuff like that. And this goofball with you can see curve from a plane.
Yeah. Jonas, why are you trying to disprove us? Why aren't you trying to prove or disprove the globe, since it's nothing you've ever witnessed or experienced? That's the extraordinary claim that you should be trying to validate or falsify.
Jonas, we could trot out 1,000 people that can do math, and you can just None of them would say you could see Kerr from a plane or a balloon. You're just making stuff up. I shall find where you live and shoot you all into space. You can't even prove space exists. How are you going to shoot us there? I think they think they're spacemen to now they think they're Elon Musk.
Elon hasn't even been to space.
That's a good point. Yeah, Jonas, ask Elon what space looked like when he was there. Yes, we don't believe fanciful stories that are on TV, so we're the stupid ones, right? You, the gullible one that just believes anything that comes over the idiot box. You're the smart one, sure. Tell us all about it. Were you here this morning, T-Dub?
I don't know, probably not.
Yeah, like 12 hours ago. Or no, not 12 hours ago. Yeah, like 12 hours. Dude,
Yeah, I might have been.
I said to it, dude, he just like fell out. He just was like, you guys believe crazy shit? And I'm like, believe? I'm like, we ain't the believers. You're the believer. We're sitting here telling you we don't believe the space story. We don't believe in orbits. We don't believe that galaxies are trillions of light years away. We don't believe that you can go away from the Earth and see a ball. We don't believe any of that stuff. Why are you calling us a believer? I look up and he's gone.
Oh, Brown left.
Well, it's been an eventful day. We had a quantum physicist in here earlier.
Did he say your quantum physics proves the globe?
You should have been here. It was, yeah, I mean, he was just spurging out the whole time. It's actually funny. Maybe he'll come back at some point. We gave him a little time out, I think.
Was he actually one or just pretending?
No, I mean, I think maybe he sounded like a student or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
His brother was like, my brother is a quantum physicist, whatever the fuck that is. All right, bring him. And he brought him, and we talked to him for maybe 20 minutes, but he was so erratic and spiraling the whole time. It was weird. But fun, good content.
Yeah. You probably just watched a couple videos on YouTube about the double slit a couple times.
Right.
These guys, man, they're just funny, man.
His brother, who wasn't a quantum physicist, had better argument than he did. So it was funny.
That is funny. That is actually hilarious. I mean, that's kind of how it goes.
Yeah, they all come in here and they appeal to, oh, you guys should talk to astrophysicists and, PhDs, and we do that all the time. I mean, it's no big difference. As a matter of fact, sometimes they're even more dumb than regular people.
Line them up.
Sometimes.
Line them up, dude. We'll line them up. We'll knock them down.
What does a quantum physicist even really stand for when you get down to it?
I don't know.
Master storyteller, master maker up of shit to fill gaps that, you know what I mean?
I mean, if you really just like listen, cut through the jargon of what they're really saying. Well, we do a measurement, but we can't really read the measuring device every time. Sometimes it measures it, sometimes it doesn't. So we came up with a whole bunch of mathematics to tell us when we can't measure it. Like it's the
So we can confidently say we haven't measured it.
and then we can say that the universe might not be real, and we could all be brains in a jar. And it doesn't exist unless you look at it. And things can be in two places at once. It can be one in my imagination and in the real world at the same time.
So his main argument was that laser bends exactly according to the curvature of the Earth, right, over the lakes and so forth.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And then we said, okay, that's fine. We'll grant you that. Then can you please show us the white paper, video, experiment, test, observation, something? Show us anything that proves that that's actually the case. Do you think he had anything?
No.
No, of course
I
not.
think he told you to go find it yourself. He said
No, he actually said he
find it on Google, right?
No, he was honest enough to say he couldn't find it. Or he didn't have it, so. But he wanted to explain it to us. Like, dude, we don't need your explanation. Just show us the papers.
Well, when they say stuff like that, I say, well, if you look through a telescope, can you see your own ass? Just to get them to say that they can. That's always a good laugh.
Right.
That is the logical extreme end point of their argument. That one day we'll all be ass sighters.
Look, and if they strapped a mirror to their ass, they could look themselves right in the eye by looking around the Earth, having the reflection bounce off the mirror, and they could just, look at themselves looking at their ass.
They would enjoy that.
I mean, ass watching, you got to give it to them. It's pretty enjoyable. But hey.
Sounds gay to me. If you're watching your own ass. Look into your telescope. Who's that hot dude's ass? Like, ew. Heard of self-love, man, but that's out of control. We got Ba in here. What's up with Ba? Who else we got?
Well, we have Jonas Child, but he's only in chat. He says he's seeing a psychiatrist. It doesn't surprise me.
Globe delusion.
He has his fingers in his ears.
Yeah, we can start an event, I think. Let me check.
Hey, Plain.
Yeah, what's up? Wait, give me a second.
What does Plain mean when he says start an event?
The server has you can start an event and it kind of advertises that there's something going on and people start coming in. Like, for example, we can start an event and it's ask a flat earther any question that you were afraid to ask your friends. Or something like that.
But where is it distributed at?
I don't know exactly. I think you can see it in the calendar for the server. And it might even pop up for you when you kind of join.
Yeah, if you've got a role that notifies you of that, I think you can choose a role or something that notifies you when events start or something like that. And then, but it just depends too what else is going on. If they've got a stage event going or something important, then they don't want people distracted. Because the main purpose of the service for people to learn English, and they might be holding something that's important for that or something.
Right now, there's a mathematics event in the SciTech launch running. So that has nothing to do with English, really. So I think we might be allowed to start one as well, but I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, I see it up top. Okay. I just always heard you say start an event. I just didn't know what it was.
Yeah, it's a good way
What do you think
to.
you were saying, Charlie? Start a revolution.
Yeah.
Is it a stage event, Clean?
No, we can do a voice event just for this channel.
No, I mean this other one that's running. Is that the stage?
Let me check.
If it's stage, I don't think we're allowed to run an event.
Okay, well that's good to know. Let's see. How do I see if it's a staged event or just a voice channel? Are you able to look at the calendar? Maybe you can tell. Live now, Discrete 101, how difficult mathematics can be. In the SciTech launch. It's just a voice event.
And there's not a lot of people there, so I think we're safe.
Yeah, and also they can end our events. Any mod can do that, I think. And sometimes it happens, and they come in and just tell us we had to end it. So I can start one. I think I'll take the heat for it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah. All right. Creating. Anybody has a good title?
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.